the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. As always, we thank you for being with us. It looks like the entire crew is back together again today. I know Greg is with us, and so we look forward to the Good Time Gang being in full source. And here we go. We're ready to go. Full capacity, not full source, full capacity. There we go. I just going to let me say it. And but Rick, Bubba, Adler will be with us in 1 hour from now. We do know that we're internless, so if you do call, we will have to take your call unscreened, but do feel free to join in the conversation. If there's a topic you want to add to, you can do so, 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so over to my left is Greg Burgess. That's fun to say. And to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? How are y'all? Y'all good? Everybody fired up, ready to go for another day?
Glad to have Greg back.
Yeah. Oh, you are? Okay.
Trying to be a little
All
something.
right.
But anyway, that one's working.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Glad to be back.
Glad to have you back.
Yeah, wow.
If you're
Fun weekend.
just joining us and you have no idea, because I know you live your life and you can't listen to the show every second, which I think you should be able to, but I understand if you can't.
Sure.
Greg was not with us yesterday. He was out sick, but I'm glad you're back with us now.
Yeah, I had kind of a little rough weekend, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. So
Right.
everything seems to be back to normal.
All right, let me ask you a question. How does it feel right now? Because it's the first time you've heard yourself in your headphones. You know when you come back from being sick or something, and you hear yourself in your headphones. How do you feel like you sound right now?
I think I sound better than I did Friday.
Yeah, Friday. Well, you yelled rosy cheeks Friday.
Yeah, that was good.
I knew you didn't feel good Friday. Good night.
Yeah, it's just that time of year, I guess.
How about when you don't feel good and your day is so jam packed?
Yeah, you got a busy day.
Right. You had a remote, then went to the farm with Big Bro. And then you had Thompson Warrior football game where you had the pregame show. We talked about that yesterday.
Not bragging, but I won the picking contest. That's fine. I wasn't here to brag at Rick. Rick came in second. I'll give him that.
I guess you heard everybody got sick that hosted it.
Yeah, they got sick of losing. Yeah.
No, sick from you.
No, they did not. Not true.
We had some fun with that yesterday.
I know, but it's not true.
We even had the internet guy at Rick's farm getting sick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I forgot about him.
Yeah. That Rick, and we still have to go back to the fact that Rick called him because something didn't look right.
Yeah,
that's so good.
Yeah,
and you didn't help any apparently.
Oh, what do I know about it?
Well, but good to have you back today. And yes, you did win the picks, and this is where
and he gave you some love yesterday on that.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, it would. Which you might as well throw darts, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, you probably had a pretty good educated guess.
You
follow
some of them. Yeah,
well,
that's true.
With your son coaching high school football in the state of Alabama,
but he had some picks of some teams that I was not very familiar with.
Okay,
but he gave the line and info, so you kind of took that in and just made an educated guess.
Yeah. Well, good to have you back, and I think I saw first round of high school action. Some of the northern high schools are coming to the Birmingham Metro, so I think Thompson hosts Huntsville.
Yep,
is that right? Yeah.
Yep.
And then Hoover hosts Bob Jones or something like that. I think I heard it right.
Yeah, this week's the last week of the regular season.
Okay.
Then they'll start the old playoffs, the old second season.
That's it. Well, good to have you back. I did not realize this, but time. We've talked about how quick time flies by, and you blink, and it's like Christmas again.
You mean what we're going through now? Here it comes.
And my dad sent me a message, and he said how quick a year flies by. He said a year ago you were headed up and going to take me to the hospital for my open heart surgery a year ago.
Boy, that was a big year, wasn't it?
That's
hard to believe.
Was that a year ago?
Wow.
Let's see. Hold on.
I remember when all that was starting and thinking this is going to be a long haul, and now look.
Hospital, and my surgery is 1 year ago tomorrow, is what he said. Good night alive. That flies by.
Yes, it does.
Cannot believe it. We still want to thank Dr. Clay. His heart surgeon did a phenomenal job. Thank you, Dr. Clay. His office, I know, listens because I met most of them, and they're just so kind.
Wow, a year from now.
Yeah, good night. Just flies by there.
It does.
But anyway, we have a very busy show today. But we got a text from Bubba. He's headed in. So
all right, good.
That completes the two that were out yesterday. And so good to have everybody back. Last night, I didn't get to see any of it, but I saw the score today. The Bears beat the Patriots. And I think, after the first couple of series, Mac Jones was benched. And
there were 3. I know the Bears had 3 interceptions. I don't know who threw them, but it was a good night for the Bears defense.
I saw some replays this morning. The weather looked like it was it didn't look like it was a mess, but it just looked nasty. It just looked cold and wet is what it looked like.
It had that dew look,
Okay.
A little hazy look.
Right. But apparently this kid from Western Kentucky that's the backup to, or he was, to Mac Jones. He came in.
Well, I don't think he did much better.
No, it doesn't look like it. But he came in and I think the first about 4 throws were one was a touchdown, and I mean he was 4 for 4, and then I guess things backed out
after that.
And Justin Fields he can just extend plays and use his legs. He threw for 179 yards and a TD and ran for 82 yards in the
I saw one of his touchdown runs last night. I don't know if it's his only one or not, but he did. Well, he'll tuck it and go.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got that advantage.
Boy,
big body, speed.
And I know it's heartbreaking for the defensive coordinators because you think you got him, and you got everybody covered, and he breaks away, and there he goes.
He's one of these that I look. This is just me. I was thinking about this last night. He's one of those that has one of the element of he's such a big body, and he can run. And he can throw the football.
Yeah.
And that's only going to get better. Yeah. His accuracy and his decision-making, I think he's probably going to be one of these guys where we look up in a couple years and he's going to be doing some really good things.
Wow.
Could be wrong. Yeah. I mean, you never know in the NFL with quarterbacks.
Right.
But he just has – it seems like he has all these intangibles that you just can't put together. And he's working it out as he goes, and we're going to look up and go, wow, okay, this kid can play quarterback in the NFL.
Right. Yeah. Wow, Patriots 3-4 now.
Yeah.
The Bears 33, Patriots 14, Monday Night Football. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back and get this thing rolling as the entire crew is back together again. Greg here, Bubba here, the 2 that were out sick. And so we're full force today. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. Fall is the tastiest time of year, and HelloFresh makes it easy to savor all the season has to offer with 35 weekly recipes and fresh ingredients delivered right to your door. Not only does HelloFresh spice up your cooking routine while saving you time with fewer trips to the store, it saves you money too. HelloFresh is actually cheaper than grocery shopping or takeout. Get 65% off plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. From cringing at the pump to getting an eye-popping check at your favorite restaurant, inflation is hitting us all where it hurts. That's why we use Upside to earn cash back on every purchase. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out, which we all do. Download the free Upside app and use promo code BUBBA25 to get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of your first tank of gas. That's 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first tank of gas using the promo code BUBBA25. And find a link at at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID flus and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com. Use the code BUBBA for 10% off, plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. If you need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa. And folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere!
Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 five-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 five-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. As we mentioned the first segment, Bubba will be back today. He's here now from being sick out yesterday, as well as Greg. He's back today. So the full staff is here, and we thank you for joining us. First segment, we caught up with Greg. Monday Night Football, Bears beat the Patriots 33-14. And there's another story, and Helmsy kind of wants to tackle this, and the headline just reads, Arizona tourist stuck 200 feet underground in Grand Canyon caverns after elevator breaks. And you think, oh, my gosh, 200 feet underground, elevator breaks. That just doesn't sound good.
Well, it's not, but it's not what you think either. So I don't want everybody to get to like, oh my gosh, there's 5 people trapped underneath a cavern. That's not what this is.
Working under the ground. This is
correct.
A resort.
This is actually a restaurant/hotel that's underneath the Grand Canyon caverns. 200 foot, as Speedy said. The only reason they can't get out is the elevator is broke and they can't walk up the steps.
I bet
it's 20 flights of stairs. It's 20 flights of stairs, so think of that.
Or I'll stay down there with the restaurant and eat food and all.
Well, and that's
get the
I wanted to take this conversation a couple places. Where are y'all at on caverns, and would you stay overnight underground, hotel, restaurant or not, elevator steps? You both have access. Is that something you'd like to do?
You know, when I first think about being trapped underground, I think it was like a tight space, but it's not.
No, it's not.
See, I got to get my mindset right. Obviously, I don't want to be in a tunnel. I wouldn't be in a tunnel. So
Okay.
that's
No,
fine.
yeah, right. Yeah.
These spelunkers,
here's
or
what
whatever
you
they're
need to-
called, these people that get in tunnels, y'all can do that.
They
I ain't
actually
doing
show
that.
pictures, and you go down into this, and there's like couches and chairs and TVs.
I'm fine
and
then.
it's like you're just going to a big, deep basement.
If nothing's going to trap
this is
me.
kind of what it looks like there.
Oh, yeah, I'd stay there until whenever.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. Are they charging me every night that I'm still there?
Well,
I know the elevator's broke, but they look at me and
It's
go, well,
$1,000 a night. So
and they're not cutting them no slack.
I don't know about that. But I guess health issues with the particular people that are down there, they can't walk the 20 flights up.
Good night.
No, I kind of said the same thing.
So it's a group of 5 tourists that
What if
that
you
are
took like
stuck.
10 steps a day?
Yeah. It's a group of 5 tourists that are stuck 200 feet underground that we're talking about at this Grand Canyon Caverns. And it's located about 100 miles west of Flagstaff, Arizona. And it features, as Helmsy said, a small hotel,
It could be worse.
a restaurant,
That's what
20
I'm
floors down, where the stranded tourists have been staying while workers try to fix the elevator. Now, they could come out. You got the 20 flights of steps or stairs, and you could try to get out, but the people that can't get out have medical conditions preventing them from climbing out.
Are they milking this?
That's what I'm wondering.
Are they going, hey, guys, we can't. We can just tell them we can't
They're
take
probably
the
going to
steps.
stay for at least half price.
We can get out of work one more day.
Yes.
We can eat this nice food, hang
So
out
out of
down
all
here.
5 of them, none of them get up the steps.
Thank you. That's what I'm thinking.
The local county sheriff's office says they're trying to determine whether they should hoist the tourist out through the elevator shaft.
Wait a minute.
He says, we have this thing. It's like a lift, and we would basically lift them up the elevator shaft in a harness, something like you would see out of a helicopter in the ocean.
I don't know if I want to
that
do
lifts
that.
you out.
Now that I don't want to do.
Why can't we
but-
just fix the elevator?
Well, they're
don't you
working
get your
on
hands
it.
upstairs?
I think they're. I think they're working on it.
Welcome back, Greg.
Yeah, my goodness.
But I mean, it just says they
You're
have
talking
medical-
about the Otis is out there, and you know that the Otis elevators?
I don't know what kind of medical condition. I would think maybe heart or.
Well,
they
I got news for you. If you're to
something
that
going on.
point, I don't think you need to go on vacation in a cavern.
Or well, it could meet. Yeah, you. I think they'll probably rethink this in the future and go. You have to meet certain medical conditions before you go down
Let
there.
me tell you what could be
in
worse.
case this happens.
The elevator broke while you were on it. You
yeah,
couldn't get off
yeah,
of it.
True.
Now, that would be worse.
The suite is equipped with 2 queen beds, fold-out futon,
Okay.
RV-style bathroom, and a kitchenette with a microwave and mini fridge. Also has a TV.
Oh, yeah.
$1,000 a night for 2 people. And I'd like us to do this as team building.
Well, you know,
Y'all let me know when Otis gets that elevator running. I'll just stay here.
well,
You
it's
know?
obvious that they can get down. I mean,
People can get
people
supplies and stuff
yes.
down to
I
them.
go, hey, I'm just down here hanging out. Let me know when the elevator's fixed. Right?
That's what they're doing. And they're probably some old retired and don't move very well. And hey, 20 flights of stairs.
That's
That's
good,
a lot.
man.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
So probably some heart condition involved.
Yeah, that's
I don't
what I
know.
was thinking.
I'm
It has to
assuming a
be
lot
that.
here.
It has
but-
to be that or a hip or a knee or a
Yeah.
leg, something. I don't know. Yeah. I got him with a bad hip.
Yeah.
But
Suddenly their hips back.
And it may be
Right.
one of those deals where 1 or 2 of them can come up, but they don't want to leave their family member.
you got that.
Well, I'm just playing it
right,
out.
right.
Yeah, I wouldn't leave Amanda down there if she couldn't walk up. You know.
No.
So
no.
I'm just thinking.
Again, though, it's not like they're miners trapped.
Right.
Let's go
Yeah,
back.
they're
we
not
don't
the Chilean miners.
Yeah.
You've
No,
seen that movie.
well, that's tough.
We don't have mine
Yeah,
dust
well,
on our face and hard
yeah,
hats and,
no.
and
Well, they're
lacking water.
Yeah, and losing oxygen.
Yeah.
They're good.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, people can run up and down the steps and bring stuff
Yeah.
to them.
Sure they can.
Yeah.
They got to be in shape, but yeah.
They can stream their Netflix shows while they're down
Yeah.
there. I mean,
Now, I'm sure that
Excellent food, I'm
that
sure.
It's kind of maybe they're a little nervous. They're like, wow, so that broke, and now you start thinking how far down you are and where you are and
Stir crazy.
starts to get to you a little bit, but yeah,
I'd kind of like to stay there.
I'd like to see it.
I didn't even know this place existed.
I didn't either.
Until right now. This story.
Yeah.
I'm like, what? Because the clickbait, the headlines like, oh no.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a lot of
you
them?
would think
when
underground?
you would think you'd read the headline and you think, well, they ain't gonna make it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we may have a story later, but they didn't make it.
Oh no.
But it's not like that at all.
No, they
like,
can't
oh, wow.
walk. They can't get up the stairs. That's
So wow,
we
the
just
stairs
tell-
are there.
And see, here's the deal: that I would have done the story whether that was there or not, because it's interesting to me that we have a restaurant and a hotel 200 foot underground.
Yeah.
That's good enough. Just say that. Hey, America, did you know we had a 200 foot below underground restaurant and hotel that you could stay at for $1,000? Turns out there's a couple of people trapped down there right now, but you can too stay there when they get the elevator fixed.
Yeah.
That's not clickbait, and I still look at the story.
What if they give you a great rate because we don't have an elevator? You got to use the stairs, but we're going to cut your rate.
I have a feeling
because of the climb.
I have a feeling, you know me, I have a feeling their stay's probably going to be comped.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because of the hassle, and I'm sure they're blowing it out if I'm the tourist.
Of course,
Oh,
before I
can't
comp
believe
them, I'm going to make them go them downstairs. Let me see if they really can't go up now.
But they just say they're hanging out at the hotel while they fix the elevator. So really,
it's really not like a rescue
no,
situation.
No, it's not.
We hear trapped underground. You immediately think,
yeah,
the Chilean miners, the kids' soccer team that got caught in the flooded tunnel. Remember that?
Oh yeah, yeah. We're not dealing with that. We're
No.
dealing with full supplies hotel. Just hanging out waiting for the elevator
could
to
be
get
worse.
fixed. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 29 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If all home purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroCleanse advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illnesses causing cold and flu viruses, yes, including COVID. EnviroCleanse is the new science in air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is how you help stop colds and flu from taking your whole family down. This is how you destroy allergy, inflaming toxins, and mold from the air your family breathes. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com, use the code BUBBA for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. So that's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. That's ekpure.com, code BUBBA. Or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you've thought about protecting your home with security, but you've been waiting for the right time, you want to listen up. Right now, listeners of this show can get 40% off Simply Safe's award-winning home security system. Now, we use and trust Simply Safe to protect our home and family because at Simply Safe, your safety is the only thing that matters. When a threat is detected, Simply Safe's monitoring professionals promptly contact you and dispatch first responders to your home, even if you're away or you're unable to respond. 24/7 professional monitoring costs under $1 a day. That's less than half the cost of ADT's traditional professional installed plans. Simply Safe blankets your home in protection with advanced sensors for every room, window, and door. Don't miss this chance to save big when you protect your home with the best. Get 40% off your order when you visit simplysafebubba.com. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, rolling go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far. Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
All right, we're back. It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We have discussed a few things here for the show, and it looks like now Rick's here, Bubba's here, Greg's back, Helmsy's to my right, I'm Speedy, Adler is the only one missing. He'll be here shortly. So the full staff back together again today, and so we thank you for being with us. We talked about the tourists in Arizona being it says trapped, but they're stuck, or however you want to say it, 200 feet underground and in a Grand Canyon restaurant and hotel because the elevators broke. Now, they have 20 flights of stairs they could take, and some of them can't because of their medical condition, so they're kind of stuck down there until the elevator is fixed. And the emails during the break are kind of funny about people that would just say, hey, I would just hang out and no worries here. But it's not a situation where they're like just stuck and have no food, no oxygen, and about to die.
My luck, I'd stay and take advantage of it, and an earthquake would happen. And trap us all down there
until the food ran out.
But, you know, thinking about something like this, because I'm sure I can't imagine the undertaking of building something like this and the construction and what it took to do this. But I would think they would have emergency plans of, okay, we're all down here. We have somebody that's down here that is staying with us, and they have a medical condition, a heart attack or something weird.
Up the shaft.
Is that the backup? Because
that's what they claim. Now you are getting kind of primitive.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, think about it this way. If I work in a building in New York that's got 20 floors, and, you know, I've got a medical condition in the elevator, do I take the steps down or can I even do that? So their backup plan would be, I guess, carry you down. We can't just carry somebody up the steps.
I don't
know what I mean?
There's got to be a way.
Or is it so tight you can't get people? We're still in a cave. I don't know. I don't know how I don't know what the steps look like.
Still in a cave.
I've been in some of those lighthouse deals and some of those where the steps are so tight you couldn't carry anybody up that. I don't know if that's this situation.
Yeah. I don't know.
And some of those situations are dangerous too.
Yeah. It seems like I don't know if there's not more of them or they're more widely reported, but these bear attacks that are out there now, it seems like there seems to be more of them, or is there? I don't know, or are we just reporting more about
I think
them?
we're dumber as humans, so we get closer. I think we have access to video and film that we've never had before, so they're being recorded. And I think they're probably a little aggressive.
Yeah. Well, we have a Washington State woman who's 68, suffered significant injuries as it says here, popped a charging bear right in the nose during the attack near her home. She said it was just an instinct. I didn't know what to do. A 68-year-old victim whose name was not released was ambushed during the near-fatal attack while walking her, it says here, four-legged friend. I'm assuming that's a dog. Saturday. The surprise attack happened around 6:30 a.m. near her home in the Enchantment Parkway, Commercial Street area in Washington State. Fish and Wild Game rushed to the scene after the woman called for help. She said she punched the bear several times during the terrifying 10 to 15 second encounter. That's a long encounter, by the way.
That is a long one.
The bear the bear was killed in the same area by Fish and Wildlife officers later that day. But hey, wow, it goes into one of those things where we all think we know what we would do until it's happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think I would do this, or it's easy to give directions and tell somebody what you should do, but when it happens, you just you don't know really until it happens how you're going to react. But she instinctively said she just popped it in the nose a couple of times. But 10 to 15 seconds, if I was to count 15 seconds here, that's a long time, and the whole time a bear is attacking you.
Yeah.
Slobbering on you.
Yeah, and I just don't know if bear attacks are up or we
got a lot of bear attack stories, that's for sure.
Yeah. We in this story here, we got Connecticut, we got Wyoming, we got Washington, we got one in Japan on October the 7th. I don't know if y'all knew about that.
Didn't know about it.
But she said that she was walking around, and apparently a bear had jumped out at her, and she was not aware that it was even around. It just almost like it just ambushed.
She popped it right in the nose.
And I know that, Rick, we went through the animals on things that you can take. Bear, I don't think.
No, you don't know that.
And I know we always go back to the movie Revenant when you fell asleep.
Horrible, yeah.
But that bear attack in that movie was brutal.
That was a rough one.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, just laying there. But think about it. They didn't have the medical treatment that he just laid there. I mean, he
was waiting on him to die, and he never would die.
Yeah. Good gracious alive.
Then he found his way back.
Yeah.
That was a weird movie.
Have y'all ever just been straight up attacked by something? Like I know we got bit by dogs or
have you ever been just like down, like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, like it's on me.
I've been bit, but
yeah.
Just
lots
quick.
of dogs. I know you've ran over lots of dogs.
Like I say, the dog would bite and then back off.
Yeah.
Not just start slinging me everywhere.
Right.
No.
Don't want to be in that situation.
No, we don't want to be on that. The footage that we had a couple of days ago in Los Angeles, just in Los Angeles, what looked to be like a mountain lion was being pursued by two coyotes, and you just had two coyotes and a mountain lion just walking down the street.
I think that's part of the problem too. Is we've got these animals have come into our cities, where we normally, when we're hunting, we have weapons. When we're walking our dog, we normally don't.
No.
And so I think that's part of it too. Is you don't hear about a bear attacking hunters.
No.
You hear about bears attacking somebody walking a Dothan. And
You're
so I think that's a big deal. And we see footage like this all the time of mountain lions and coyotes and bears and people's garbage cans, and we're talking about population of 1 million people, and
right
where hours later you're going to have back-to-back traffic everywhere, just bumper to bumper. And so they're living amongst us now, and I don't think that's always been the case. And that goes back to the way we've protected them, and some of that's good, and some of that obviously is bad.
Yeah, it says here, in Washington State where this happened, the only recorded fatal black bear attack on a human was reported in 1974. Since 1970, state authorities have recorded 19 other human black bear encounters that resulted in documented injury. It says that the wildlife fish and wildlife it says the wildlife fish captain here, it says that went out and took care of this bear, said that they're glad the lady is safe, but they were able to this might have been the problem here, locate looks like 2 cubs in that area.
The cubs always starts with the cubs. Boom.
Yeah, it says they were able to locate the bear, and then it said lethally removed the black bear, and then later in that day, 2 cubs, approximately 9 months old, were captured, assessed, and transported to a Paul's Wildlife Rehabilitation Facility. So you just never know if those cubs are around. I guess I'm assuming maybe that's what happened.
Mama gets protective.
Yeah. But, you like I said, you think you know what you're going to do, and then it happens, and you just don't know.
It's one thing I don't want to find out.
No, you don't know what you're going to do. You could be a person that flees and tries to run, then you're just tired when they catch you. Or do you just instinctively just start punching?
Yeah, I think that's what you do.
Try to become more of a handle, like, hey, you're going to have to work for this.
Oh, yeah.
And sometimes they'll just back off. And she got lucky. We'll be right back. It is 15 minutes until top of the hour. Kickoff hour is live. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here's the deal. I've had constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating for years. I've tried a lot of laxatives and fiber supplements, but my symptoms keep coming back.
You could have a chronic condition called irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Did you hear about Taco Bell's apology? Yeah, they apologized for going too far with their breakfast. Like the naked egg taco and chicken biscuit nachos? It was too much. All you need in the morning is tasty, simple food. Like the breakfast crunch wrap. Fluffy eggs, melty cheese, sausage, crispy hash browns, wrapped in a warm tortilla. Or, as some call it, a breakfast crunch thing. Grab one today, only at Taco Bell. At participating U.S. Taco Bell stores during breakfast hours only until 11 a.m. while supplies last. Contact local store for hours and participation, which vary.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day. Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens, too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very
All right, thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by carshield.com/Bubba. You know, prices on just about everything have gone up, and in many cases are still rising. That's why you need to listen up to what we said, because you're going to get protected from carshield.com/Bubba, because you'll never have to worry about how much it will cost to fix your vehicle when it breaks down, because your price is going to get locked in. Their price will never go up on anything, and they'll help handle everything. So basically, whenever you go and you sign up and you tell them what kind of vehicle you have and all this kind of stuff, the rate they give you is never going to increase. So it's never going to go up. So, when you get your coverage plan, you'll lock your price in and it'll never go up, which is very helpful in today's climate when everything seems to be going up. So if you want to try to get a protection plan for around $100 a month that will cover more parts than ever before, whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, if when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork and the headaches that go along with that. You get to choose the mechanic, but then their CarShield administrators handle the rest. So it's really a really great situation that you can look at right now at carshield.com/Bubba. They've got your back. Get coverage easy. Just contact carshield.com/Bubba for your free quote. And once they give you a quote and you get a protection plan and your rate is locked in. That's carshield.com/Bubba. You can call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we are back. The crew is here today. Everybody back from being sick, so it's good to see everyone. Greg is in the house. Greg, we talked a little bit about going down with Big Bro, and he had some high-speed internet issues. And he said that
they finally got it out there.
He said that y'all were out looking around and, in the woods, checking things, feeders, all that kind of stuff. How was it to be out and about? Was it nice Friday just to get out and go?
It actually made me feel better. It gave me false hope.
Yeah.
Just
to get out in the woods.
Yeah, absolutely. It made a huge difference.
I was out Saturday.
Weather was perfect.
Saturday morning, I went down to the Lenore farm and did a little work. But everything was real dusty. So we got a system that I know a lot of you are experiencing now or have experienced that will be coming through the state of Alabama today.
Oh, that's right.
And
really messing my day up.
Hopefully it will. But I know you welcome that because you need rain.
We do need. We need a ton of rain.
Yeah.
And I hope it gets here. It's quick and it's just downpours, and then it dries up again.
And unfortunately, it'll get through quick, a lot quicker than we want.
Well, what is this deal like? And I don't like. I had to.
What?
Had to watch what I say here.
What?
Well, you got
just never mind. I'm just gonna go. Never mind. I know. I'll tell you two in the break, but I just, their parents worry about weather more than I'd like them to.
What do you mean? They can't.
I know where you're going.
They can't drop a kid off and just not know what the weather is.
But like the EMA puts stuff out that says, hey, we may have bad weather from 12 till 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I know, and it's tough.
And so because of that, I don't know that my kid can make it at 2.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I'm with you.
Okay, well, why don't we tap the brakes for just a second?
Yeah.
And let's just see how it plays out before we go rescheduling things.
Oh, yeah. Oh, now we'll jump.
You know what I mean?
We'll cancel something.
Right.
Like at 2 o'clock, we may have a chance to get an hour in.
Yeah, we have been canceling things days out now.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the weather changes.
And I'm not necessarily blaming it on the parent, but the EMA put stuff like this out, and I don't know if they explain. And I'm saying EMA, I don't even know if that's it or not.
You're putting it on, though.
But I know they got that.
Let's just say,
I know that's what I was told. Just hey, man, are we gonna practice tomorrow? Mm-hmm. We got tornado watches in mornings from 12 to 9. I don't think that's how it works.
Yeah. It looks like here it's going to get like where we're sitting right now.
Yeah.
If their prediction is right,
yeah.
it looks like to me it's going to be between around 4 and 7.
And hey, I think we can get a couple hours.
I mean, but at least
that's the thing.
At least they've honed it into about 3 hours now.
You need to think about what part of the state and the time.
Yeah. And how far you coming to drop your kid off and stuff. If you got too far, then you might not want to get out in it. Now I do understand them going.
Hey, I said bring your rain jacket.
But a day ahead, it's tough to predict.
It is. That's the thing.
Unless you're traveling. If you're traveling, go ahead and cancel.
And that's what I said too. I said, hey, look, let's mid-morning. Let's see what we're up against.
Right.
And we'll make a call then.
Yeah.
Was that
sometimes
unfair?
it gets here quicker, and sometimes it gets here later.
I think that's pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Mid-morning to noon, we'll know a lot more.
Yeah.
And we can kind of hone it in on exactly when it's going to be here. But yeah. But I'll tell you this: after being out Saturday, it was a dusty mess. I mean, you drive down.
It was a dusty mess.
I got on.
You drive down a dirt road or something like that. I mean, you're a mess.
My yard is dead.
I got on.
Just burnt.
Yeah. You can hear it. Me walking on my grass.
Yeah.
Because I knew it was going to dump a ton of water today. At some point, I got on the roof yesterday and blew leaves out of the gutters, and a lot of leaves.
Yeah.
And to your point, Speedy, we got to have some rain because it was a dust bowl up there.
Yeah, it's unreal.
And then you get them out of the gutters and they're everywhere on top of the ones that have fallen just in general. So then I got pine straw. And here's another thing: when your cars go up and down driveway and you just constantly mashing the leaves and making into these little granules of, then it's really dusty when you blow it.
Yeah.
It's
really, tiny little particles.
Yeah,
right
now
up
we're
your
just
nose.
blowing just complete dust.
How about that nose?
So, and I didn't wear my mask. I didn't get the mask out.
You didn't?
I was lazy. Speedy told me yesterday, to get that respirator mask that you've got. Wear it.
You look sharp in it.
And I didn't do it.
Look, I got to tell you, I stopped
thing.
wearing mine because I knew how goofy I looked.
Yeah.
And I think it hit me when I was, and it's been years, okay? Y'all might not even remember. I sent y'all a text of me out. It was kind of like a location check.
Yeah.
And it was me wearing that.
Yeah, I thought
with
you were
my
painting a vehicle.
With my backpack blower on. And I went, wow, I look goofy. And I don't think I've
So
worn
that
it.
picture is what
I don't
made you
think
realize you look good?
I don't think I've worn it since.
Up to that point, you thought you looked pretty sharp in it.
Well, no, I knew it was. I felt better, but I knew every time somebody would go
Don't
by,
fall into
it'd be
that.
like, look, there's a dude with a mask on, and I
Look, if you were happy with your mask, that was all that mattered.
Right.
I
see
made fun
people-
of the picture, I'm sure, but
I see
what's that
people
got
out
to
there
do with
doing cutting with it, and some of it, it's not that they think COVID's going to get them while they're cutting grass.
No,
it's
it's
because they have
dust.
allergies and dust and all that.
Do you know what I feel like?
But yeah, that picture made me not wear it anymore.
Tell me if I'm wrong on this, okay? Because I'm
I'm
feel
sure
like,
we had comments.
I feel like this is,
you called me. I can't tell you what you called
I
me.
feel like this helps me.
Mhm.
Okay. After I always wait and blow the leaves last in anything that I am doing
I got air.
outside. Okay.
Mhm.
And do you know why I wait till the last? First of all, because it just seems like everything cleans up nice. But because the minute I'm done, I go take a shower. I feel like the shower immediately after helps my
Yep.
allergies.
Well, you
Is that something?
water running up your nose?
I feel like that hot water I'm breathing better. I feel like I'm getting it
You
off
like they're
of me.
decontaminating.
I feel like I'm getting it off of me. It probably makes no sense, but
You know
I
what?
do.
This sounds like 70-year-old men are doing the show right now. But I'll tell you what my system is. This is going to sound even worse. I can't wait to get in the shower.
Yeah.
I'll go saline spray in the nose and eye drops.
Okay.
To get all the dust out. Is that not sad?
While wearing that mask.
Please look at Greg. Look at you
I know.
when you say
that's
I
that.
know.
fine.
I
If
know.
you wanna do
It's the
something
man-
silly.
Well, I mean, I would
just
just
with
get
you.
eat up with it.
But I
had a-
think in my mind, Helms, you can't go do anything else. Like I know if you
get that off of you.
you have got to get in the shower and get all this mess off of you.
Yeah.
Like I don't even think it's helping. Just in my mind.
I haven't told anybody I do saline spray and eye drops, but I just told everybody.
Overkill.
It's just a little.
Ain't nothing
I
wrong
make
with
a
that.
squirt, drop, drop. I'm done. I'm moving on.
How does it go again?
Squirt, drop.
I like
Squirt, drop.
Well, actually, it's clean, dry.
that. Squirt, drop.
Off.
You ought to write a song about this.
Yeah. Squirt, drop.
Rick and Bubba.
Trey, glad you're here. Do both of you know how to play Name That Grass?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right, Trey, with 15 seconds being the max, since you're the first one to call, how many seconds would you need to name this grass?
I'll go for 13.
13 seconds. Jeremy, where are you on that?
I'd name that grass.
Okay. All right, let's
name it.
All right, let's see what happens here. All right, Trey, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, you have 13 seconds to name this grass.
I saw her dancing there by the record machine. Come on. I knew she must have been about 17.
What do you think?
Oh, I got it. Hang on.
If you don't know that, you don't deserve
Come on, Trey.
God.
Fryer.
About 17. Oh,
Trey.
man.
Sing it one more time, Trey.
Come on, Trey.
You're going to hate yourself.
I think I know this one.
Trey, my goodness.
Come on.
Well, here's the good news. Jeremy, your strategy worked, but Trey hates himself because he knows this song, and he cannot.
I think I do, too.
Yeah, he cannot come up with it. Bubba, what do you think it is?
Rick, I'm pretty sure, and I don't know, but I'm pretty sure. Isn't that Female by Keith Urban?
No, that is not.
What?
Female.
Are you
That
kidding
is
me?
not it.
Is it 252?
No, Jeremy. Jeremy, do you know it?
I love rock and roll.
That is it.
I can tell it wouldn't be
I
long.
love. All right, congratulations to you, Jeremy. We'll put you on hold. They'll pick up the Butterball electric fryer by Masterbuilt is yours, and a Butterball gift check to go with it. Congratulations for winning and Name That Grass. We continue.
Isn't Butterball just a fun word to
It
say?
is.
Your lips just like
buttery.
saying Butterball.
There's
Hey, I wanna-
nothing bad about it.
Huh?
I want to clear something up real quick so we
Butterball.
all know what's going on. Luke 2:52. That's where that comes from. He's right about the internship, and that's what they say.
Yeah.
But it comes from Luke 2:52.
Well, there you go. I figured it, those were
252.
Bible
Jesus
verses.
grew in wisdom and stature. So that's what they're
252.
trying to do with the
252.
kids. 252.
252.
Let's go to. I never know when they spell it this way. Is it Leah or Lee?
It's Leah.
Leah. Okay, Leah. All right. So let's go with Matt. All right, Leah and Matt will do battle for another Butterball electric fryer from Masterbuilt. Jared, let's go. Leah, you called first. So how many seconds do you need to name this grass?
I'm going to do 14.
14, Matt. You're going to allow it? You think you can name it in less?
Let it fly, Leah. Do it.
Oh, really? Okay, so I'm
laugh at that.
Okay, here. All right. All right, Leah, here we go.
Oh, I got that one. Yeah, I got it.
Leah, what do you think?
Oh, my God. I'm too young.
That's where you always go, don't you? That's about a bunch of old men may know this. I'm too young for this. Leah, no idea?
No, I have no clue.
Oh, Leah, I'm sorry. Matt, you've won the fryer. Do you have any idea?
I am too old. I don't have a clue.
No, too old.
But I do have a fryer. Thank you, Leah.
That's right.
You can have something.
That's
Bubba, what do you
right.
think?
Rick, now I'm not sure, but I think, is that Havana featuring Young Thug?
No, that is not.
Seriously?
That is not.
It sounded just
Greg,
like
you know it?
You know I don't.
What?
It
I
sounded
think I
just
know it.
like it.
What do you think it is, Matt?
I think it might be Mama's Got the Outfit by the Oak Ridge Boys.
Maggie May.
Oh, yeah.
Their version of Maggie May. So another winner. One more? We can get one more
Go.
in?
One more.
We can get one more
Wait for
in.
when to say Careful one here, more. Rick.
Okay, Mike, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. You'll be playing Dale. Mike.
Pass the gravy, please.
6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new hour has begun. Thank you for being with us. We will start this hour, and we'll start it with our national anthem. So it's 8 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As the Dream Team back together and the show moves forward. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess back, Eddie Van Adler, Helmsy, all here and ready to go. We're limping a little bit. Been banged up a little bit during this time of year. And we have these little runs on the show, just like you all do in your house, at your office. But with us, it happens on the air. And we'll try to unpack another day in this bizarro world in which we live. We'll look at stories within the show, get those updates. We'll look outside the show and around the world. And your phone calls are part of it at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Will of Meat back in play for another week. And as I said, there he is, Silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year. The inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
The rain been coming down. Let's go. Bubba.
Well, I thought I had another measure there.
Well, apparently. So what's going on? Welcome back. Not such a golden voice today.
Well, okay. It's been worse
is it
upon
golden?
returns, but I've just got this cough I can't get rid of. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I researched last night how long is a cough contagious, and it said that really following the flu or following whatever, you can cough for days after and not be contagious. So that was good.
Well, I'll try to keep from coughing directly on y'all and limit it to the break.
Like I said, we
the best I can. If I get up and run out, I'm just having a coughing fit.
Well, we discussed yesterday. There's only so much you can do about it. I mean, and a lot of it's unexplainable. I mean, I spent the entire day with Greg on Friday, all day. I mean, we could not have been together more.
Yeah.
So I can't explain it.
Well, I'm just
as far as you know,
I'm just aggravated. I'm just a little tired of the hey, Bubba's missing.
Well, I mean,
now some of it you can't help.
Right?
But,
yeah.
Hey, Bubba's missing.
Hey, Bubba's missing.
Hey, Bubba's missing.
This crud deal I get about twice a year, sometimes more. But it's I heard your question about allergies yesterday, and I think I can clear up some of it for us allergy sufferers. It's we used to joke it was a disease we'd like to trade. We'd like to trade it for a disease to be named later, but kind of changed my mind on that this year.
Yes, I bet you did. I bet you did.
So, but it's aggravating. Good night.
But isn't that funny? I mean, I got a lot of good response.
Oh,
I was kidding around, but it is
fun.
funny.
I was laughing.
Yeah,
because if you don't have it, looking at it, that's exactly how you'd see it.
Oh yeah. Well, and sometimes you just want to tell them, I get that looked at. Because it's also they just move on. Oh, it's probably allergy.
You're still susceptible to others.
You're right.
Yeah. I think you're sick.
It's usually the Kickstarter. It's just you live with it all year long.
Yeah.
And then some months and sometimes of the year a little bit worse. But you never know when it's going to go from that to turn into sickness all of a sudden. And it's just like, it can happen like in an hour, and you're like, how did I end up here now with a sore throat?
I even went to the point where I was trying to remember, and you're better at this than I am. I can't remember what year it was. I do remember this. It was the year you and I took the flu shot, and we had never taken it before.
Right.
We had a year where it was winter though. It wasn't this time of year.
It was the entire month of February.
Yeah,
we didn't have the full staff there, not one day.
I don't remember what year that was, but we could not get it out of here.
No,
and everybody kept dropping, and I don't even remember what it was. It was some kind of upper respiratory flu.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah,
same thing.
And this was starting to feel like that over the weekend when I started getting all the texts for everybody that was dropping. And so you know,
we didn't have as many people then, though.
No,
that was the problem. There's only like 3 of us and some interns. So.
Did you hear the funny thing when I said it dawned on me that I don't know how to connect with Denver?
Yes. Yeah, right. You know, and how about this?
Rick, we got it taped in there.
Hey,
Right,
how about
thank you.
this? I don't need it.
Right.
I need somebody to show me that.
Because Speedy was like, well, look, if it's me, I'll just do a best of. And I thought, that's good, but what if it's just me?
Yeah.
And but anyway, it was, you know, we'll do the best we can with it. And Greg, you're feeling better?
Yeah, I feel good.
Yeah, it's and you know, you were at that thing too where
It got better quicker than I thought it would, really.
Well,
Considering they told me I had strep throat and the flu.
I know.
That's
Do
weird.
you think that's maybe the test?
I don't know. I mean,
Right. I mean, but it goes back to
go by what they say.
well, I remember the first time, and men really struggle with this, and we touched on this a little bit yesterday. But George Carlin, and we really used what we called George Carlin's card that he said to go by, and of course it doesn't apply to this kind of stuff, and we talked about that yesterday. But you remember when he was talking about, he did the great bit about, and look, hey, listen, for some of you young people, don't go search George Carlin. Now, when he was on the Tonight Show and that kind of stuff, you're free to watch it. But if he was allowed to say and use whatever language he wanted, you don't want to watch that. But he was quite a clever guy, and he did that bit about the difference in being sick and I just don't feel good. And he would remember he would go, somebody say, hey, are you sick? No, I just don't feel good. And then all of a sudden he would go. And then of course if you end up throwing up, he'd go, okay, now I'm sick. And he was talking about how this constant battle between sickness and I just don't feel good.
I just don't feel good.
Right.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's hard to know which one you got going on. And then something will happen. You go, oh, it's official, I'm sick.
That'll do it.
sick.
For us, it's usually a fever or that.
Yeah.
The chills usually when I go,
chills are usually an indicator, that kind of stuff. And or if you find yourself unable to get out of the bed.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah,
that'll do it.
Yeah, if you're just laying there and you're like, hey, I don't think I can. And the problem with this job, and I've said it 1,000 times, it's happened to me. Good gracious, we've been here so many times, so I'm talking about myself as well. You don't really know how you are until you get here, open the mic, and try to do it. And then you're like, oh, okay, wow, I thought I was further along than I was.
Yeah.
Because if you're just sitting at home, or you're, walking out on the deck or, sitting at home, or you go, I think I feel good enough.
Well,
and then you get in here and you start trying to talk and interact, and these lights hit you like you talked about the other day.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you people are calling and you're like, all right, I'm swimming headed. My voice isn't working the way I thought it would.
That's the first question I asked Greg to ask, like, how do you feel when you hear yourself now?
Right, yeah. So
is it better,
you
worse?
really don't know till you get
You don't
here.
know until you get there.
Yeah, you know when you can't do it, but sometimes you're not quite sure when you can.
The flu thing. When you said you had it, I thought the flu. I know I've had it once in my life, and I thought I was dying. I mean, you're just throwing up, and you just think, "Take me, Lord, now." So this thing of having the flu and not being at that level, I guess, is something.
Well, he explained. I told him, I said, shouldn't I feel worse? I mean, I didn't feel good. Don't get me wrong.
Right. It weren't like you were having a party. Yeah.
But he goes, well, it just depends on the individual. He said, some people's immune system is better than others, and some have a harder time with it than others.
Yeah.
I guess it hits you different.
He said, here's some Tamiflu. Yeah, that'll help.
Did you feel weird on it?
No.
Yeah. Remember that time it got Bubba?
I took it several times, and then one time it made me feel goofy.
Yeah.
I always feel a little goofy.
How about we took it once when doctors started doing this as preemptive? Our kids had it, and the doctor gave it to all of us. So I don't know if I ever had it.
That's when you tried to convince me I had mercury poison.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, it's going to be a busy week. I wanted to tell you before we get started with all the new business, and there's plenty of that going on.
Sure there is.
Melanie Udan told me to really thank y'all for letting her have her week shadowing here in the new Rick and Bubba Pro to Joe program. And this week we'll have our second person in that program, Butch Jones. And
okay.
it's gonna be good Monday. I made Rick spit coffee on his head.
How about you, Coach?
Hey.
Wow.
And his theme song will be me and Mr. Jones.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow. Boy.
Well, seems like a nice guy, but
how about this?
just wasn't happening.
How about this? A lot of times we can talk about firings, whether they're right or wrong. You can't have that.
No.
I heard Helmsley say in the kickoff hour, he's right. That's something that can't happen, Liz. How about this? You couldn't win an SEC game when the SEC's not very good.
I know.
That's bad.
That's real bad.
I really think that they gave him plenty of time.
Sure. You got to win. Hey, you got to win a conference.
But,
show some progress.
For him,
Missouri's struggling bad.
Yeah.
I think the example, like Mark Richt went to a new place, got a fresh start, and look how they've produced. So, I think Butch Jones is a good coach. Things just wasn't right at Tennessee, and they may not be right for the next guy. Who knows? It's been a while.
I'm about to be very unpopular in our home state of Alabama and our city where we live near. They need
Dad, Rick, don't say it.
They need to go get him.
I know what you're trying to say. Don't say it.
They need to go get him. I'm telling you. I'd already called him. I'd have called him before the game was over against Missouri.
Mm-hmm. Right.
He has done a tremendous job everywhere he's been. We've always talked about that.
I don't want some rehab person. I'm going to get somebody that's never had that shot and who proves they can win it at other levels. Everywhere he goes, he wins.
He has. And if you watch great coaches, they win everywhere they go.
Mm-hmm.
Don't matter what program you put them in, what situation, they find a way to win. Yep. They find a way to win.
You better get him before Florida does.
Tennessee, to me, is it's such a historic program. I mean, when I think of the big it's yellow to me, but big orange T. You think of the great teams they've had.
Don't get on.
We've been in this before. Clemson is orange. That's yellow. But I'm not going. This really doesn't matter.
Right.
That doesn't have anything to do with this.
They refer to themselves as the big orange.
Right.
Well, it's yellow orange. But the history of that program for them to be where they are now is. And see, I'm not necessarily a Tennessee fan, but I want to see them be better than they are. I mean, it's
embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's in the embarrassing stage.
Which is why he's fired.
It's been that way for quite some time.
But
they've never recovered from the Phil Fulmer thing.
But to some degree, and I was going to say, you can be a victim of your own love of your university. Philip Fulmer was gotten rid of, and no matter, you can look at it one or two ways. You should have kept him another year. Or you should have got rid of him a year earlier. But you have killed yourself by – and look, he had won a national championship. He had been there. He had done that. And then you went on this bizarre run of coaches and strange things happening. I mean, talking about stranger things the next season. So what if you're Tennessee, what do? Do you try to return to you know how other schools have done it. They have gone and got a proven coach that has been at a higher level, or do you give somebody an upstart a chance? Remember, with the Butch Jones, I mean, if you believe the reports, he was about the fifth pick.
Well, Bubba, I think,
and he was.
I think here's the problem at Tennessee from people that I have talked to. Okay, and that didn't you take it for what it's worth. They're Tennessee fans.
Yeah, and I'm saying I
don't think it has anything
program.
To do with the coach per se. I think they're not allowing that particular coach to do what he was called there to do. And I don't care if you bring a Bill Clark or the guy in Minnesota or a Chip Kelly. If they don't allow him if you don't allow him to have a Nick Saban type situation, it's not going to matter who you hire.
Well,
so let me ask you
that point, the kind of people you need to hire won't take the job if they know that.
Absolutely.
We'll come back.
Because they're only going to take it if they can do what they need to do.
I want to break that down a little bit. When you say they're not allowed to do, I want to know.
Well, they don't have the support. It's simple.
No, let's come back and break it down. What did Butch Jones not get?
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't
22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. So we work our way back, and we thank you for being with us today. So I know that we are all trying to do just a little bit better. And so I mean no harm by this, and I will not be participating in it. But I knew that the two Eaton brothers were out yesterday, and I knew they'd be coming. They're coming back from duress. They haven't felt so good,
right?
And I don't know if the Eating Bros, hey, we ain't felt so good, we're back. But, yesterday I gave you guys the update on what it's like to live in a home where your wife is hosting a shower, and it's the day before. And really the day before just means you're a hostage because there's nowhere you can't leave because they need you to help with stuff, but you can't really stay because
can't be seen,
because they don't want you around. But because they don't want you to mess up what they're setting up, but you have to be available if you need to help them with what they're continuing to set up. So anyway, we talked about that yesterday, but that did result when I finally saw Sherry yesterday, which was also an interesting thing. I had no idea where my wife was for about 4 or 5 hours yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, because I got home and her phone was sitting on the island in the kitchen.
Oh, MIA.
Yeah, and I thought, well, and she told me something technologically that I'm gonna ask Helms and maybe Speedy and definitely Adler. It's so funny the things they come up with that we should have thought of, and I'm like, baby, there's no way that thought was going to enter my mind, never. So, but here was the problem: we were supposed to, and we did eventually do it, eat with my parents. Last night was the big. We're going to the retirement community. Danbury, and we're going to eat in the restaurant there, the big dining area.
I thought that might have been food truck night.
We want to come in there and eat with mom and dad, get to know the community. So, and Sherry was the ringleader on this and made a big deal that we all were to be there at 5:30. I mean, don't mess this up. Remember, I told you I thought young Broderick could be a bad day for him because he was supposed to be there in Camtastic, and so I get home and I'm like, well. I have no idea where my wife is, and I started watching the clock, and I was like, I need to leave. I mean, if I don't leave now, I don't make 5:30, and so being married 27 years, you ever try to get in their minds and think, well, this must be what they're thinking. They must be somewhere where either traffic or schedule or this was always their plan, but they weren't able to communicate it to me because they left their phone at the house. She intends for me to meet her at the restaurant. Okay? I don't know what else to do.
Without any other messaging, that would be it's pretty good assumption.
It's time to go.
Yeah.
So I go, and I get there, and, of course, Mom and Dad are like, well, where's Sherry? I really don't know. And then your parents almost look at you like when you're somebody's husband. You don't know where your own wife is? I don't.
Yeah. Don't have any idea.
Don't have any idea where she is. And
all this technology we have now.
Did you grab the phone and take it with you?
Yeah, I took it with me, which I turned out to. I didn't know that was the wrong thing to do. But anyway, so then young Broderick and Camtastic show up, and he's like, "Dad, have you know where Mom is?" Nah, I don't, son. I really thought you would be the one to tell us. I said, yeah, I can see where everybody would think that.
Yeah.
Well, it says she's here. Yeah, but I've got her phone. That's why.
Yeah. No, she's not at Danbury. That's because it's in my pocket. And so a little right on time, suddenly I see Sherry's car pulling up. I thought, oh, okay. Well, I was right. I was able to outguess and figure what the plan is. And she goes, do you have my phone? And she comes walking out, and I'm like, yeah. I said, you left it at the house. I know. I went home to get it. And I thought you were going to be there. And I said, baby, there's no way we'd have made it if you. She goes, well, I'm here on time. I said, yeah, but I didn't know. I mean, I've only been here like 4 or 5 minutes. I mean, it was.
You have chosen wrong, Grasshopper.
Yeah. And she was like, well, I mean, I didn't have my phone with me, so I could. I said, yeah, I know that. And she goes, I kept waiting on you to call my Apple phone, my Apple Watch. And I was like, what are you talking about? Okay. Well, I couldn't call out, but you could have called my Apple Watch. I said, baby, how am I supposed to know that?
Yeah.
I don't. Your phone.
She got the cell version.
So she's got the cell, not the.
I guess
if it's Bluetooth, you'd have to have your phone.
She has not sat down and said, moving forward, if you can't find me, call my phone, and my Apple Watch will see it.
Mm-hmm.
We never had this conversation. I was like, baby, I didn't know about anything about your Apple Watch.
Yeah, just depends on if it's got cell.
And then you get to the point.
And, like mine has cell service, but I don't pay for the cell service. So there's an extra step there too. You have to set up.
Do you think she's right?
No, she's right.
Yeah,
there's an option. Now, whether she has it set up, that's a whole
what I'm
different
saying.
bottle of wax.
Are you paying for an extra cell phone for the watch?
I don't think so. I think she's incorrect. I don't think it would have worked.
Yeah, you'd have to be
phone dependent.
Yeah. Anyway, there was no way I was going to think of, hey, she's got her Apple Watch. I think I'll call her phone anyway. That would have never entered my mind. When I see her
you
phone,
didn't know that.
When I see her phone at home, I think, well, there's no way to contact her because I don't know where she is.
Yeah. Rick, this is where being an only child comes in.
Mm-hmm.
See, I leave stuff where I find it.
Right.
Like I want everybody else to do. So if I see Betty's phone somewhere, I leave it right where it is. I don't touch it.
I know.
I go, she'll know where it is. She'll pick it up
You're
when
right.
she wants it. Unless she has sent a message, I left my phone on the counter, bring it to me.
I know. You know what I thought, and what I thought so
very few times it's an advantage to be an only child and have only child tendencies.
Can I tell you this? What broke my heart? I thought when she gets to that restaurant, she's gonna be so glad I brought her phone.
I know. You thought you were going to be praised and adored, and yet you were scorned.
That's it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but anyway, so to get to where it affects the Eating Brothers now, Sherry began to say, "Look, I've got all kinds of things left from the bridal shower." Oh, and I don't like the name of these things. It always makes me uncomfortable, but they are quite delicious. There's a box of pedophores in there.
Oh, pedophile.
I don't like the name pedophile.
I don't either. I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all.
We call it something else.
It's too close to negative things.
It is.
And I only hear about it at showers. And I told
I'd rather you call it a scone.
Yeah, and I told
And
Sherry.
I don't like that
little
name.
cake
And I don't
square?
like that name either.
No.
How about Little Cake Square?
That's a good one.
A what now?
A pedophore?
A what?
Yeah,
I've never heard
Straight
of
up.
this before. So I've never heard of this.
I thought you were setting up a joke.
I've never heard of this before.
It's horribly
That's
named.
real. That's real.
That's terrible. That's the worst name I've ever heard of.
It's
anything.
horribly named. And I told her that I've never documented any men eating them if they weren't with their wives. It's something that had them.
Yeah, it's at a wedding.
I've never heard of men going grab some pedophores for the card game tonight, ever.
Never.
Go watch the table.
Yeah, no.
Rick and Bubba.
Do that would have made a difference.
I don't know the answer to that. You're going to have to ask Tennessee folks that, but that's what they say.
Well, I'm curious as to what that looks like. And I'm not disagreeing with your point. I just want to know, in manifestation, what that looks like. What does that really look
Well,
like?
I can give you a theory on a smaller level that I know how it went, and it may be similar. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so college football over the weekend should be some changes. Number one was beaten handily, by the way. Auburn beats Georgia 40-17, and the 17th point was scored really when it was all over. So at one point, Auburn outscoring Georgia 40-3.
Yeah,
Wow.
Rick, I was at that game, and it was you kind of you had to pinch yourself. You didn't believe what you were seeing.
Well, you knew anytime you have a rivalry, you have atmosphere, and Georgia had really owned this rivalry and had kind of taken it over, and so that was in play. Georgia's very good. That was in play, but Kevin Steele, a lot of credit goes to him, and I realized the offense scored a lot of points, but a lot of that had to do with how the defense was playing. And certainly the offense did better than they have been doing. I mean, that's obvious. But there'd always been this thing on Georgia, what you heard people talking about. If anybody can stop their running game, can the freshman quarterback beat you with his arm? And certainly he can if you can't get to him.
He made some incredible passes.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player. And, of course, the receivers made some great catches, too. But I watched most of that game until the very end. But what I saw was these two phenomenal running backs, Auburn's front seven, stopped the run, holding them to less than 50 yards, which is unbelievable. Yeah, then we're able to put pressure on the quarterback, and Georgia did not respond well to that.
Yeah, when you take two guys that at the running back position that's going to be playing in the NFL and will be very successful, and you hold them to that, you've done your day's work on that, that's for sure.
Well, yeah, so the question going in the game, even though Georgia's offensive line is young, which is surprisingly young, and I don't know if they've had some injuries or whatever, but they've been very good and been able to protect the quarterback and run the football. But when Auburn's front seven controlled the line of scrimmage, and that was the difference in the game, and got the offense good field position, and, of course, Kerryon Johnson for Auburn is a very special player. Seems to get better every game you see him play in. The quarterback has settled down a little bit, and the receivers are doing a little better job for Auburn offensively. I thought also Auburn's offensive coordinator probably called his best game too. If you look at those two coordinators, and I'm taking nothing away from the head coach because he's overseeing all of it, but those two coordinators had a very, very good night.
Yeah, they kept Georgia off balance. About the time that they, caught them leaning one direction, they go the other. And Carry-On reminds me of a guy that Auburn had years ago, Stacy Dantley, who kind of a slashing runner. But I heard one of the sports writers describe Carry-On as half thoroughbred, half workhorse. And that's a unique mix.
Well, he's patient, too.
Yeah, and, of course, we got to see him play in high school, so we knew the type of athlete he was, and I understand he's quite a young man, too. So he's definitely – he's one of those guys, too, Rick. I believe he gets better the more carries he gets. You know, he later in the game, he's at his best, that's for sure.
Well, so we'll see. You know, everybody has said, now, look, it's – what's ahead for Auburn is unbelievable. I mean, they're going to have to they got to be careful not to lay an egg this week against a team they're supposed to beat, and then they'll have to beat Alabama and then Georgia again, and that's a very, very, very huge mountain to climb. And then you got Alabama who nearly gets upset by Mississippi State, it shows you again. And Speedy talked about home field advantage, which there's so much to that in college football, because I love how people try to take teams and when they played each other, that means something in the net. It doesn't mean anything. Mm-hmm. I mean, you look at this. I can already hear Auburn fans. Okay, I already hear it. Well, I mean, you look at this. We beat Mississippi State bad, and Alabama barely beat them. And so, I mean, I feel pretty good about it. That don't mean anything, okay? And really, and if you're thinking about it, what's bad is the good news is you're going to have Alabama at home. That's big because home field advantage is big. But you're also going to have an Alabama team that is going to have the worst week of their life this week of nearly getting upset. They're going to. It's going to be a week of a wake up and who we are and self-analysis but I didn't see much of that Mississippi State game. But my son was there at that. My son had one son at Auburn and one at Mississippi State. And I know, Bubba, you were at the Auburn game, and he said.
And then I watched most of the Alabama game when we got out.
So I didn't see much of that game. I was keeping up with the score, but according to my son, it really was not a fluke. Mississippi State just got after them.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. They certainly did.
It wasn't a fluke.
Cowbell to you. Mm-hmm. Loud up in there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It was a.
Let me take you home.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We are back. Thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Relief Factor, of course, teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. Already had my first Relief Factor today. And if you are one of the many people that now email us and let us know how much you love Relief Factor, then you can do what you want to do right now, because I don't have to get you fired up about it. You're already fired up about it. I mean, listen to Bubba. I mean, he's over there loving it.
I know it.
Bubba, they haven't been able to prove that it can stop an ongoing cough. But I will tell you this: as far as aches and pains, listen to Tammy out of Huntsville. Bubba, this is your world up there. It's Rocket City. You know what you can say? It's not like it's rocket science. You can't say that there. You know. She said, I'm 55 years old, but I'll be honest, I felt much older than that. I'm very active, but it started to hurt just to get out of bed. Exercise became so painful I stopped doing it. I ordered the quick starter pack. I felt relief within 48 hours. I'm so grateful that you guys turned me on to this product. I've even mentioned it to my 80-year-old mother, and I've got her using it now. So thanks for bringing this great product to light, and it's made a significant difference, and I feel like I've got my life back. Well, I hope that this would be what happens to so many of you as well. I take it every day. I can certainly see a difference as I begin to age, but really, if you're active at all and you have aches and pains that come with that, it can help. If whatever the problem is tied back to inflammation, this is the natural way to do it. 4 botanicals, all 4 of them have been proven to help the body's inflammatory response, and together they're kind of like the Justice League or the Avengers. Go to ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button and put Relief Factor to work for you. All right, so Ted Cruz, you came in today, Bubba, and yesterday, honestly, with everything going on with the show and the weekend, we really didn't cover very much that dealt with politics other than the latest Bubba, the latest videos of our president. Good gracious. We played those yesterday, but other than that, we really didn't do much involving politics or even sports much yesterday like we normally do on a Monday. So this story did not get to us yesterday, but we have it today, and this is Ted Cruz agreed to go on The View.
You know, tough audience, but I'll give it to old Ted. He doesn't mind going in where there's going to be a tough audience. He's done this kind of thing before. He's got a book coming out, and he doesn't mind answering the tough questions. You got to give him that.
Right.
He goes on The View, but the problem is the View audience is more radical than the View host, and it creates a problem.
Well, let's face it. If you're willing to go sit in the studio with this bunch and wear a mask the whole time,
right,
you're an angry person.
Right.
Yeah,
we tried to get in their audience once when we were in New York. We were borrowing a studio that was literally next door to where they were taping.
2A here, what he has is him basically calling out the Democrats on their hypocrisy when it comes to being election deniers. If you want to watch that first, and then we've got some other stuff about the climate activists that were in the audience.
Okay.
There are a lot of folks in the media that try to, anytime a Republican is in front of a TV camera, try to say the election was fair and square and legitimate. You know who y'all don't do that to? You don't do it to Hillary Clinton, who stood up and said Trump stole the election.
They didn't storm the Capitol. They didn't try to kill my former
Abrams, who said that the election was stolen. They sat here and said it was illegitimate, and you guys were fine with it. Okay, so it's illegitimate when Republicans win, but not when Democrats.
No, you know, here's the thing. We may not like when Republicans win, but we don't go and we don't storm. We don't try to change, but we'll go
Did I miss an entire year of Antifa riots where cities across this country were burning and police cars were being firebombed?
Guess you did.
Your position is the left doesn't engage in violence, really?
No, they wanted to noose our friend Mike Pence. Like, how do we make sense of that?
You just accused us of doing something we didn't do. You said Hillary Clinton didn't say whatever she didn't say. I'm saying to you, listen.
And she said it's sitting here, and you were fine with her saying it was illegitimate for Republicans to win.
She called Donald Trump the next morning, and she conceded the election, Ted.
Okay. On that note, she called Trump the next day and conceded the election. Here's them denying elections. This is Democrats denying elections. This goes on for 10 minutes, but here's 1 minute and 10 seconds of it if you guys want.
You can run the best campaign. You can even become the nominee. And you can have the election stolen from you.
10 minutes worth of it.
How can you win with Russian interference, though?
That's the real
what I'm
thing.
scared about in 2020.
But rightly.
Because
Kamala
I think
Harris.
he's an illegitimate president that didn't really win. So how do you fight against that in 2020?
You are absolutely right.
He's an illegitimate
Joe
president
Biden.
in my mind.
Would you be my vice presidential candidate? Folks, look, I absolutely agree.
Trump didn't actually win the election
Jimmy Carter.
in 2016. He lost the election, and he was put in office because the Russians interfered.
Trump knows he's an illegitimate president.
Hillary Clinton.
President or elect, although legally
Jerry
elected, is
Nadler.
not legitimate.
I don't see this president-elect as a legitimate president.
You said you believe that Russia's interference altered the outcome of the election.
I do.
We have a president who, if in fact it is proven, has been assisted by the Russians and may in fact not be a legitimate president.
The one thing that Trump is fearful of when it comes to his being president is that finally we will see how illegitimate his victory actually was.
And that was Hillary Clinton again.
Wow.
Well,
how long was that?
There's 10 minutes. We just looked at 1 minute and 10 seconds of 10 minutes of them saying the 2016 election was stolen.
Well, and you see what they'll do. If you bring that up because they can't deny it, and they don't, then they go, yeah, but we didn't storm the Capitol. So that's what they do. Yeah. Every time you bring it up. But, yeah, we might not have liked it, and we might have said it was illegitimate. The difference is we didn't storm the Capitol.
Right.
And that's what we were saying on the air when it happened. Being duped into doing that, you gave them that weapon so they can use it every time you corner them on being a hypocrite.
Yep.
But I'm telling you, Rick,
they use that to say that Trump's dangerous. Yep. His supporters are dangerous. They're insurrectionists. All this. I know. I know all that is hyperbole and exaggeration. But I'm telling you, when it happened, You just took a weapon and you gave it to them, and they've been using it ever since.
Well, to Ted Cruz's point, though, the mentality of the people who thought the election was stolen had just sit through an entire summer where people burned cities who had a political disagreement, and they saw no punishment being doled out, none. So they thought, hey, it's on. If you have a group and a mob and you want to go do something and you think you're in the right, then you're free game to do it. That was the mentality of the people on the ground.
Right. No question.
Now, I'm not saying it was right.
No, I totally agree with you.
And hear me out, but that was the mentality. They had been groomed an entire summer going, if you are upset with something, you go take it out and mob, burn, and do what you need to do, because they will not do a thing to you. And remember, none of those people, and I'm not saying they should have done it. It was illegal. I was shocked that we didn't mow down about 50 people to begin with, and that would have been the end of it. Because if it's that easy for a bunch of people with flagpoles to do it, how much easier would it be for a foreign power to do it? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And none of those people went in and fired weapons. Okay, they had flagpoles and threw fire extinguishers and all that kind of stuff. Shouldn't have done it. But you see, it was a rowdy mob. They did exactly what they saw had happened throughout the country. If those riots had been shut down, and if they'd have shot the first few that came up, that would have been the end of it. It would have never have happened. You got to have law and order, people. I don't care what side of the political spectrum you're on. You have to have law and order.
Yeah.
And we had a big vacuum of that. We still got a big vacuum of that because we're putting these criminals right back out on the street. And you see the crime rates going through the roof.
Yeah. The point I was making is that the people who did it, and I understand everything you said is true, but what I'm saying is this was a trap set by the left, and they fell for it. Because the reason why they didn't mow anybody down is because then the bad PR would have been on the government, and they allowed these people this access. They knew they weren't dangerous, and this was all a setup for a politically against Trump and his supporters, and they fell for it. And all that you're talking about was all the setup, because now you go, well, y'all were burning the streets. Well, we didn't storm the Capitol. I mean, you fell right into it.
Yeah.
They set a trap for you, and you took the bait. And now every time you bring it up, they're going to go right back to that.
Speedy sent me a clip of the audience going nuts.
Yeah, that's the part I saw.
And do you guys want to see that?
Yeah, let's see this.
This is where they had to go to commercial break.
Okay, here we go.
Climate denial like Ted Cruz. ABC spent less than 6 hours last year covering climate change, and now they're platforming someone like Ted Cruz.
Oh, my goodness.
Climate denial is resulting in...
How stupid do you look when you look like you're a big protester and you got a mask on? Cover climate change more.
Let's see.
There you go.
Somebody yells out a bad word, and they had to dump it and go to break.
Is that what got them in that break?
Yeah.
Hard to take somebody serious, too, when they're screaming in their pajamas.
Yeah.
Well,
With a
again,
mask on.
you invite somebody into studio audience, and then they disturb you like that. I think they're way too nice to those people. I think if you put them, you slam them down, say like that coach from Dothan did, and they'll quit that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Because see, there's no risk here.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He and a buddy has sat in the student section, and they said.
I bet if you're a hearing doctor in Starkville, you make a good living.
What I want
because that has to affect you too eventually.
Yeah,
it's constantly all that.
It's so funny how the fans are trained too, because they ring the cowbells, and then it there's a message that comes up like, okay, stop doing that, and then it just turns into the roar. So they do that pretty well.
So trying to figure out what's going on now. Let's not forget two other things that happened. Ohio State just absolutely destroyed Michigan State.
That wasn't even a game.
That was a horrifying thing to see. I mean, it was just.
They were
awful.
back at home.
It was just absolutely awful. Yeah. I tried to watch that game, and I was like, well, they no need sticking around with this. And so you had that. You had how did TCU Oklahoma end up?
Oklahoma destroyed them.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oklahoma
You talking
destroyed
about somebody that looks as good right now as anybody.
So you got that.
Well, I think they're going to be rewarded. I think when you have the Final Four or the top four come out tomorrow, you're going to see Miami and Oklahoma get in there with Alabama and Clemson. So
Clemson, at one point it was close, but put Florida State away. And so it was.
The hype leading up to Saturday, and we've talked about. There was only just a few really good games, but prior to them starting, everybody was like, "Oh, this is going to be awesome!" And then there was a bunch of blowouts.
Yeah, the setup. I mean, no,
you had 1-10, 3-7, 5-6, and 13 and 14, and none of those games were close.
Right. So what does that mean? Because
not a one of them. The best game was the Alabama Mississippi State, and we didn't even discuss it.
Yeah,
last week going into it.
Yeah, because I thought that would be. I just didn't. But like I said, my concern for Mississippi State is when they lose ugly. But they came to play, and they were playing a great team, and it wasn't a fluke. Everybody said it was just two heavyweights pounding on each other. Which
quarterback did an unbelievable job running the ball. He was a handle.
Well, if you look back at Alabama during this dominant run, they seem to struggle if an offense can present itself to their incredible defense with a running threat quarterback. They have shown they will struggle with that. I don't know why, but they do. And so they struggle with it again.
All this started Friday. We had shake-up Friday night. Nobody's even talking about. Washington got beat by Stanford.
Right.
They were number 9, and
That's
so
right.
they're not out of the playoffs.
Matter of fact, that whole conference is probably out of the playoffs.
Everybody in the Pac, whatever they call themselves, Pac-12, but I think they got 16 teams. They all have 2 losses or more.
Now I will tell you this: if your relative is a relative named Defense, you would not like the way he was treated in the Iowa State Oklahoma State game because I don't know. That was almost like there was just something. Everybody had something against defense. But now if you want to see
Big 12 football.
Listen, if you want to see a wild game though, I watched almost all of that. That was a wild game. I mean, it really literally was. Whoever has the ball last, good luck to you.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and so that was 49-42. Yeah.
So the playoff picture is getting really strange.
It is.
I don't know with Oklahoma doing so well and Miami staying undefeated.
Oh, that was the other game. Miami dominated.
Yeah. Oh, it was a wipeout.
Gold chain to you.
But you're going to have Miami.
We were wondering about Notre Dame.
You're going to have Miami and Clemson play. And so you have to feel like one of them will probably slide off the mound.
No, we asked the question. We asked the question in the kickoff hour. Okay, and look, save your email. I've already gotten a few for this question because how dare I try to ask this? If we've asked the question about the SEC getting 2 teams in, we really have to ask the same question about the ACC at this point. But if Wisconsin gets beat in the conference game, they will have gotten beat to Ohio State, 2-loss team. So let's say that Miami and Clemson match up in the championship game, and Clemson clips them by 3 points, 45-42 in this ridiculous game.
Right.
Does Miami get in over a 2-loss Big Ten after they've done what they've done, beat a 13, throttled a 3, and then barely got beat by a team that has been in the college football rankings this entire time? You really can make that same argument that you've made for SEC.
No question.
I think
if you're going to do apples and apples,
I'm going to make a prediction that the committee is looking at the conference championship games as the first round of the playoffs, and I don't think they're going to reward people who do not win their conference. I just don't think they are. I think they're going to make people win their conference, and then they have a legitimate – because if you leave somebody out who just lost their conference championship game – and they go, well, look at our season. They're going to go, well, why didn't you win? All you had to do is win, and you're in.
And if that's the case, you're going to have the SEC champion, you're going to have the ACC champion,
right?
You're going to have Oklahoma, and you're going to have Ohio State or Wisconsin. That's your playoff. And I
think that's a safe bet, right?
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes.
Day without him, brother.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. All right, so all the different emails yesterday after the show, and you try to, when these things come to you, you want to try to get all the information, all that. I mean, here's a guy coaching a high school football team, and suddenly you end up national news in today's drama world. So I got a lot of emails. Hey, man, y'all seen that video down there in Dothan?
Yeah.
Dothan, Alabama, where we're heard on News Talk 103.9. Hello, Dothan. It's one of our Rick and Bubba radio markets, and we've done a lot of stuff there. Done a couple of men's conferences there in Dothan. We've been down there. Bubba, did you play
Played
some tennis?
A lot of tennis
down there?
down there, yeah.
All kinds of stuff. So we got
Hubie Casey.
So anyway, we started getting this video that everybody's got that where the Dothan head football coach slams one of the assistants over a penalty that the assistant calls by being on the field during a key play. Any of this I got wrong yet? Is that pretty much right? You know how this whole sideline warning thing, and you can't be on the field, and the assistant had gotten out on the field during the run of the touchdown. Is the touchdown run underway when this happens?
Anytime you get in the way of that line judge running down the sideline, they're going to throw that flag.
He hates that
because they're running.
But it's just a warning.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's worth.
Well, Greg, don't be too quick to judge.
Let's
Greg.
see it first.
All right, so here it is. So there's the line judge. The assistant coach is in his way, and he throws the flag, and the head coach takes the assistant and slams him for getting in the way. Yeah. So there's the flag.
He moved him back,
and then slam.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Pretty good.
It looks really bad.
But the head coach, you can tell he's one of us. He's a little older, but he's stout up top.
Mm-hmm.
And he's still got
him. He was trailing the.
He's got that good old man strength.
Yeah.
Probably
country strong.
Country strong. Probably
he likes corn.
Probably can still squat like crazy.
But correct me if I'm wrong. The touchdown counted. Mm-hmm. There was just a warning for the sideline.
Right.
Correct. Now at the time when he slammed him, he probably thought the touchdown was coming back.
Yeah.
No. In all fairness, when he slams his assistant, he thinks the assistant has cost them a key touchdown.
And this is
he didn't really think through that it was just a sideline warning.
And this is a pretty big win over Opelika.
Well, yeah, it is. Right? Yeah. And this coach, by the way, has turned the Dothan football program around. So that you got to consider that. If y'all were losing, of course, you have to really come down on him.
True.
But I mean,
but
the fact
he got a little work.
The fact that the team is turning it around, we have to take that into consideration.
Is this a fireable offense?
Now, I'd like to hear from the assistant coach.
Yeah, a lot of it's got.
Really to me, he's the key player.
Evidently, he's not mad, or the guy would have got more than a one-game suspension, I think.
Yeah, that's all he got. 1 game suspension. They said there may be some financial penalty to it. But,
So to me, if the assistant coach says, "Hey, man, we coach hard, we play hard, Coach and I are fine."
Yeah.
It was the heat of the
Probably
moment.
should have shoved me down because I was in the way.
He slammed me. How about this? I'm a DA for being on the field.
Rick, I think the warning from the ref would have been enough.
I think it would have been too.
Right. Was the coach a volunteer though too?
Yes, it says that. He is a volunteer.
Well, and that's listen.
That hits home.
Let me tell y'all this. And this is how old we are.
You're talking about a guy who's dedicating his own time for free.
When Greg and I played, y'all not gonna believe this number I'm about to say. I'm talking about programs that are considered, medium to large. We're not talking about the small classifications. We had 3 football coaches that had an offensive position and a defensive position in varsity football, and everybody else was a volunteer on Friday night on the sideline.
And those 3 ran practice all week.
Yeah, and those three coaches ran practice all week. The volunteers weren't there. And like if you coach the quarterbacks, you also coach the defensive backs. If you coach the offensive line, you also coach the defensive line. If you coach the linebackers,
it ain't that way.
Well, how'd the volunteers get out of practice during the week?
They were usually practicing the junior high and the B
jobs.
team. Or they have a junior high and B team coach.
They had their practice after work. When they got off their job, they got paid for. So we literally played in a football program that was a big program that was run by 3 guys.
Yeah.
And so
of course, I think most were then.
Yeah, so sideline volunteers in high school football dressed as coaches is pretty common.
Yeah.
There's men in the community that help with Friday night. Mm-hmm. And you've done it before.
Oh, yeah.
Speedy did it.
For a long time.
You would have got slammed.
Yeah, and it looked like to me the assistant coach actually wasn't on the video where it starts. It looks like he's just in that restricted area. It doesn't look like he's on the field. It looks like he's in that path where the line
judge runs. He may have backed
runs.
up after the flag.
Yeah, it could have been. Like I said, just from the video, it looks like. Well, he is. He's got 1 foot on the. I'm sorry, he's got 1 foot on the field.
In the world, Helmsley, to answer your question, in the world that I live in, it's not a fireable offense.
I agree with that.
But in the world we now live in, which is not my world, I've outlived my world.
We live in a fake world.
Right. Yeah. People get real upset about this kind of stuff, but it looks like they may handle this level-headed.
But now, again, though, and this has nothing to do with anybody getting fired, but my response, I am grown and you put your hands on me.
No question.
You
That
know,
falls
I'm not a
under
child.
that.
No,
Not
to
a
me,
kid.
the two men need to just go fight somewhere.
Yeah,
Yes.
and they're not bad. I don't think
they're not
guys are
bad people.
In the field house, that might have happened. I
Yeah.
don't
Yeah,
know.
it may have.
Because you put your hands on me.
Because
and
when he
embarrass me in
first-
front of
Two
everybody.
different topics. Two different topics. How the state handles it, how the school handles it, versus how these two men handle it between each other.
Right.
It's two completely different topics.
And I look, in today's
Now,
world.
you ain't going to slam me and get away with it.
No.
I know that.
No.
But now I'm not going to ask for you to be fired.
Right. You can cuss me out.
Right.
Because I've had that.
We
but
got a
don't
real
put-
awkward Monday coming.
And,
don't
he's
put your
come
hands on
out
me.
and applied. He said, I was so wrong. You know, I lost it, and I need to work on myself. And I mean, he's saying the right things.
That's
I mean,
good.
and
But we're at least going to arm wrestle. At least.
Something.
Forgive my
Go buy
ignorance.
him a meal.
Forgive my ignorance. What is the coaching setup now in a big program?
There's a lot of coaches that are on payroll, but they're still volunteers.
The big schools have staffs like colleges.
Yeah, the big schools have massive
Okay,
staff.
like colleges. There you go. Interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
But we're-
Specialist. I mean, you got a special teams coach now. We didn't even know what that was. That was so unheard of.
Yeah.
The special teams coach was an insurance salesman.
Yeah.
that came on Friday nights and went over and talked to the linebacker while he was tying his shoe up.
That's so good.
Yes, no, you're right. The volunteers now help with headsets, help with pregame. It might help.
They don't coach.
Like for special teams, like calling up players, like just screaming, because high school players will forget that they're on special teams and they'll be down the field on a bench somewhere, and you're screaming, punt team or extra point,
Our special
or kickoff,
teams,
and so you're counting players, making sure just doing the grunt work for the actual coaches.
Our special teams coach was really just one of the three coaches. Yeah. One of them would do kickoff receive, the other would do kickoff.
Right.
Did coaches have headsets? Did coaches have headsets back in the day?
They'll also,
But you only had one. You had one headset on the.
And all press box people, by the way, were volunteers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Because all the main coaches were on the sideline.
Volunteers also, they'll chart, so they'll stand by the play caller and write down what plays are being called. And
We'll get your reaction when we come back at 866-WE-BE-BIG. As far as we're concerned, I think it's been handled appropriately. I don't think there's anything else really needs to be done. No. I know we got some drama queens out there. We'll hear from y'all when we come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's a safe bet, but Greg and I were talking. Is it the best four teams? And I don't know. I don't think it is.
Guys, I got news for you. I can't figure out who the best four teams are.
Well,
just when I think
Right.
I know, somebody will lay an egg or somebody will just rip somebody.
and talking about the best four teams.
Did you think Notre Dame was going to get ripped like that?
No.
Well, talking
Notre
about
Dame has a bad record in Miami.
And then that snowballs. You go, Notre Dame got hammered, so they're not as good as we thought they were. We were giving Georgia this credit for this big Notre Dame victory. Maybe they're not as good as we thought they were. It just, you can't.
It all just kind of falls down.
Well, the one thing I think you never want to have happen is that the season doesn't matter, and if you make those conference championship games key in who gets in, then the whole season really does matter.
Well, I go back to this. I think under the playoff system we have right now, I think the season matters more than ever.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it does, and that's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah. This whole thing, the season wasn't going to matter if we went to a playoff. I've never understood that line of thing.
Yeah.
Well, if you make that conference championship a prerequisite, for the most part, you may not say it is, but you kind of make it in your mind, it gets real important.
The AP top four are Alabama, Miami, Oklahoma, Clemson, Wisconsin's 5, Auburn is 6. We'll see if that plays out like the playoff rankings coming out tomorrow
Where did
night.
Georgia go?
Georgia's 7.
Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Hey, how about it?
For a brand new hour. All right, so we've talked a little bit of football in the last hour as college football shook up a little bit. We're not talking a whole lot of NFL because none of us are really watching it. I know that they said that we had only 3 players that kneeled during the national anthem as the league honored the military during Veterans Day weekend. So only 3, and then there were 3. Saw the Roger Goodell report that he's requesting a $50 million salary, a lifetime private jet. I mean, that as if he's done a phenomenal job.
That's quite a management fee. You know what, Rick? Look, and I don't want to step out here. I don't want to step out. I will propose to the NFL. I'll be the commissioner. No private jet. $25 million a year. You boys put $1 million each back in your pocket.
How about this? I will.
What a deal!
I will. Since we're throwing ourselves out there, I will coach Florida or Tennessee, and my buyout will only be $5 million.
Oh, poor old Butch Jones. We were talking about him last hour. He's got an $8 million buyout.
He won't get but $8 million.
So Butch is going to be fine. Look for him coming to an analyst program near you.
Caution, I acknowledge the thing I'm about to say I have said too many times over the last 23 years. I know there's these things we go back to and we tell them over and over and over again.
Right.
And some of them, people hear for the first time. Some of them go, I've heard that for 11 times, and I can't believe you're going to mention it again. The first time these kind of contracts started happening for these coaches that we're supposed to feel sorry for is that Ray Goff thing. I'll never forget it, and I know I've talked about it a million times.
And everybody liked Ray Goff. He's a nice guy.
Ray Goff was one of the first ones to get one of these big-time guaranteed contracts and did not do well, okay? And he was at Georgia. And I remember, like, they did this big exclusive, we're going to go interview the distraught Ray Goff over how hard it was to be hired and then fired. And he had gotten so much money, and they're talking to him on like this. There's just rolling green hills of land.
There was a pond over on the side.
And he's got all the – and it was –
he's on his porch.
And you ever seen a little kid try to cry to get their way, and they can't muster a cry because they're really not upset? He was trying to talk about how hard it was on he and his family, but you could tell he didn't really mean it. I mean, you could tell he was thinking, wait a minute.
Well, he's a competitor. He hated to lose, but hey.
It's almost like –
I'm hunting today. As soon as y'all shut the camera down, I'm all right.
It's almost like, he was kind of like – it was just hard for him to really look at himself as this horrible victim because he'd been paid millions of dollars and then not have to coach anymore. So anyway, we'll see how it goes. Some other things to talk about to start the hour. Do we want to continue to talk about this other? I don't know.
Rick, it's just so bizarre, and it's just all over the national news.
Well, don't look up at the TV because that's all we're talking. Now,
by the way, I got a few phone calls I'm gonna make today.
Bubba and I. Look, you know what? That just shows you and I still got some work to do.
No, I think it shows great maturity.
You're right.
We've hemmed it up a little bit.
The fact that we haven't already done. You're right. Well, I want to say this though. There's a couple things because there's the bigger picture and then there's the specifics. We all understand that this thing with Roy Moore is very difficult and of course it's like it's all tied in. My goodness, over the weekend we got Richard Dreyfuss pulling his pants down. I mean, this whole thing that's going on right now,
and it was right behind a giant volcano he made in his kitchen, right?
Well, Bubba, I'd be careful with the volcano analogy with this particular story, but anyway,
he made a giant volcano in the movie.
I know he did. But anyway, so it is funny. Let me tell you one thing that I think is positive.
Let me tell you, it gives whole new meaning to Close Encounters.
It really does, of the first kind even. But so let's talk about this for a minute. Let's look at a positive on what's going on right now. Finally, the far left seems to care about.
We found their moral compass.
They finally have.
When did they make the turn?
I don't know because now remember these were the same people that told us over and over again that we should not be concerned about this kind of behavior in people's personal lives as long as they get the job done.
I know.
Right. So now. And now I'll go back to this, and Bubba and I had this discussion, in the very high-powered meeting we always have before the show.
Yeah.
And we were in there discussing. First of all, I want to deal with the far left first, and then we'll get to the other. So now, remember, if I'm emotional, you know what I'm always looking for? I'm looking for whatever the trends are, and I have to be trendy.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Okay. At one time, it was trendy for people to do whatever they want to do anytime. It is 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Willamette back in play, Greg and Bubba are back, Speedy, Helmsy, Adler, the dream team, all here now. So, Bill Bubba Bussy, welcome home, buddy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for your patience.
All right, so we got phone calls coming in. This is a video that everybody kept asking us about yesterday, where there's a high school football coach in Alabama who takes I look back at the story based on some information we're getting now, and every news source that's reporting this, they are referring to the person as a volunteer assistant coach, so that's all we really have to go on. We do have people from that area that are saying assistant coach may be something that's more of a kind gesture. This person's been part of the program for a while. And as we'll go to the anonymous caller in Dothan, News Talk 1039. Anonymous, go ahead.
Hey, Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Hey, I know I don't have long, so I don't want to get buzzed.
No, it's not. It's not a troll, man. You good? Go ahead.
Oh, all right, cool. Hey, the guy that got thrown down, his name is Early Walker.
Mm-hmm.
He's been a part of the Dothan program before they combined the two schools. You know, he used to be Dothan and Northview. Well, he's been a part of the Dothan program for about 40 years. He's been the janitor down there in the field house, and he's actually, I don't know how to put this in a good way, but he's a little mentally handicapped.
Understood.
He's a great guy, and he's, he's not quite all the way there. Like I said, he's been doing. He's probably been a janitor down there for about 20 years.
So would
He's
you
been a part of
go?
the program.
Have you ever seen the movie? Have you ever seen the movie with Cuba Gooding Jr. Radio?
That would be spot on right there.
Okay. That's what I was afraid of.
Boy, it just gets worse.
That's
It does.
the guy that he flunked into a group of kids right there. So essentially, he went and went bowling with radio, I guess.
Yeah, that does that gives a new dynamic. I'll have to just say that right there. You know,
you can't be on the field though, getting penalties.
In all fairness, and he probably won't get on the field again. But it's
salt of the earth guy.
Salt of the earth.
Yeah.
I would almost go as far as to say unofficial team mascot. It's amazing that most community teams have an early walker. We certainly did at our school, and they travel with the team, and they grew up in the community, and they love the team, and they're part of the team.
They have a servant's heart.
They have a servant's heart. Obviously, they shouldn't be on the field during a touchdown run.
Yeah.
Probably the coaches said, look, my reaction, I overreacted. Didn't mean to sling early like I did. It was a reaction to the moment. Thought it was going to cost us the game. So certainly a lot of heat in the battle. And Early's been there. If he's been there that long, he's heard a lot of intensity on the sideline. Early's family, are they upset by any chance?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen Radio?
I have.
Oh, yeah, great movie.
I need to see it.
I have not seen it.
Adler, you'll love it.
Okay.
Is he in charge of the ball boys too? Did we get that report? That's
what some people are saying.
Getting the balls in and out.
Now this tells me
I want to know if he drives to and from work.
Does Early have a driver's license?
That's what I want to know.
Well, I will say this: I know our little group here, and coaches bond like we do here.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to picture when all the calmness come, and it's all over, it's all settled, it's all done, game's over,
boy,
and suddenly your buddies on the coaching staff walk in, shut the door,
right,
and you're sitting there behind the desk, and who's the first one says, "Did you slam Early?"
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Did you take Early Walker and sling him to the ground? Right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
that was probably
and the coach was like, "Yep, I guess
no win here.
That wasn't the right way to handle that, was it?" No, probably not. No.
And if you want to see what it looks like, here's the video.
Yeah.
Right.
Everybody's got it.
The news is running it.
So
in about an hour.
Yeah.
Just heads up.
Rick and Bubba are going to talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
We
didn't know though.
No.
We didn't know is that kind of situation.
No. Well,
till just now.
I'm not sure you can be upset with us. We didn't know. Apparently, the coach in a moment forgot as well.
He forgot. Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
I want to make it clear though, this was the go-ahead 57-yard touchdown with only 2:14 left.
Yeah.
And for a minute,
this was the game.
Yeah, and for a minute, the coach thinks he's going to lose that touchdown just for a minute, and he certainly wishes he understood sideline warning over penalty in the moment.
Right.
But when that yellow flag goes down,
you can't believe it,
and you see who caused it in the middle of the 57-yard run to win the game,
right,
with 2:14 on the clock. You got to put all that formula. It's all that goes into that's all what brews the stew, right?
Yeah, and
really the people responsible are us, the fans, because we've put so much pressure on these teams and these coaches to win.
Well, let me give.
We have indicted ourselves.
And I don't know, but let me play the mind of Early. All right, if I'm in charge of the ball boys that are running balls in and out,
where this is going.
Yeah,
and we just scored, I could have stepped out and screamed because the ball boys chase everything. Get the kicking ball out for the field goal or for the extra point. And he steps out trying to get organization on getting the ball back. Now, a lot of times the kicker will run it out, but let's say the kicker's on the field.
I don't think Early has that kind of responsibility.
You don't? Okay.
Well,
I was just from
Sweetie,
a caller.
you saying the referee
that,
may have been too far behind the play?
Yeah, he needs to speed his butt up. He should have been in front of Early.
I want everybody to consider this when everybody decides to come down on Coach Kennedy. Entering the season, a 14-year head coaching career of 115-47.
Wow.
3 state championships in Wisconsin. Trips and won it in 2011.
What, Coach?
And he has Dothan headed in the right direction.
That's right.
And so that has
He's
to be
a hoss,
considered.
man.
That has to be considered.
He's a hoss.
Apparently, also a fine wrestler.
I bet he's pretty good at cutting timber.
I bet he is too.
Great hip toss.
That I was wondering what that was called.
A fantastic hip toss from what I could
His
tell.
form is beautiful.
A lot of upper body strength.
Yeah, it is. But you know, PR wise, when you take the team mascot that's been around the program for 40 years,
and does everything nobody wants to do.
Right, and is beloved by the community, and I think has a field house named after him. When you slam him,
it's not good.
It's a PR nightmare.
And he's got a name that you just like. He just sounds like a nice guy.
Oh, yeah.
Have y'all seen Early? I can
Yes.
say it. Yeah.
Probably never late.
Anonymous in Dothan.
Probably that's why I got the name.
Yep. News Talk 1039. Anonymous, go ahead.
Yes, I was just calling in. The little bit that I do know is that some of the other coaches do pick up Early from his house.
Sorry, Hams.
And also takes him home.
This is bad.
Also, if you'll check the Dothan High School Enterprise game, it sounds like this coach has a reputation of doing things like this because at the end of the game, all the Dothan High School, when they met in the middle of the field, turned their backs. So, thank y'all.
What? I don't know. I don't know what that meant.
That part, I'm not going to chase that route. I have no idea what you're talking about. Austin in Alabama. Austin, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment on it. Say, I kind of agree with Bubba. If you want to show me you really apologize and take me to a buffet.
That's it.
That's right. Take him out to eat. Yeah.
Nothing says my bad like a good buffet.
That's right.
Bob in Alpine. Bob, go ahead.
Yes. Let's put a little different turn on this, if you don't mind.
This got to be interesting.
The individual is an employee of the Board of Education.
Mm-hmm.
If a teacher in the classroom does that to a volunteer, what happens to the teacher? Should our coaches be held to a different standard than what our other teachers, employees
absolutely they
the
should.
Board of Education?
They absolutely should because people care about football more than the classroom.
I think we're wrong.
Got Bubba coughing.
There's the
Bubba, I don't think you're supposed to spray Chloraseptic every segment.
Right.
Yeah, well,
3 squirts every time I've noticed.
Bob, I think what would happen, honestly, is you would see the union get involved, and you probably would have a difficult time removing the teacher. Frankly, you could put them on probation, but you'd have a hard time removing.
Remove them, but.
Yeah. Well,
But 1 day suspension is not enough.
No, it's not one day. It's one game right before we get in the playoffs.
It's a week. Not enough.
Yeah, so it's a whole week.
Still not enough.
It's a whole week, Bob.
It's a big game.
We got playoffs coming up, Bob. Come on now.
Why is Bob whispering?
I think that's our problem. Having 2 different standards in this country. Thank you very much.
Let me tell you this, Bob. This country has no standards.
Right.
On anything. None. 16 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. So ultimately, the people who run that school and the people who are parents and the family of Early and everybody involved, it's really their business above the rest of us. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Want to do it, and that's who the left was.
Yep.
People are to be who are we to judge? Relative truth, all this. So really, if I live in a world that says the Bible is archaic, it's probably made up, it has no say, there is no God, there is no right or wrong, truth is relative. Has anybody really done anything bad? I mean, if that's what you really believe, and somebody said, well, I was a high-powered Hollywood exec or an actor, and I'd never force myself on anybody. I was just trying to cut some deals. You want to be in this movie?
I had something. You had something. We made a deal.
There's some things I'd like to do, and if you're willing to do them, we'll do them. You'll probably get the part. If I believe that there is no right or wrong, and I believe the Bible has no. If I go to my biblical worldview, I can tell you exactly why this is wrong. But if I just believe that anybody can be able to do whatever they want to do as long as they don't harm other people or force them to do something, do I care about all these things? If somebody walks in and says, well, this was presented to me and I turned it down. Well, okay, you turned it down. They didn't chase you, did they? I'm talking about if I was them.
Right. Yeah.
See, I do think this is repulsive behavior because this is not the way
You're going by
what they claim to believe.
Right.
But here's the thing.
The world that they wanted us to live in.
This is the world they wanted.
Yeah.
Well, now, as I said, I think last week on the show, I know I said it off there. If I didn't, I should have said it on there because I thought it was a good analogy. What they are is they're Dr. Frankenstein. They've created a monster, and now that it's walking around breaking things, suddenly they're aghast at the monster.
Right.
But keep in mind, the only reason why they care is it's become trendy to care.
Yeah.
Don't miss that.
That's it.
They don't really care. And what they've looked at is they said, oh, wait a minute. Look, my finger's in the air and the wind's blowing. Oh, so everybody doesn't like this. Okay, well then, by golly, we'll just get them all.
We're coming out of the woodwork.
And now people are coming. Now that you get into what else do we live in? A victim mentality now.
Yeah,
I love the attention of being a victim. So now people are actually scanning their minds, almost it looks like, to think of anything that may have happened to them that was close. Well, I remember one time, somebody said something to me, and now that I recall, I too was the victim of whatever. So now every day,
I was in an elevator one time.
But I would like to tell the left, if you tell fallen people, especially males, that debauchery of any kind is fine, have at it, enjoy it, this is one life to live, get all you can, you should not be shocked
when they do it.
That Frankenstein is alive and has been alive. You perpetuated this, but now you think it's trendy to not like it, so now we all don't like it. And I would agree this is repulsive behavior. So, but it is interesting. I can't follow y'all because at one time y'all told us these things didn't matter and
what you're seeing is what life is like without a standard.
My goodness,
it'll swing one way or the other, and then at some point, oh, wait a minute, now we think this is wrong.
Listen,
and that's today.
Yeah,
it could be fine later on. Who knows?
Bubba, we talked about this in the entertainment business. If you listen to every amount of music coming out, I would say, I'll just say the majority. I won't give a percentage. The majority of it says what? Hey, do whatever you want to do with anybody you want to, anytime, anywhere.
That's right.
Okay, we have a song that people sing, and we hold this man up as one of the greats of music and songwriting. That said, if you can't be with the one you love the one you're with.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so all of this, in movies, it's just gratuitous sex and violence and all of this. Hey, we've got actresses that suddenly did not have a problem with somebody giving them a check to roll around naked in a bed in front of cameras for people to get a joy on it, but now we're going to draw a line. Yeah. You realize, Bubba and I talked about this, if you say to somebody, if you give me a check, I will let you look at me naked. And I'll even put myself on the big screen, let everybody see me naked, as long as I get a check. Y'all do know what that's called, right? Okay, so anyway, but now we can't believe these men are the way they are. And they're everywhere. And, I mean, they're around every corner. So now what we're saying is, the other thing is we develop false narratives and we just declare something, and it don't matter how exaggerated it is, that's the role. So now we get over on the conservative side, and we have Roy Moore. And there's allegations that he did something 38 years ago involving a girl that was 14, which if that happened, none of us would say that that's not repulsive, and it really speaks to a really character flaw in him at that time of his life.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So no one would think that would be normal behavior. But we also have in there something that's kind of made it kind of weird, and that is that he also was apparently he was or he wasn't dating some girls that were 17, 18 that the claim is that they were allowed to go out with him and nothing happened sexually or anything, but they did go out on him and they kissed a little bit. And that's a little, when you're 32, looking for 17, 18-year-olds, it's a little bit odd.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So and either that happened or it didn't. But now here's what the left says. Now keep in mind the 14-year-old thing has not been proven, and it's
yay or nay.
Yay or nay. They're now 22 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you for being with us as we make our way back. So anyway, that's one of those stories. the more you peel back another layer, the worse the story gets. So so anyway, that's that will be dealt with, and people will like it, not like it. We will see. Hope it all works out for that community. So as we continue down this road, our next agenda, we must do something about mascots knocking down kids.
Rick, this is our shoving hour.
Yeah,
Continue.
shoving. We've got mascots that have been accused of being bigoted, mascots that are accused of being too mean. Right. What will we do to stop abusive mascots? So the Atlanta Falcons mascot, Freddie the Falcon. Now, is this part of this ongoing thing, which I don't know what it is, where mascots play football against little league teams?
I'm not really
I don't know
sure
what this is.
I do remember the Titans at halftime, they would have youth teams play each other during the halftime for a little bit. I don't know if it's that. This one here, this kid looks a little older, like maybe he's a teenager or young.
And he looks like he's dressed in a Falcon youth uniform.
It does. And he's running the ball into the end zone here.
Okay.
Mascots are chasing him.
Okay.
I don't know what that's about.
That's been going on a lot lately.
Yeah.
I love that.
Mm-hmm. Look.
A little altercation after the play.
Oh, now the kids are attacking them.
Yeah.
Guys, the Falcons.
Guys, I didn't realize it was going to go this far.
I didn't either.
Look, he's running celebrating.
I love mascots.
So the Falcon went too far, like the Dothan head coach, I think.
But by the way, we found out dressed as the Falcon is the head coach at Dothan High School.
Right.
No. What?
He's taunting him, gives him another push, and then the kid doesn't care for it. He goes after the Falcon, and his whole team comes.
Right.
By the way, the kid gets a pretty good right in on the Falcon.
Now, the Falcon escapes the mob with the help of the referee.
Right.
Now he's running with a number 1 up in the air.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
You're right.
gotta admit that's a little much.
Gosh,
Boom.
good stuff.
All right.
And
So
some kind of bumblebee that.
Well, it was a hornet
Is that
from like Charlotte.
The NBA? Yeah.
From the NBA. What is this thing where there's youth teams playing against mascots that we've been seeing so much footage of this?
I know.
And various mascots just trucking kids. This is jacking a kid, knocking him out of bounds. What is that thing?
Look at that.
What is that?
An engine block or something? What is that? Some kind of racing thing?
What kind of mascot is that?
A can of oil?
I don't even know what that is.
These kids are a little bit bigger than some of them we've seen.
And that's the Hornets.
Yeah,
right there. Yeah.
Are they still in Charlotte?
The Hornet didn't take a good angle.
Are they even still a team? I really don't even know.
Yeah, they're back.
Okay. I liked them when I was a kid. Muggsy Bogues,
Or maybe I'm wrong.
Who's the Bobcats?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't
Didn't
know.
they do away with that? I can't remember.
Who knows whose mascot this is? We have no idea.
Yeah.
It's some sort of stinging insect.
Yeah, some kind of.
And then there was the other thing that you guys were talking about in which people shouldn't be pushing other people. That one player didn't get the message that it was
Okay, so we have a game here where they're gonna have a special play. Do they have a name for these plays?
I think what you just said is
why
probably
so
right.
much of this in one show?
They're gonna let someone run a touchdown.
Yeah, it's a let him score.
Okay.
We'll call it a let them score play.
It's a let
I
them.
like that name.
It's
Make
a
a
wish. It's a let them score, kind of a make a wish situation, and nobody tells.
The defense is told to let it go, but somebody didn't get the word.
What about like make a wishbone? No. Yeah, okay.
No.
Right.
Wait a minute. So one of the defensive players doesn't get the word.
Yeah, judge for yourself.
And takes him down.
Oh, buddy, he really does.
And look,
somebody
his
tell
own players. Look at the defensive line. They're holding their hand up, going, "What are you doing?"
By the way,
the offensive line needs to block better.
Well, the defensive end is coming hard. He does not have no one's told him. 74 was not told.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can even see the defense. They look at
63's got his hands up. 73's got his hands
look at 14
on
down here. Look at
27.
What are
Can't
you
believe
doing?
it.
What are you doing?
14's like, even though he's on the kid's team, he's like, what in the world?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, look, 73 has the same thing. You're right. Both hands.
27. Everybody.
So let me get. I just want.
This is a let them score play, and somebody either doesn't get the word or decides not to go with that and pancakes the guy.
Yeah. It didn't get down the line, did it?
That's so bad.
Oh, man.
I don't tell. You just can't believe.
You could tell he didn't realize it because watch, he gets up and is like, "Oh my gosh, what have I done?"
And
watch.
Yeah, right. And he's like, "Oh no!"
Can I say this? The defensive end had great form.
Yeah.
And I bet I know that kid's personality. He's that kid that you always got to keep an eye
I know
on.
exactly who that was.
Is that a Beaumont?
It's Ward.
Yeah.
Oh no!
What happened For sure.
Absolutely.
Beaumont would have
Why
done
did
it.
we throw a flag?
Ed Brunton would have done it.
I guess he was in on it too and realized I need to do something here.
Right, yeah.
Right, yeah. Well, you know what? It sets
Yeah.
up the next one of, okay, now do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you think you're going to get
again.
that kid to try it again? Probably not.
But that might make it.
Can I
a little
tell
bit
you
more
this? I'm going to
special.
go ahead and say this. Tough week for the special needs community.
Yeah, it is.
Well, dealing with football. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the football world and sometimes
Right.
and trying to do something nice and kind, it's hard to go together. Those two worlds. Football's normally not designed for kindness. And then you try to get some kindness in it, and it sometimes gets awkward.
I love these stories when basketball teams do this. And it's one thing to let someone come out and run down the field.
You need to let everybody know about it.
But I love these basketball stories where you let a kid in and you give him the ball and let him take a shot and he nails it. Because he still has to nail the shot.
He does.
Okay,
He does.
And the place goes nuts. God, it makes my day.
Yeah, that is nice.
I love that.
Can I say this?
So you think the referee threw the flag just because that's? Hey,
I think, yeah.
Because I'm looking at it again. What's the flag for?
Well, the flag is we're going to try that again because somebody didn't tell 74.
Everybody felt so bad. I mean, the only thing a referee can do is throw a flag. I mean,
Do you think
I felt like throwing one.
Do you think that 74? He was there with the group, was told, and he started thinking about something else. A bird flew by. Was he not paying attention, or did someone fail to communicate well?
That's it. He wasn't paying attention, Rick.
That was me, wasn't it?
Yeah. Because look, he's on the left side of the line too. It just didn't get down to him.
Or maybe
You know?
he got in, because he doesn't get in a lot. Maybe he was in for that play. Who knows?
That's
I mean,
that's possible.
I'm trying to come up with scenarios here. Right?
Well, I can think of some players that I have had the honor of coaching, and I have some that you could not put them in for this type of attempt.
Right.
They would foil it.
Really?
Oh yes.
Knowingly.
No, well, just they can't comprehend that.
Or they just,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They cannot participate in that promotion.
Right. Just when the ball is snapped, their adrenaline would get the most out of them.
Yeah, and I usually only play those players on like third downs.
Right.
Go get the quarterback, and that's all I tell them.
Right.
Well, you can't put them in this kind of situation because all they know is go.
Rick and Bubba.
Testing Sean Hannity just for interviewing him, and I heard the interview on the radio.
Hannity was rough on him, I thought.
He asked very difficult. I even told Bubba this didn't go well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for
you
Roy
text
Moore.
me, said this is backfired on him.
I said this didn't go well. So we'll come back and we'll talk about now advertisers are dropping Hannity because of the George Soros paid, mafia type people that go after advertisers, and this is their narrative. You can't advertise on a show that interviews child molesters and coddles them. Well, first of all, no one's established what? I mean, he's a journalist trying to get to the bottom of the story, and somehow he's a bad guy. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, Hank, get us started. Go ahead, buddy. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
Good.
We're great.
Hey, what I think probably ought to happen on this Roy Moore thing is if you're going to vote for him, vote for him. If you were not, don't. And then once this sorts out, if it turns out he was wrong, he'll be replaced by a conservative, and it'll work out the way it should, and the liberals won't win.
One strategy. There you go, Hank.
Yeah, we haven't really covered that. We probably need to get somebody that knows the law on it, but there is a thing called the disqualification rule in the Senate, and that may come into play in this.
Let's go to David in Alabama. David, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
Thank you very much. I'm just reading the headline from the New York Post this morning. Dems mum on whether Menendez should step down if convicted. And I wanted to read one more part of it. Tom Perez, chairman of the DNC, said, "We'll wait and see what happens this week. The jury has not spoken yet." Comments.
Yeah, so
he's accused of something very similar, right?
So with Menendez, we're going to wait and see what the facts are. But with Roy Moore, we're already
he's out.
Yeah,
he's disqualified.
We've already declared.
He's out of there.
We've declared what he is. Could be a little home team action there. Let's go.
Not in the WAPO.
Oh no,
the Washington Post.
You know,
right. Have you seen the abbreviation for it? WAPO. WAPO.
Big John out of Wetumpka. Big John, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I just want to say that apparently the Keurig coffee makers have pulled their ads from Sean Hannity, and in response, Keurig fans are smashing their machines. And I just want to know, can I have their K-Cups? Because those things are expensive.
Yeah, well look.
Have you seen the video of all the people destroying those coffee makers, Rick? They're throwing them off buildings, they're lighting them on fire, they're running over them with their truck.
Yeah, I mean,
it's great.
But this is like saying, I mean, yeah. So
see if you find that video.
Well, I think that this is, but I'm glad this is happening. I'll tell you why. And I certainly don't want anyone to get hurt, but I mean, because I think these advertisers that have this shoot, ready, aim mentality, meaning we just go whichever way the reeds are blowing, I think they need to see you have to make difficult decisions about whether you want to sell your products or not.
Right.
And that is, don't you understand that when the political mafia comes after you, but then when you pull the ad from a show that has millions and millions of viewers and then listeners,
fans
that like Sean Hannity, they're now mad at your product.
Yeah.
So you've
put yourself in a no-win scenario.
What you should say is we're a doggone coffee maker. Okay?
We sell coffee, and we want to get our message to the most people we can for a certain price. Why were they on that show to begin with, Rick? To sell coffee, right?
Well, I will tell you this. In the BuzzBox coffee program, we were pressured to go to these K-Cup things, and none of us feel good about it because it's a low-grade coffee. Why don't we just do away with Keurig machines completely? Everybody sign up for BuzzBox and drink better coffee anyway.
There you go.
Yeah.
Simple.
K-Cups, the Keurig people, would anybody fault them if they just said, hey, we're selling coffee makers? Hannity's got a lot of viewers and listeners, so we're trying to sell that audience Keurig stuff. We're also over here on give me some left wing, whatever. We also advertise.
Just whatever. They're going with the numbers. They're going where they want to advertise. Look, if you're on Hannity's show to begin with, guess what? He's going to have controversial guests on there.
Right.
He's going to make some controversial statements. That's part of it. Look, Rick, if I disagreed with Sean, I wouldn't hold the coffee company responsible for it.
No.
You know what I mean? It's just like the NFL. I know I've got some disagreements with them. So does a lot of other Americans. I don't just quit buying cars that were advertised on there.
Right.
I'm not holding car makers responsible for what a bunch of spoiled NFL players are doing.
866 We Be Big. Kelly in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Kelly, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Good. I don't know if this question has been asked or if someone has said it. I have been listening forever, but I haven't noticed. Why did this not come out when he was going through the Ten Commandments thing? I mean, am I just clueless? I'll hang up and listen to what y'all have to say.
Kelly, no, you make a great point, and this is fair. He's been in public life for 40 plus years, running for 4 major statewide.
$35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we roll on. Greg and Bubba are back today. Hey, fieldofgreens.com. I'll tell you what, I have fallen in love with this product. Just got a brand new order that just came in. And because I was running out again. Helmsy, you started it. I know you're fired up about it.
I am. I'm surprised at how good it tastes. I mix it with my drinks, and I mix it with my smoothies, and it actually adds to it. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah, it is, and I've actually done a combination of I'll start today. I'll take the protein powder, mix it with the Field of Greens, and that's my opening shake of the day.
Okay.
So it really is good, and it gives you all the recommended 6 cups a day of veggies and fruits. Really helps with good, clean energy. Obviously, now more than ever, we talked about this yesterday, probably the thing that we can take action on is to try to be sure that our immune system operates at peak performance. And this is another way to do that, your overall health. It gives you, a little fuel back in the tank. It's an organic superfood, and you take it every day, all natural, and has the full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, as we mentioned. And it's 100% made in America, all American ingredients. It is gluten-free, it's organic, it's vegan, if that matters to you, and it's certified non-GMO. So go to fieldofgreens.com now. Use our promo code BUBBA. That will save you 15% off your first order and then 10% off any future order. Fieldofgreens.com. The code is BUBBA. Or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and you will love this product because we certainly do. Okay, so we are continuing. Adler now wants to give us an upbeat, and this is not a new video. It's I've seen it several times.
Yeah, I think we even played it like a decade ago.
Yeah, but since we've seen a man with special needs slammed on the sideline, now we've seen another one being tackled in an attempt to make someone's day. It's like we need to see something that's moving. And a lot of you have seen this. This is a kid that is kind of like the water boy for a team. He is autistic, and so they put him in a game in basketball. He misses his first 2 attempts, but then he heats up, and he starts draining threes. And again, this has been out a while. I remember we may have played it even back when it first happened. But anyway, it's almost like Adler said he needs it.
Yeah,
and
I need it.
Yeah,
He needs to turn it.
We've seen so many things that make us uncomfortable.
Yes. Yeah.
We want to see something that really inspires us.
Thank you.
So thank you, Adler. This is a good move.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here we go.
Because he has been so devoted to the team, for the last game of the season, Coach Johnson decided to let Jason actually suit up. Not to play necessarily, just to let him feel what it's like to wear a jersey. At least that was the plan. But with 4 minutes to go in last week's game, Coach Johnson stood up and pointed to number 52, Jason McElwain. After years of fetching water and toweling off other people's sweat, Jason was actually in a game. His first shot was a 20-footer from the right baseline. Was it close? Did you almost make it?
I just airballed it.
I'm like, just, dear God, please, let's just get him a basket.
His second shot missed too, but the third was a charm. A 3-point no-doubter. And Jason wasn't done yet. Not by a long shot.
If I wasn't there to witness it, I wouldn't have believed it,
You caught fire.
I just caught fire. I was hot as a pistol.
Jason ended up shooting 6 3-pointers. One right after the other. He had 20 points total, and each time a shot went in, his teammates and the crowd went a little crazier. His last basket, right at the buzzer, created total mayhem.
Buddy, when he got it dialed in.
Because he is autistic. Jason says he's used to feeling different, but never this different.
That's good.
That's
good.
Love that. We needed that.
Wow,
one.
really needed that.
Hey, when he got it dialed in, he couldn't miss. He couldn't miss.
Hot as a pistol.
Hot
Guys,
as a
he goes
pistol.
in with 4 minutes left in the
as
game
a
and
pistol.
scores 20 points.
Good night.
Oh, he just went nuts. So anyway, that thank you, Adler.
Needed that.
That was nothing but therapeutic.
Now, Rick, that's what we used to try to do when we went in with a few minutes left. But
oh yeah, well
we didn't have the 3-point line.
No, we didn't. But
what was the score of that game when he went in?
I tried to see it.
I was wondering about
I tried to see it. Maybe it looked like it was a pretty big deficit. Or they were ahead. I should say.
But can you
pretty far ahead?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine just wanting something good to happen?
Yeah.
And you think, all right, he made the first basket, so now I can relax.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, he just heats up and you can't miss.
Think about it after the first 2 misses, how you feel.
Oh, I know.
And then to have it turn on like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you got 8 shots off in that short amount of time.
Oh yeah, yeah, pretty incredible. Yeah. So there you go. Also, Bubba, you were talking about some other stories going on today. Have you seen the one where? Are you familiar with who James Corden is?
Yes.
Okay. So
he's a late night host.
Yeah,
funny guy.
The late show, and he does all those.
He's
videos.
the one that did the things with Tom Cruise.
Yes, he's done. Well, he's done so many things with somebody. He does the thing where they sing in his car and all this.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Well, he's had to apologize after he said he showed himself at a restaurant.
Oh yeah, he went nuts on some wait staff person.
Yeah,
got something wrong, and it's become a big story.
Well, when you show yourself in today's environment, guess what? Hey, that's James Corden over there losing his mind. Let me roll video and so he has had to come back and apologize. And he said that he was ungracious and wrong to berate a waiter at one of New York City's most famous restaurants because the waiter got his wife's omelet order wrong. It got him banned from the eatery for a period of time.
He must have really pitched.
For a while he
pitched
denied
to Dandy,
it.
huh?
Yeah. He denied that he had really done anything.
Well,
wrong.
because that's his first reaction is he got busted acting like a jerk, and he tried to, he didn't want to own it to begin with, and but I will say this. I would like to know, and I think it's going to tie back to the story we did. I would like to know, because it says banned from the eatery for a period of time. I want to know who's banned longer, the Dothan High School coach or James Corden from the restaurant.
Yeah.
So it doesn't tell us how long.
His on-air apology probably gets him back in.
Well, he said that he was that he snapped at the waiter.
Oh my goodness!
And the way that he made a snide remark, and that he was going to cook the omelet himself, and that that he admitted that he made a mistake by making the rude and unnecessary comment to the server.
Oh my goodness!
Do you think his wife kind of churned the waters up on that?
Oh no, that would never happen. So here we go.
As her meal came wrong to the table the third time, in the heat of the moment, I made a sarcastic, rude comment, right, about cooking it myself, and it is a comment I deeply regret. Like,
Wow.
I understand the difficulties of being a server.
And he goes on, but yeah, I just don't want to play too
I
much
tell you,
of
the
it.
biggest shock of this to me is he has a wife.
Yeah, well.
I was actually surprised too. I was surprised too. Yeah.
Honestly, I didn't think he was in the wife thing.
I didn't either.
Really?
I didn't.
Yeah. I mean, he was in that movie Cats, and that doesn't help at all.
Right.
You know.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he seemed to, his time with Elton John seemed a little more joyful than I thought it should have been.
Yeah.
I mean, like it was almost like I didn't think he would have a wife, and I'm pleasantly surprised.
Like this screenshot from the movie Cats does not help at all. No, that doesn't help.
Yeah, well, funny guy. I go
He's
back to
very
what Bubba
funny.
said. Very funny guy.
How about this too? In other celebrity news, Leslie Jordan, talking about a funny guy. Did you see where? I guess he had maybe some type of medical event or something, but his
he had a
car
car
crashed.
wreck. I thought it was a car wreck.
I know, but guys, it hit a building.
Yeah, I think he had an event before that
something
caused
had to have happened. Just from the pictures and the way things look.
The car doesn't even look that damaged.
All right, I'm going to say something that's really going to concern y'all.
Sad.
Everybody has our list. We're keeping on everybody. Whoever has my list, make a note of this. I didn't know who this person was.
I didn't either.
I didn't know by name.
No,
I
you wouldn't know him by name, but if you saw some of the
Once I
bits he
saw
was
him, I
in,
did.
Rick, you would.
Well,
he's from Chattanooga.
And also,
Originally.
During the
Yeah, I
pandemic,
didn't know
I got somebody sent me something he did on Instagram, and he went for in the pandemic. He had about I'm guessing 50 to 80,000 followers, and he went to the millions because he would talk about life during the pandemic. Pretty funny guy, but the way his car and it hit a building, it just looks weird. Like maybe something had happened because I don't think he would just drive into a building.
Can I tell you, this is a big day for me. Didn't know that James Corden had a wife. Glad to hear that today.
Yeah.
And I thought this guy was much older than 67.
Yeah, I can see that.
I will give you that. I thought the same thing.
Yeah, I thought, because now that y'all show him to me, I thought, oh, that's that old man that does TikTok videos.
I think
And then I thought,
Yeah, he's kind of a wiry guy.
I thought that guy was like really old. I thought he was like in his 80s.
70s at least.
Yeah, and he's 67. Wow.
But this guy's not in my world at all. I didn't know he was a big deal.
I didn't either. I thought, you know what I thought? I thought it was somebody's granddad that does videos.
He's been on a lot
Funny,
of TV shows.
Will and
he,
Grace
He
and
delivers a lot of punchlines. It's pretty good. So he's a funny guy.
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. I'm sure he is. I just didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know his career.
Right.
But and also I was shot by 67.
I'll give you that.
Now I realize that at my age now, I'm looking at 67 as a lot younger than it is.
Right, maybe that's young. That's a young guy.
But I did think he was much older than 67. Phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll do our first phone troll of the day. Any topic. And you're running the show right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Elections. I mean, really, if it was valid, it should have come up a long time ago. And I understand. Well, I finally just broke. I got that too, but I ain't really buying that.
Well, I think
I love.
I think in what you're realizing though, in the times we're living in now with all these political wars, Beth, is this is the first time that the Democrats said, "Look, we got to go after this guy. There's a chance we could get, this thing is swaying so close." And they went in there and they go, "Look, guys, here's something." And I don't know what happened. I do not know what happened. But we do know that
there's really only 2 people that know what happened.
Yeah, but we do know that
it didn't happen.
We can tell you we do have an example in the past where they gave somebody a check to claim something happened, and the guy had to fight for his life to finally prove that didn't happen, but the damage to his political career was already there to a certain degree. They don't care whether this is true or not. They're wondering, is this enough to get us this seat that we need?
That's it.
And then after that, they're not going to care about this person. They don't care about any of it. There is no great outcry on their part. They're simply looking for something to try to get a seat that they've never had. And if they could get a liberal Democrat, which is sadly the fact you can find one in Alabama now, but you have found one in this one.
Oh yeah,
and
well, there's a little pocket.
Yeah, and if he was able to take that seat and represent Alabama, that's a huge win for the Democrats. And that's why everybody cares right now.
Yeah. This is not just a normal
election. They couldn't find a way to care about
It's not a normal Senate seat. This literally, with the number of establishment people not supporting Trump, is a swing vote that can make or break Supreme Court justices, laws, taxes, all these things. I mean, there's a lot at stake on this seat, and that's why one reason I was so passionate about it to begin with.
Let's go to Philip in New Albany. Philip, go ahead. Welcome to the program. How are you?
Doing fine. I just want to, I don't really know that much about Roy Moore, but the accusations and all that, it kills me how the media on the front page of the newspaper will crucify somebody, and then when they are found not guilty and or that everything is not true, they put it in a small article and bury it in the back of the paper where 8 out of 10 people are not going to.
Yeah, corrections are printed on like the page 8.
Right.
You know,
We continue. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Candace, Birmingham, Alabama. Candace, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Yeah, I was going to say, too, as a side note, that John Archibald couldn't find anything with Roy Moore for the past 20 years, and Washington Post found it in 4 days.
That's so good.
That's a good one, by the way.
That is good.
I really want to talk about your Beth Mowins impression. I think, Rick, you're going to have to watch more football because you make her sound Chinese.
Yeah,
and
well.
she's not of Asian descent.
But I think she's got a little Asian in her.
Yeah, you have to understand.
Somewhere back in there.
Any impression I do is going to have a hint of that in it. Yeah. You have to understand that.
It's either anything that we do, impersonation, good, bad, otherwise, is going to have either a hint of Asian or a hint of German.
That's
to
right.
it.
Yeah.
Because that's what all of them were based off of. to start with.
Absolutely. That's their foundation. Aaron in Gadsden, Z93.
I cannot get enough Hogan's Heroes, and I know the guy was a bird, but I still like the show.
Aaron, go ahead.
Well, how y'all doing?
Well, great.
Now, how much do y'all think this war thing is a distraction from, like, a lot of different things they don't want you to pay attention to?
Well, like, for instance?
Just everything going on, like, in the news with Donald Trump, with everything, with the NFL, like, with just how all of these things just keep coming up, like, never know, just chill time in the government.
Well, I mean, I don't fully understand. It's a distraction, but I mean, from what? Other distractions? I didn't fully understand that. Did you?
Well, there's always that rumor of, you're looking at one thing, they're doing something else. I don't know how this would fit in directly. But
I understand the premise.
I understand the concept.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Judy in Alabama. Judy, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Morning, guys. If Roy Moore was a lech back then, he would have been a lech through the years. Don't hand me this. This is a put-up thing, and we have got to stand behind Roy Moore. Stand up, Alabama. It's high time, or you're going to lose out completely.
Judy, what was that term you were using?
Lech. If he was a lech, if he was...
Oh, alleged? Or
no,
a
lech. L-E-C-H. Okay, if he was a...
What is that?
Sexual. Okay, I got it. I looked it up.
Okay, we looked it up.
I'm out of the loop on it.
Your vocabulary exceeded ours, which is not a big thing.
No.
If he was out here dating these babies and pulling such as this and doing what
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Well, let's open up the lines and let's talk to the people. Let's talk to the people. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. The show belongs to you. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer will sound. Your time on the program comes to a close. We'll move to the next caller, and this is good news for you because we open up 10 lines, which means it's much easier for you to get in. And then as we move through the calls, because of the buzzer, you don't have to stand in line as long. So if you make a move right now, you'll get in. From Bubba, I got the first email the other day that now my class is asking about our 40-year class reunion, which will come in 83. We were 83 in 2023. And I got to one of my classmates says, please tell Bubba that 8 shots in 4 minutes is nothing. I once watched you go 0 for 12 in a 2-minute span against Heflin. So he said, I watched Birds launch 12. And I drove my basketball coach crazy because I was the center. When I was growing up, if you were over 6 foot, they put you at center.
Oh, yeah.
And because there weren't as many real tall people. I mean, that was considered tall then. It's not now. And I would go to the coffin corner and launch rainbows, and he couldn't. Well, he would say, Burgess, what are you doing out there? I said, I thought I was supposed to flash out. He goes, you don't flash, you rotate in the middle. And I would launch. I'm talking about rainbow shots. I mean, it would touch the top of the gym coming down. Let's go to Craig in Alabama. Craig, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Talking about the coach has been suspended for a week, I think that's a harsh punishment. I mean, we've got people committing felonies who don't spend a day in jail.
Well, you know what?
You got to look at it versus the no bail rule.
Relative, Craig. Well said. Chris in Alabama. Chris, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Chris from Leeds. First call back from mobilization, so super happy to be back home.
Well, welcome back. Thank you, sir.
Two quick things. Number one, James Corden having a wife reminds me of Ryan Seacrest having a girlfriend.
Okay.
And two, the coach in the basketball story, his name was Coach Johnson, right? I would like to maybe hear our Coach Johnson. Maybe give like inspiration.
So,
thank you, sir.
What's his name, Coach Johnson?
I don't know. I didn't catch it. I didn't catch it.
You may be right, sir.
Yeah.
Coach Johnson. Andrew.
Can you find it?
Yeah. Have you got it today? Hey, is it Coach Johnson? I think you've kind of forgot how to do it.
I think it's a little nopey in there.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you usually shut your eyes. You're looking up.
Yeah.
Johnson.
Yeah, he's
still a little low.
He is. You're struggling with it a little bit. There you go.
There you go. There you go.
There it is. Yeah, it sounds like Beaker from the Muppets.
Yeah,
that's where you got to get. Gosh, that's good. Andrew in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Too early to get back.
Okay. Good morning.
Hey, Andrew, go ahead.
I'm good.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
We got you.
Did you guys see Ted Cruz hear about yesterday taking on Whoopi Goldberg?
Oh, yeah, we played it last hour. You must have just got up. Yeah, we played the whole thing. That was a lot of fun.
It was.
Let's go to Jay in Birmingham. ZZK. Jay, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to give a shout out to a band out of Mobile, Alabama called the Red Clay.
That's just a shout out. We don't do that on phone trolls. Kyle in Auburn. Kyle, I-92. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to know why nobody's talking about the referee and the assistant coach throwdown scenario. Guy's been in the community for 40 years. That ref knew that guy, and that play was not on that sideline. He was trying to insert himself in the game for a game-changing penalty. Why is nobody talking about it?
You know what? He's got to be held responsible for getting that young man slammed, or maybe not so young man.
Mm-hmm.
You know it? Yeah, you're right, Kyle. How about this, drama queen? The plays on the other side of the field, ain't no need to throw that in early.
Right.
Look what you did.
Yeah. Wow. And you're slow jogging. Speed it up.
Yeah. Josh, of course, you know, one thing the head coach probably should have thought through was just going to be a warning.
Right.
But,
Right. It's the first flag over there.
By the way, whoever was the get-back coach is really who got early slams.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's go to Josh. Josh in Alabama. Josh, go ahead.
Hey, I just want to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Is that early or late?
That's to get on Greg's nerves.
Yeah, it is.
But is that left over from last year? Or is he getting the
Oh,
job?
right.
Yeah, it's a great point. For a minute, I thought maybe we were getting a call. I don't know what to do here, and against my better judgment, I'm going to take a call with the person going by the name Tiny Tim.
Oh, boy.
Tim, go ahead.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
There was about 4 other guys on the field that flag had been flagged on as far as in the white, and it's a different penalty if you're in the green.
Are you a referee?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. I can
Are
tell.
you the referee?
Are you the one?
No, I'm not the one, but
Well, let me
So what
ask
do you
you,
say? What
since
do you
you are a referee, time out. You've seen the footage. Fair call?
A little dramatic?
like I said, if he was actually in the green, that's unsportsmanlike. With someone on the field where the ball is live.
He had one foot.
In the white, nobody's supposed to be in the white when the ball is live.
Do you make a judgment call though? If that's you and you're running down the sideline and you know that
opposite
the play is
sideline,
on
by
the
the way.
opposite side of you, do you throw that flag? I don't care where he's standing, green or
If-
white.
The referee's actually running in the white.
Yes, they run along the sideline.
Right, he's supposed to be in
yeah.
the he's supposed to be in the white. That's
Right.
his area.
Yeah, that's why he's got to have free reign.
If it is you and you're running down, the play is on the opposite side of the field, do you let that go or you throw the flag?
You still have to throw the flag. We get penalized by the state if we get it reviewed and people are in that white. No matter where the ball's at, when the ball is live.
Well, you got early slammed. I hope you're happy.
The rule's the rule.
I hope
Rule's the rule.
you got early
Typical
slammed.
official.
Mhm. I hope you're happy.
Well,
Early might as well have been thrown on your feet.
Coaches.
Hmm?
Yes, coaches need to know. They know the rules. They go to the same clinics that the officials do.
But can I say
And they
something
still
though?
try to get away
Honestly,
with-
and we're joking around a little bit. I understand everything you're saying, but isn't there some sort of discernment and wisdom that referees are supposed to have too? What's going on in the game? Is that giving someone an unfair advantage?
What about that same question? What about the same question for the coaches?
No, the coaches should be held accountable. I'm just saying, shouldn't y'all too?
The rules, the rules.
Well, yeah.
But to your point,
Well, yeah, we have to take some. There is some.
I know, Tiny. I've been talking to people like you my whole life wearing that strawberry shirt. Yeah, you're perfect for your job. All right, top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Half of Hollywood's doing, he would have done it through the years. Don't hand it to me now. Somebody's been bought off, and Alabama's fixing to be bought off.
Well, the latest poll that I saw over the weekend, the supporters of Roy Moore were kind of split on this, and they have Doug Jones with about a 5-point lead in the latest poll. That's with nobody writing in. Now you're gonna have them coming out of the woodwork wanting a write-in on some people too. But
right,
I learned what a latch was.
How about I didn't know what that was, and I need to come.
Hey, it's not good.
No. Keep the definition up. I want to read it. Hang on.
15 minutes to the top.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, what's up?
Well, Bubba, we are going around the world in 80 days.
Somebody's lying to us. This either happened or it didn't. I mean, right? Am I missing something here?
And
the light is either on or off. There is no dim.
And when people keep wanting to know what our response is to it, I can't respond to something that I don't know what the truth is. So somebody's lying. Either these women are lying or Roy's lying. One or the other.
Yeah. And then you get into the three options we talked about. It's a political hack job. It's bad Roy Moore, or it is Roy forever. It only can fit into. It's still bad Leroy Brown. Well, just sometimes top of the head can be the funniest.
I will tell you, some people will say, well, it doesn't matter because politically, Doug Jones is so in conflict with the things that I believe politically. But I would say this: if these things are true about Roy Moore, and you said if they're true, I still don't care. The political agenda is more important than the type of man Roy Moore is. That does sort of make you a Democrat. But anyway, so just if I could throw that out there real quick. But go ahead. So, Bubba, tell us what's going to happen.
This is what I think is going to happen today. This could change. Okay. You've heard all these scenarios: Jeff Sessions dropping out, election being pushed back, Jimmy Jam. I don't think any of that's going to happen.
Writing in Bill Bubba Bussy.
Yeah, that ain't happening. That ain't happening. Who wants that job?
I
quite
like
frankly,
that right there.
Look, you and Big
I like that right there.
Big Luther may be back.
No, I think he's done.
Okay.
If the people had spoke to me,
right,
I would accept what the people said.
That's right.
And go, I tried.
Right. Absolutely.
And you said no, so I'm going to do something else.
Yeah, and Greg made a statement too. Yesterday, I understand about whoever thought this would have been a problem.
Yeah,
but anyway,
right.
which had owned me.
Yeah, I mean, really.
I didn't quote
just
it.
surprises.
I didn't quote you exactly. I got close.
The guy was good.
But maybe you can resurrect that after the show today for the staff.
Not on there, but
I think
who would ever thought that'd been a problem?
Yeah, I think Roy Moore and the Republicans have such a big lead in our state over Doug Jones.
Right.
I think even with people falling off, staying at home, I think if the election happened today, and gosh only knows what will happen between now and then, Roy Moore will win again. He will not win with as big a margin as he probably should have without all this, but I think he'll win again. But then that's where it's going to get interesting. You notice most of the senators use the term this disqualifies him from serving.
That's right.
Well, there's a little-known part of our Constitution. It doesn't matter who we, the people of our state, send to Washington, the Senate can disqualify them from serving.
A little breaker that was put in there in case the people tried to act a fool, I guess.
All right, here you
Up
go.
in here.
Article 1, Section 5 of the United States Constitution provides that each House of Congress may determine the rules of its proceedings, punish its members for disorderly behavior, and the occurrence of 2/3 vote expel a member, or commonly known as disqualify them. Since 1789, the Senate has only expelled 15 people in its membership. None since I think the last time it was done was during the Civil War. The rule is in place.
Been a while.
Listen how many of them use the word disqualify. That's what they're telling you they're going to do.
Is there enough of them to do it, though?
I would say if you take every Democrat and half the Republicans, you got it.
Yeah.
42 have already asked him to step down and withdraw from the race.
So if you put that 100% of the Democrats, you got it, right?
It would.
Yeah, probably so.
The kind of the way I look at it. So let's say Roy wins. He goes. They disqualify him, which they legally can do. And Roy knows this too. He knows the law on it. Then I'm not sure what happens after that. I feel fairly confident that would go back to the governor to appoint someone else to fill in the remainder.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you.
term.
What happens then?
I think the governor, in a timely manner, would have to appoint someone to do that. It's so close to the election, I think you could justify appointing someone not having another election because, gosh, look what we've been through to the tune of millions and millions of dollars. We don't need to do that again. So let the term fill out. I think it would come up again in 20. Yeah. I'm not sure. I think it's 20.
Rick, what if Scott Dawson appointed you? Oh, wait, no, he won't be governor yet.
Yeah, he's not going to be governor till
I was thinking Kay would probably appoint you, Speedy.
Yeah. Probably not. But anyway, so
I think that there's enough people will say, no matter how many people come out, whatever, they're going to give Roy give him the doubt in this because without hard proof, it's he said, she said, political season, the timing, it's been done before in our state. They will just go, look, I don't know, but I do know Doug Jones, and I can't allow him to go in there and block judges and block all this. They'll
look out, we're going to get you 6 minutes past the hour. Coming to you from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from sweet home Alabama to the world. The gang all here today got everybody back. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. Join me in welcoming back Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining.
All right, so Taylor Swift Bubba, I know you're a huge fan.
I'm telling you what, she can turn out the music, can't she?
Well,
And the hits.
and pack the stadiums, and she's definitely good at what she does. And whether it's your thing or not, taste wise, she is a very successful artist. But her and when they say this about albums now, how do we even know? They're talking about new album Midnight sells over 1 million copies. Are we talking about downloads?
Yeah,
I
think they count all that together, and she did that in like 3 days to make it the number 1 album of 2022.
Right. And they said that nowadays, when you sell 1 million copies of your album, you actually make $26. So anyway, did you? By the way, speaking of this, I heard this yesterday. I don't even know where I was, and I was pulling up to visit Mom and Dad. And the person said that, do you remember that time that U2 did that promotion where they gave you their album?
Yeah.
All of a sudden you just looked at it was on your phone. That Bono has come back and apologized and said that really upset some people who didn't want U2's new album. And he said, you know what? It was my idea. I thought it was brilliant. And for everybody to upset, I apologize. If you want to know who came up with that, that was my idea.
His call.
And I apologize for everybody to upset. But anyway, so Taylor Swift, even though she's celebrating this, Bubba, she's been accused of fat phobia.
Fat phobia because of a scene in the video where she steps on a scale, and the scale, instead of giving the number of what she weighs, says fat.
And that's so it would have been okay if it said 300.
By the way, if you are concerned about a pop artist video and whether the scales has fat or a weight on it, you are really concerned about that and want something done, get on your face today and thank God above you're that blessed.
Yeah.
I mean, your life must be, you must be living, what's that term that our parents used to use, the life of Riley?
Yeah.
And I mean,
that's your biggest problem.
Which I never understood what that meant. Was that a show?
They must have had.
Well, that's Greg, his son-in-law's name.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's got a pretty good line.
Plus, from what it looks like, here's the image of, all right, so Taylor Swift is all glammed up in one version of her, and then the person that's standing on the scale is Taylor Swift in just like normal house clothes or whatever, and then the scale says fat. That to me says she is not enforcing this. She's saying this is how a lot of people feel.
That's right.
This is how I feel, even though that's not accurate, and a lot of people feel this way. She's not saying fat people are bad or anything like that.
We don't care about intent.
That makes no sense.
Well, it stems from a 2020 Netflix documentary on her career. Swift openly discussed how the media and entertainment industry led her to have an unhealthy relationship with her body. She spoke of exercising a great deal while not eating enough for that period of her life. She has since embraced a more healthy lifestyle. And she was awful skinny. Let's face it. She was just a rail there.
It was not good, yeah.
No.
Well, and she tries to do a positive message about, how women struggle with always thinking they're fat even when they're not. Well, it doesn't matter. You shouldn't use that term. Fat should not be used.
Oh, come on.
Well, Rick, people with that are offended that they say people with body, they got a
body
term
shaming
for it.
or whatever. Body shaming.
Yeah, they even use the term fat phobic.
I know, Greg.
Fat phobic.
So it goes back.
Is that even a word?
This even drops into how things have changed, and you and I, Bubba, of course, part of this. So I was having a conversation with my wife, and I was talking about a person that I knew that is a very heavy person, okay, and so I said something involving it, and I used their last name, which let's just say their last name was I'll use my name. Okay, Burgess. Okay, even though it wasn't. It would be like somebody, because I'm heavy and I've been heavier and I've been heavy less, but I've never, only one period of my life, a very short period of my life from 7th grade to 11th grade was I ever not heavy. Okay. But anyway, I've got a perfect example, which I used last night, which did not work. And so I said, oh man, I'm fired up about seeing old Fatty Burgess and whatever. And she goes, well, you can't call him that. Oh. I said, what are you talking about? It's like a nickname. We have nicknames, and when guys hang out together, And she goes, someone's nickname can't be Fatty. And I said, Fat Albert? Excuse me?
Yeah.
Excuse
what about
me?
that?
Fat Joe?
Hey. Everybody's like, it's Fat Albert. Hey, Fat Albert. Hey, guys. You know, I mean, nobody was, he didn't get upset about it.
No.
I mean, that was his nickname. And Greg, in our nickname, you got Fatty, you got Tiny, you got all this, Shorty. Yep. You got Hoss.
Pig.
The Pig.
Yeah.
I mean, this was one of those things that was an honor. And she goes, no way do you call this person. And as I said, I'm telling you, we all do this. So we shouldn't have called Fat Albert Fat Albert. The gang called him Fat Albert. We would have done that. Bubba and I used to say and still do, the two sexiest fat men alive.
Right.
I mean, we don't walk around thinking that we're being shamed.
People are looking at
the word fat in and of itself. I thought at one time PHAT was really hip.
Right.
Hey, that's fat.
That meant cool. Yeah.
Right. I don't know how any one person could find this offensive that we're discussing.
And I just read the lyrics of the song, and it's just about her struggling with her body image. That's what the song's about. It's not
Which
about...
a lot of women do.
Exactly.
Could have been a positive message. Apparently men don't.
Not as much.
Not as much. But women do.
They do.
You're right. And but I just don't. We're getting to the point where
it loses,
you can't live your life being terrified of words.
It loses its meaning if you just show a number, because she's saying, doesn't matter what the number is, I'm fat.
That's right. That's the message.
Exactly. I rarely find myself
get the message?
in a position to defend Taylor Swift, but I really think this is silly.
Exactly. It's crazy. It's just like even words. We don't care what the intent is.
I want you to look.
Well, libs are big on words, Greg, because
no matter what you meant by it,
they control your life.
Yeah.
I want you to look at the world we're living in. Even when you are really, and I've heard Taylor Swift give her. She would not. We don't agree with Taylor Swift on probably anything that matters
politically,
and I don't know morally, but here's the other thing. Even when she attempts to play to her own fan base and play to the left by taking on women being seen as objects and always feeling like they're fat, even when they're not, trying to live up to this standard that the evil world has created for women, she can't even do that without getting in trouble.
I
mean, you shouldn't use the word fat. Do y'all not understand? This is the reason why legalism becomes burdensome. Do y'all not understand that when you become so nitpicky about everything, that people will eventually reach a tipping point where they won't care at all?
Yeah.
Right. When I cross a bridge I just can't make you happy.
That's it.
And if I ever cross that bridge, I really don't worry about you anymore.
Yeah.
I just
you've overplayed your hand.
I just move on. When I realize, oh, wow, I made an effort, and, so now you're going to nitpick the effort on something that's minuscule. I'm trying to do a positive message about how women hate their bodies, and we've done this to women, and now all you see is I shouldn't use the word fat, even though women look at the scales and that's what they see. Are you kidding me? And fat phobia? Are you kidding me? I mean, that's so silly. I mean, and childish and lack of thought and depth.
Demanding her change it. Get it off the video.
If it had been a number, any number, there would have been backlash for that.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't have held the same meaning. The point is, it doesn't matter what the number is. You always see yourself as not fitting in. Society doesn't.
There you go.
Doesn't give you where you need to be.
Hey. And what did he say after that?
I'm Fat Albert.
I'm Fat Albert. He called himself that.
That's it.
Yeah. And the others, hey, Fat Albert. Hey, guys. I mean,
that's
good. He didn't talk fat.
Yeah. That's really good.
Yeah. Hey, y'all going my way?
That's really good.
That's really good, Rick.
I used to love that cartoon.
I did too.
By the way, Life of Riley was a sitcom in the late 40s and 50s.
Yeah, it was. Didn't know that Bill Cosby during the gang was doing what he was doing.
Yeah, right.
Roy in, but I would not be surprised at all if the Senate disqualified him.
And that's number 3 on your list, right?
That would be Roy forever, wins the election.
Right.
Senate rules keeps him from ever being seated. Governor Kay Ivey will appoint a replacement. That's just how I see it today if nothing changes.
Right. Well, and you have to remember.
And I'm not a constitutional lawyer. I just eat at a lot of grills.
Right. Well, we were and you have heard, and you do remember. But anyway, but the what was just
I remember most of them I ate at.
What was just text to us is right. barring Roy Moore admitting it himself and saying, I did this, I'm not this man anymore, I was wrong to do it, let the chips fall where they may, I've repented and whatever. So Roy has not done that. So barring him doing that, remember how it's set up in our country. You are innocent until proven guilty.
On legal matters.
On legal matters. It doesn't say that you have to prove your innocence. It says people have to prove your guilt.
Right.
So Roy does not have to prove his innocence. The people going against him just have to prove his guilt. And I don't see how they're going to do it.
Yeah,
if he doesn't admit it.
Rick, I don't either. And I think a large part of the Forever Roy gang would vote for him if they had pictures. So they would say that was then, he's changed, we know what he stands for. I'd rather have that than Doug Jones, But have you noticed how many of the senators are also saying, look, the people of Alabama can decide that. They're trying not to act like they care because they know how that affected it last time.
Right.
It may only galvanize support.
Your phone calls are next.
Rick and Bubba.
Just think about that for a minute.
Good picture.
I mean, and I love, and don't miss the term citizen of the year.
Sure.
So the citizen that we should all adhere to be more like is the one that wears a Fidel Castro T-shirt promoting a communist leader.
Right.
Wears socks that depicts the law enforcement in our country as pigs. Says he will not stand under a flag where law enforcement people murder African Americans and are not held accountable for it, and has never voted. That's what GQ says. If you want a citizen of the United States, you should implement. Here he is.
Well, you said it.
But they had to skip right over J.J. Watts, who had helped raise millions and millions of dollars for his fellow Texans that were damaged and displaced in the flood and all of that. They just couldn't quite get to him.
So what we're saying is, if you want to be, according to GQ magazine,
GQ, Rick, don't forget that.
The model citizen of the United States doesn't vote, wears socks depicting law enforcement as pigs, coddles and thinks we should be more like communist Cuba, and creates false narratives against law enforcement that really has gotten people in law enforcement killed. That's the citizen, according to GQ magazine.
Yeah, that's the key. When you look back, go, well, it is GQ. Right.
But just think, I don't care who you are. What a dumb thing to do.
As we all wait for each year for them to tell us who the citizen of the year is, but
you're right.
But that it's embarrassing.
I just think
it's embarrassing.
It's comical.
Yeah.
We continue.
My subscription's over now.
That's it.
That's it.
They can just keep it.
Tim and Jasper.
I'm done with GQ.
Tim, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
I get my fashion tips.
You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
If your name's Tim and you're in Jasper, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, yesterday afternoon on Fox News, Judge Napana, they asked him about what Bubba just read about the law. He said that only applied if he was already a senator. Said if Judge Moore wins election, that he'd be a senator and they can't do anything about it.
Now, wait a minute. I don't understand because
I heard this as well.
When
you would have to be a sitting senator
when it happened, when the crimes were committed.
Or this just came up, but he's a senator.
Correct.
That might be in the old days. This is the politically correct world we're in now. They're not going to let someone sit there who is being accused of all this because they're just going to be lambasted with it all day long.
And I hear you, Bubba. The law is written so that he can't be expelled, according to Judge Napolitano. I can't say his name either. I was going to make fun of the guy who couldn't, but I heard that exact same thing too.
I'm sure it'll be litigated. I have no doubt, but
we continue.
If you notice, though, a lot of them use that language, disqualified.
No, you're right about that. No question.
Holler about it.
866 We Be Big. Rachel in Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Rachel, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
We love y'all.
Thank you.
This whole Roy Moore deal, it may be a political witch hunt, and it probably is. But what angers me is that women could be paid to lie and to make light of a situation that is so serious.
Oh, yeah.
Now, 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to more of your phone calls coming up at the bottom of the hour. Bubba, I don't even I don't even want to read this story. I don't know which one you have there. Yeah, if you want to update that one first, and that'll.
Well, just a quick update.
Yeah.
Brittany Griner's 9-year prison sentence in Russia for drug possession has been upheld by court on Tuesday.
Yeah. And when you say court, do you mean somewhere in Russia?
Yes, yes. I have a feeling that.
They use the word court loosely there.
Well, I have
bad time.
I have a feeling that she is going to be held in Russia till we quit sending rockets to Ukraine.
That is correct.
I don't think you're going to see any change there.
Wow.
Her lawyer had said that they were not expecting any miracles.
So what is going to be? I just want y'all to imagine for a minute. And I know for some of you this is going to be a scary thought, so just stay with me and take good deep breaths, okay? If Donald Trump was still president, okay? I know that some of you, your booming economy was no fun for you because there was mean tweets. I got it. But
and $2.38 a gallon gas.
And I know this close to Halloween, the thoughts of Donald Trump terrify you. But I will say this: let's say he was still president, and no one was doing anything. It looked to get Brittany Griner out of Russia.
Oh, you would be hearing
my
it
goodness.
every day. The crying at the gate, the loving wife who's missing her back in Texas somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
It would just be the end of time. The president doesn't care.
Yes.
Jimmy Jam, all that stuff.
Do you realize that the fact that there is no way that a sitting Republican president could get away with appearing to really be doing nothing to free a woman lesbian of color from Russia?
A WNBA star.
She checks all the boxes.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, you wouldn't hear the end of it.
No, it's so.
It'd be wall-to-wall coverage.
But is are we doing anything to bring her home? Really? I mean, other than sending Dennis Rodman over there. I mean,
what are you going to
do? But again, that's not the way it would be if the roles were reversed.
No.
And you could say, which I'm okay with, this is on Brittany Griner.
You know, too, Rick. Somewhere along the line, she was
wouldn't
playing.
Get away with that.
She was playing in another league over in Russia. That someone,
frankly, she's been playing for another league her whole life.
Well, I know, but
I'm here all week.
Somebody said, "Are you nervous traveling to Russia?" She's like, "No, I do it all the time. No big deal." Mm-hmm. Back and forth, and wow, then you get shut down at the gate.
Well, I think what happens in Americans, we're the worst at it, is we are in this illusion that wherever we go, America goes with us.
Right.
And we think that the way we behave here and the ridiculous stuff that's tolerated here,
tolerated
or
I
have a standing here that I have back at home, and you're delusional. That isn't correct. When you move into another country, when you're there, you got unless you are there as an ambassador, if you're just visiting the country, you're now under their laws, their rules. And, the way things may be responded to in your country may not be responded to the same way in that country.
Right.
And you got to be aware of that. And I'm sure she was aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
But now, as you said, Bubba, she's being used as a political football, or in this case, basketball.
Right.
And as long as we keep supporting Ukraine and we keep throwing stuff their way, Brittany Griner is valuable to them, to Russia, as a PR tool.
Oh yeah, well you're gonna have that.
So
you should have known that.
What about the lawyer? Yeah, we kind of thought court
wasn't expecting a miracle.
Courts here in Russia are probably not going to say, "Hey, we take the 9-year prison term back." So is Brittany Griner going to stay in prison in Russia for 9 years?
I would say in the foreseeable future, Rick, unless there is a massive change of leadership in Russia.
Right.
Which I think the longer this goes on, the higher the chances are. Because even the Russians are going, what are we doing?
Yeah,
this is ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, and that's really apparently, you try to keep Ukraine as you give them the ability to withhold as long as they can. But I think really you got to have a combination of that with the people of Russia deciding they've had enough.
Yeah. Well, you see the Ukraine is pushing back the front, especially in the south on some of these major cities. So I don't know what is Putin going to do. I mean, He's already had to go get help from
he'll lose face.
Iranians and everybody else. So,
well, yeah, that's the only thing that concerns you because honestly, if this were a basketball game, I'm staying in this theme since we're talking about Brittany
Right.
Griner. It feels like somebody needs to run in and call jump ball. You know how they just keep wrestling for the ball and nobody's really winning, but it's not going away there. Then you just call and say, "Whoop, everybody," because it's almost like Russia can't quite overwhelm Ukraine, and Ukraine can't quite push them back. But it's just
I feel like the Ukraine every day they hang on, they're winning.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
But they're actually pushing the front back some now. So it's the Russians just had a big call up. Everybody that was 16 to 80 or something. Something ridiculous numbers. So I don't know. I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know how they get out of this now. I mean, they've changed commanders there about 3 or 4 times. Nobody can seem to get the job done. So the only real advantage that Russia has is with nukes. So if they throw a tactical nuke into that arena, that's going to get a massive response. We've already had some of our folks talk about when they were on these, the high-ranking committees, that required an all-out attack on Russian troops outside of Russia.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say things have gotten bad for Russia, but I heard they just called Yakov Smirnoff up.
Right, that's bad.
They put him in the
You remember how funny he was? That's back during the Cold War days. He was funny. He was funny.
I want everybody to know I Googled his name. I did not recall.
You don't remember him?
No. I had the line, and I had the comedian. I couldn't think of his name, so I Googled it real quick so I could deliver the line.
Yeah.
I don't want y'all to think I had that kind of recall.
It was great delivery.
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah.
Unless I'm being extremely naive, he's not a character. He really is from Russia, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought it was somebody playing a Russian comic.
Yeah.
Here's some footage of a Russian jet being shot down by a Ukrainian surface-to-air missile. If you guys want to see,
sure this is not a video game?
I know, right? You got to be careful.
We have a lot of those.
But this is first-person view of the Russian ejecting.
Well, how would we get that from? I mean,
He's
Russia,
got a helmet cam.
But Russia wouldn't put that out, would they?
I don't know.
That looks fake.
I think that's a video game.
That's a video game.
It's a video game.
It's a new Call of Duty.
It's a video game.
No, this is real.
They're actually, it's out today. They say it's real.
Brittany Griner's playing this video game in prison.
Yep. Sorry. That explosion doesn't look real.
No,
that
real.
all looks cartoon.
That's real. Wow. And he just lands in a cornfield.
Yeah.
And look, it's not good.
No.
The Ukrainians are not really big on you invading their country.
Let's take your phone calls next on any topic you want to talk about. All 10, well, not all 10 lines, but a lot of lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba.
How do we know women are being paid to make light of it? What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, why would they just now wait to come out and tell?
Well, I mean,
I wanted to ask her too. Who do you think's lying in this?
Right. That's not. I don't think. I think of all the things we want to say about that, I don't think that one is fair.
Yeah.
Because I can understand why women would be at one point, if they were young, probably in shock. Another point, thinking if I do this, I mean, I'll
give you that point, Rick. But here's the thing. You've waited 40 years, that's fine, but now you've waited to the exact time in the election. Roy could not.
Oh, no,
there's obviously a timing component here that is a little odd.
No
to
question.
all this.
Remember, I said the other day, the timing is 100% politically motivated.
Yes,
but that doesn't mean it's lies.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah. No, the timing.
Because
but we know somebody here is lying.
Yes,
somebody is lying to us to our face, and we just don't. I don't think there's any gray area here.
His political career and as controversial as he was at times, and polarizing or whatever you want to say, you would think maybe it would have came up then, or maybe at the time nobody cared because it wasn't going to change anything. Maybe they tried to tell somebody, and everybody's like, eh. Because, we're hearing now that all of a sudden everybody in Gadsden claims that, everybody knew that.
Well, I really think the truth will come out of Gadsden because I'm like, y'all, no one ever in my life has ever mentioned that this is what people have told me about Roy Moore my entire time of knowing who he is. Hey, I understand. I respect him. He's a little bit odd. I don't think his strategy, even standing up for the faith, a lot of times is a good strategy. I've heard that.
Yeah, I have too.
I've heard he's an egomaniac, that he does this stuff to bring attention to himself because he likes to be a martyr.
I kind of fell in that crowd. And I'm not saying that's legit, but I always had that kind of feeling.
But this I've never heard. Never.
No.
So what I'm wondering, and now
and we spent a lot of time in Gadsden. We spent a lot of time in the Gadsden Mall. I never heard it. You know?
And you would think if
how much time did you spend?
If he'd have been on that big of alert, you know,
to Greg,
we did a lot of remotes.
Yeah. To Greg's point, and to Helms, all of your points, those narratives have always been out there about him all the time.
Yeah.
But what I don't understand, if those people felt that way, don't you think you'd say, well, I'll tell you, there's one thing he's done that we can remove him from the face of the political landscape and not have to deal with him anymore, and no one's ever brought. It's almost like we're led to believe that senator was finally the line.
Yeah.
I mean, how about this?
This particular election is it.
All he's ever done, all the things he's done, we're not out to get him. You would think when a man's claiming that he is God's chosen martyr, that you would come out and say, oh, this guy's a let me tell you who this guy is.
Yeah.
And you didn't hear it. Or maybe it was brought up, nobody would listen. So there's no doubt that whether this is true or not true, one thing that is true is it's politically motivated in this election.
Yeah. Even if it's true,
anybody
that
that believe that, I mean, the timing is what it is.
Yeah.
And Speedy probably knows him better than any of us.
You used to work out with him.
You did. Was he? I mean, you get to know a lot about a person working out with him
when you spot him and all.
What do you think?
He was
You
fine.
catch him gawking at the women in there working out?
No, I mean, we would always just talk and work out. I mean, that was it.
Yeah. Now what?
I'm picturing you working out with Roy Moore, and that's funny for some reason.
Well,
I picture him on that horse.
I've never seen you with a cowboy hat on either.
Well,
did you ever get to meet Sassy?
Listen,
I did not.
Did he ever invite you to go ride?
Who, by the way, sadly has a press conference this afternoon. No, listen.
And let me be clear, we didn't we didn't call each other and ask, "Hey, when are you going to be there?" You know,
no,
we weren't like workout partners. Just that we just seemed to be there
Y'all
at
had
the
an
same time,
understanding.
and we would talk.
Since we have two groups of people, and one group is lying, and no one will admit who's lying, I'm only left to do these things I'm doing now, where I go in my observations. Here's what I see.
Yeah, we're just digging through this.
Rick, cut my mic completely off.
Speedy, did Hobie work out with y'all too?
Okay, you're out.
I'd like for Greg to go.
Should I get rid of Greg?
Yeah, please.
Okay. And then there were three. All right, so here's.
I just picture Speedy, the judge, and who was it? Judd that you used to work out with,
Judd.
all of y'all in there to
get after it.
Yeah. All right. Let me say this. I don't know much, but I do know people. Okay. I don't know much, but I do know people. You know why? Because there's a huge body of work on how people behave.
Yep.
Here's the things. Just looking at it. If I was going to lie, you might as well go for the coup de grace. These women have it.
Mm-hmm.
They've described behavior that seemed to almost have some boundaries to it, even inside that twisted point of view of I like to date teenagers when I'm in my 30s. Okay? So, if they were going to come out and say, I'm just going to lie, well, just turn him into a full-blown,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, make it an attack and everything.
So they're not doing that. Over here, my concern is that Roy now seems to be making sweeping comments.
Now, are we in your brain right now?
Yeah,
is this how you're figuring?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
we're in
wait,
Rick's brain. Okay.
What number does he fall under? Is it?
Well, he's giving different sides.
I danced upon the wind at night. I flew up where the stars shine.
35 minutes past the hour from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. We're going phone calls now. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Got a comment? Got a question? Want to bring something to the table? You can by dialing us up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy standing by. With no intern today, so you're talking to the Dream Team. He'll get you lined up and ready to go, and we'll chat with you. So dial us up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. There's a line available for you. While you are doing that, I would like to show you a Kennedy silver $50. There it is right there. See
that?
Silver dollar. These things are really cool, and you get one just for talking to the folks at LearBubba.com. LearBubba.com. And look, there's no obligation for you to do anything, but I do want to read this from Robert, who follows the show in Texas. He said, "Thanks for the tip, guys. Being new at buying silver, it was hard for me to get my head around good information to purchase as a professional. I took your advice. I called the group at LearBubba.com. They were great to work with, answered all my questions. I didn't feel pressured. They helped me with my first purchase. feel like I'm actually doing something positive to protect my family's finances that we've worked so hard to build up. The purchase was easy. It was delivered fast and complete. Great organization. It was a great experience. And, guys, I just want to say thanks. Well, you're welcome. And also, the team at Lear Capital sent us one of the Kennedy silver $50. You saw me holding it up here if you're watching on YouTube. And we love it. But, again, there's no purchase necessary for that. It's just about a conversation. You may be like Robert in Texas and say, look, after I talk to him, I feel good about this. I understand it. Now I'm going to do it. So go to LearBubba.com right now. Now more than ever, look, Biden administration, I mean, have we got to play any more clips? I mean, we're living in a fake world. The reality is what you're seeing in the stores: supply, demand, prices, how much it's costing us for energy right now. Go to LearBubba.com. I checked one of my retirement accounts the other day, down $67,000. So LearBubba.com or call 1-800-707-4575 to purchase precious metals. There's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. All right, so let's go to the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG, starting with Steve in Birmingham, Alabama. Steve, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, hope you guys are doing well.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to let you know, Rick, that you hit the ball out of the park when you made your comment about the January 6th deal with Trump. He lost all the high ground that they had worked so hard to gain was ruined on that one day. And he could have stopped it, I really believe, but I think he wanted to let it play out and see what was going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know about that part of it. I'm just saying that the facts of it is it was a trap that was set, and those that were hoping for Trump to have another chance or to this was used by the left to now fight against him for 2024, and knowing that he would likely is the kind of person that will run again and have a lot of momentum. And this is now the thing that they can't stop talking about. They can't stop doing hearings. Whether it works or not, they know it's not going to work with Trump supporters. What they're hoping it will work with is the same people that didn't vote for him this last time because he started making them feel uncomfortable.
Right.
That's all they're after. It doesn't. Yeah, the margins, Bubba, are just razor thin.
Yep.
Lines are available for you, 866-WE-BE-BIG. And that's not a comment on whether you think, it has nothing to do with the severity of it, all the things that are being said about it, all the unfairness. That has nothing to do with all that. That's simply saying it was a trap set, masterfully, by the way, by the left, and you fell for it. And now they're using it. Jacob in Florence, WLAY. Jacob, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba. How y'all doing this morning?
We're great. We're great.
That's good. I listen to you every morning, and I sit here thinking, me and two of my friends, Walker and Kate, and we started a podcast, and we started our first episode on the Casey and Vicky White situation. So you remember they had escaped the Lauderdale County Detention Center, and they went on a national manhunt.
Right.
Well, that happened in Florence, Alabama, where I live, and we were kind of just giving some background.
Sorry, buddy. You needed
to get to you.
You needed to get to the heart of it quicker, and I would suggest that on the podcast as well. We weren't quite. You needed to probably lead with the hey. Here's the question I want to ask you guys about that Casey White Vicky story, and jump right into it. Just helping as guys who've hosted really what has been a giant podcast before podcast ever existed. So I would have liked to have known the new information or the question he wanted to ask about that, but we never got there. And
I'm gonna be stingy with mine for a few days because I made a mistake.
I've got burned.
Yeah.
The rules are the rules.
I saw Bubba look to Helmsley to see if he was going, and by the time we got back to Bubba, the 30s was up.
Yeah, it got away.
Mike and Boaz. Mike, go ahead. 30 seconds. Welcome to the program.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I'm a big Trump supporter myself, but do you think we're ready for 4 more years of just smears and bad news every day? Or do you think we'd be better off to go with like a DeSantis route or something?
Well, I think you have to get to the conclusion that in the current state of the left, no matter who represents the right, if they become president, it's going to be more of the same stuff. Yeah, just a different person.
I know what you're
saying.
And see, I think that general feeling is what hurt Trump last time.
Bubba, I would call it Trump fatigue.
Yeah, and you do get that with a lot of different candidates.
Yeah, look, it isn't a lot of fun, okay, when you're dealing with personalities. And before I say anything, I understand the mentality. I don't care as long as he does a good job, which sometimes can sound a little like the left. But so be careful of that. But what I'm saying is I understand all that. But what we try to talk about on the show is what reality is, though. Okay, and reality is there are a lot of good people out there. I'm talking about salt of the earth people. And their attitude is, which is also equally as important to them as your, I couldn't care less about that attitude. We ain't hiring a preacher. Okay, I got all that. And I understand all that. But there are some people that it does bother them to continue to defend and explain behavior that seems to be in conflict with who they are as far as their character and their moral life. And they don't like having to keep justifying it and explain it. Yeah. They would rather have a candidate that politically does what they want to do without that baggage.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying that if Trump runs, we shouldn't vote. But you don't hear me saying that. I'm trying to explain what the problem is.
Yeah.
Because if we were all a political team and we were trying to get our party back into power, we would say we better understand our problem and try to find the best way to address it. And there are some people, and I know this may shock some of you, that the state of this country isn't as important to them as them having integrity.
Yeah.
In their life when it comes to convictions and
raising their kids
and their faith. There are some people that, Christian nationalism, and it can be very dangerous. They don't want any part of. And if it's a candidate that they can't feel good about, which nowadays, I mean, I don't, and you can even say
tougher than it's ever been.
You can even say, well, their standard's impossible. That's all right, but it's still their standard. And until you convince them or show them that Donald Trump won't make them uncomfortable like that again, you're going to have that same problem again.
Well.
Now, you could say that everybody's so sad about how it turned out, they'll go back and say, I changed my mind. Yeah. And that is possible.
Yeah.
That this administration has forced some of those people to go, well, I won't stand on that again.
Well, DeSantis looks to be the heir apparent to the modern conservative movement.
Right.
You can tell that by the attacks the Democrats are putting on him already.
Right.
And he's in a pretty close race in Florida. He only won that the first time, Rick, by the thinnest of margins, even though I think he's done a wonderful job. He's really being pressed. That was one of the things in the debate with Charlie Crist that he was pushing him. Look, are you doing this because you want to be governor, or are you going to run for president halfway through this? Yeah. So he's kind of in a tough position.
He is. Yes. Yeah. Well, if you were saying I think we're okay, you would look at the depth chart and you would say Trump gets one more shot at it, and then either if he loses again or he runs and he can't run anymore, then we go to DeSantis. And there are people that think that Trump should run and make DeSantis his vice president, and that could turn into a 12-year run for the Republicans. But I don't know. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
I'm uncomfortable with the fact when I see somebody who's been accused of something, now he's going so far. It's one thing to say the things they're describing did not happen. Yes, I know these people. Yes, I encountered them. Yes, I ate at that restaurant. Yes, I would go down to the mall. Of course, I know that restaurant. Of course, I know these people. But what they're saying happened did not happen. But now we're making sweeping comments. I've never heard of this person. I've never even heard of that restaurant.
It's a dangerous response.
That's easily refuted, and then what happens is once that gets refuted, like the yearbook thing. Well, you signed the girl's yearbook who you said you didn't know. Somebody forged it. You know what I mean? I guess that's what they'll say next. I don't know. but what you go down to the point now where, and this is how it works. We see it in court all the time. If they catch you lying about anything, they claim you lie about everything.
Yep.
Right? That's what happens.
Yeah.
We've seen Perry Mason do that.
Oh, yeah.
Incredibly effective.
They try to put your character in doubt. Yeah.
Which is a legitimate comment. I hate to say it. You know what I mean? He can say he misremembered. I'm uncomfortable right now that he's so defiant, which we've seen, and he's making these sweeping comments now that this is there's no truth, none of this. I'm ready for him to say he wasn't even born when this happened. You know what I mean? I'm like, hey, Roy, tone it down.
Never been to Gadsden a day in my life.
Gadsden? Y'all know I wasn't in Gadsden.
I've never even heard of Gadsden.
I'm like, wait a minute, you're going too far now. And he didn't say he wasn't in Gadsden. I'm just using that as an example.
We need to hear his press conference last night was very quick.
All right, so we have the Roy Moore press conference yesterday. Here is his reaction to all the accusations that are out there right now concerning
the latest charge.
And the latest charge that we just had, which would be the 5th overall.
Yes, we'll call her number 5.
Second that includes anything beyond just went on today.
I don't even think they made it to a date.
Right, but I'm talking about there are some people said I just went on a date with him, nothing happened.
Let's just call her number 5.
This would be the second one that says something went on beyond, hey, we just went on a date.
She claims he threw her out of the car and spun out.
Right.
Did y'all ever see that?
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, buddy, Greg.
Behind the dumpster of all places.
Greg, thanks for painting.
Reporting
horrifying
Greg
picture.
Burgess.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Speed. Let's hear.
Face.
Can you come a little closer?
You got my hat on.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I can't see much.
Struggling.
Okay, thank you all for being here tonight. I thank all the people in Gallant that have come at this late hour and for being here. I want to address what's been brought out on television today by Gloria Allred and a client that she has about things I allegedly did. I want to make it perfectly clear. The people of Alabama know me. They know my character. They know what I've stood for in the political world for over 40 years. And I can tell you without hesitation, this is absolutely false. I never did what she said I did. I don't even know the woman. I don't know anything about her. I don't even know where the restaurant is or was. And if you look at this situation, you'll see that because I'm 11 points ahead, or 10 or 11 points ahead, this race being just 28 days off, that this is a political maneuver and has nothing to do with reality. It's all about politics. I'd like to let my wife make a few statements.
I've been married to this man for 32 years. We've been together for 33 altogether. He has never one time lifted a finger to me. He is the most gentle, most kind man that I have ever known in my life. He's godly, he's loving, and everybody in this community knows it. These are our church members, these are our family, these are our friends, these are people that know him just like I do. These things are false, and it's ugly. It's the ugliest politics that I've ever been in my life.
Thank you.
Judge Moore, Beverly Young Nelson says she'll testify under oath. Will you do the
That's
same?
it.
So he walks off now. All right, so
that'll do it.
Well, and she can speak to how he's been as a husband, and that's great. I mean, these things were alleged before she knew him, but if she's saying as far as the man she's known, she wouldn't see this as being part of his
But
career.
you heard Roy out of his own mouth say, absolutely, don't know her, never met her, don't know where the restaurant is or was. Complete blanket denial.
Absolutely, yep. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
One word against another. That's all you got.
Yeah, we had two people on TV yesterday give very passionate, maybe that's a bad word, but you know what I mean, explanations of a situation, and they're 180 degrees opposite. So somebody's lying to us. I don't know how else to put it. I don't even know how do you misunderstand or have a misunderstanding of.
Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we make our way back. All right, so as we come back, people have been asking, does Adler have this? That Mike Leach we mentioned it yesterday that Mississippi State gets handled by Alabama. If you look at the stat sheet, you think you had a really close game, but it just never felt like Mississippi State was. I even stopped watching it because I just didn't think it was a very good game early on, and moved on and didn't even watch the rest of it. But because it just felt like, and we talked about yesterday, Bubba, that there's just certain teams that own other teams.
Oh yeah.
And the way Alabama,
a non-starter.
Yeah, the way Alabama makes Mississippi State look is it's almost like there's nothing anybody can do about it.
Mm-hmm.
But Coach Leach he says there are some things that went on. He already gave the speech that he thinks if you want to scare his team, just wear a crimson jersey. They seem to be terrified of it.
I haven't heard that speech yet, but I'm anxious to watch
it was just a comment.
That today.
Yeah. So we couldn't find video on that one. I guess that's something that was put out in a written deal.
Print.
After the game.
Yeah. So but here he is talking about his concern that his receivers are going to create something that genetically they will pass on to their own children.
Correct.
And
had 10 huge drops in the game.
10 drop balls. So that was the reason why somebody said yesterday that when he was escorting a senior citizen who was working the event staff out of Bryant-Denny, he might have just been looking to see if she could catch the ball.
Right.
But anyway, but again, I think the drops might have. I didn't see the game, so I could be wrong. But if you tied the two comments together, could it be they dropped the ball a lot because they're afraid of crimson jerseys? So here we go. Now he's concerned about something genetically that's going to happen to his receivers that they'll pass on to their children.
Right.
And I'm genuinely fearful that on our team, if me and the other coaches don't get them right, that about a generation from now, their kids and their grandkids won't have hands. Because from a lack of use, those hands just disappear. I mean, and maybe it'll be like this, like those dinosaur hands like this are, you see. And you got like a Tyrannosaurus Rex who's clearly good at eating things, big old jaws and all that stuff, fairly athletic, can run. Well, his hands are like this. And I think we took a very, very, very big step as a team, which we have to correct this. We have to correct this because, I think that in the end that it's going to be best for all these guys that they have good hand development and that they don't evolve to where they don't have hands. Okay, but we definitely didn't use ours, and so there certainly wasn't any genetic reinforcement on our part that we should maintain our hands. I mean, and I don't want all of a sudden, guys driving across this country and then they get to Starkville, Mississippi, and all of a sudden there's these athletic-looking, friendly guys, because we have great guys, that don't have any hands. And I hope that that's not the case. But that's where we're headed right now, and we're going to try to get that fixed in this off week.
And he takes a sip. That's my favorite part. He takes a sip.
Well, he is so unhappy with those drops.
Well, you know what he's mad about, and he should be. Losing to Alabama is nothing to be ashamed of. It's the way they lost. He's like, how can we be doing like what we're doing and improving this program, and then we get ready to take a big step and just look good against Alabama, and we never do, and it's infuriating.
Yeah.
And now Alabama has a lot to do with that, but he said we got to deal with the part that's on us.
Right. Yeah.
And that is that, I mean, if we're not catching the ball, then when we do have somebody open and we do make the throw, that's got to be corrected. And but let me ask you this: in modern day, maybe I should just enjoy the bit and enjoy his comedy and move on and not become too philosophical about it. But in today's environment, and I'm not saying today's environment's good. Don't hear me saying that.
Right, I got you.
But in today's environment, do players are so pampered and they're so spoiled and they're so hypersensitive. Does this kind of thing work anymore, or do they get mad and now they won't play?
Well, you can watch the transfer portal and see.
Right. Because there was a day when this motivated players.
Yeah, I think some people will answer the
but
bell for that, and some will probably go the other way.
He's on there. He's saying we ain't got no hands. Our kids, he's in there dogging us.
Yeah, but
catch the ball
to your point.
Amen.
I mean, they've caught the ball all year. but suddenly Saturday they couldn't.
Yeah, it's back to that jersey again.
Is it funny too how it seems like these things will run through a team where everybody's making great catches or everybody's making drops? It seems like it's contagious.
It is. It's that one defensive error where you boot a ground ball. Now suddenly,
it happens in baseball a lot, or like hitting.
Follow.
You see a guy get a hit, man. It seems like everybody's getting a hit then,
Well, it goes back to, I think Vince Lombardi may have hit it best. He said winning is contagious, but unfortunately so is losing.
Yeah. So you better win.
Well, the off week couldn't come better for him, so maybe he didn't get it corrected. Then they, I think, play Auburn, right?
That ought to help.
Well, no, I'm just saying that's next on their schedule. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying.
That's all I'm saying.
I mean, here's what I'm
with the odds.
You're here. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying.
Things are looking up. Sounds like.
Yeah. That's.
I think I have that right. I haven't looked. Make sure.
It's.
Yep. Yeah, that is right there. November 5th, 6:30 p.m.
Yep. There you go.
Central Time.
I bet they'll be catching them balls like Spider-Man.
Oh. You know why? Because that jersey don't make them afraid at all.
No, I ain't scared of it.
Nope. Jerseys are hard sometimes.
Yeah, you got to overcome it.
You do. Well,
I tell you,
Greg,
the defense played good, though. The defense played good.
But I've talked to people who played ball. They literally have admitted.
Yeah, about the jersey.
There's some programs that are so intimidating and so successful that you get all hyped up that you're going to beat them during the week because you don't see them. And you get out there in pregame and you're still hyped up and you're jumping through the roof, and then that tunnel, the first time you see them come out, all of a sudden there's this thing that hits you and goes, we ain't gonna beat them.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, and you're gonna think this is absolutely ridiculous to begin with, but I want you to think about it. Say you're Mike Leach the week before you play Alabama. Should you have your second team wearing Alabama jerseys and helmets and practice against them?
I would dress
get desensitized to the look.
Yeah. I would, and I would go somewhere, find Dickie Nadmeyer and all his buddies,
right,
and let them sit there on the sideline and dog you the whole game,
right.
And then maybe we can work on beating Kentucky at Kentucky, because that was a week before.
I've often wondered, and I've talked about this as a quarterback. You make split second decisions throwing the ball, and teams that change their helmet colors. I've often wondered if that messes with those quarterbacks.
I don't know.
It doesn't bother Oregon. They change helmets every week.
Yeah.
By the way, are you watching Bo Nix? He went crazy.
Oh, yeah, had a good year.
Good week. Well, if you don't play SEC teams, you can really throw it around.
Well, and plus, if you're not running for your life.
Yeah, that's another thing.
Well, Georgia.
He can actually throw the football.
I'm just saying, but probably easier to block those teams, too. Than
Nobody's actually pretty good
Nobody
quarterback.
throws the ball running for your life.
No.
Or laying on the ground.
No.
Tom Brady.
No.
The GOAT's been on the ground a lot this year.
Yes.
I said it's great
to be top of the hour.
Auburn.
Rick and Bubba.
Situation that the woman spoke of.
Well, I will say this. Is this the woman who just had the last accusation that we just saw?
Yeah.
Now, I will say, if Roy says he doesn't know who she is and doesn't even know where this restaurant is.
Or was.
Yeah, because I don't know if it exists anymore.
I think
how do we explain that he signed her yearbook?
Yeah, and that's something that we discussed.
Even says
air.
Merry Christmas.
And we sign a lot of things now. And I'm not defending Roy Moore, because please let me understand that. But if he signs something, if he's in a restaurant, he signs it. I don't know if he would remember that. What I'm more concerned about is her very detailed testimony yesterday, or statement on exactly what happened. But yeah, I would agree with you.
So the answer to that is that was just a random somebody had him sign something in a restaurant.
And a lot of people.
I don't know.
That's one scenario. There are people that have already come out that studied signatures and said this is a forgery. There have been people that said that.
Okay.
Now that's one person. That doesn't mean that somebody else on the other side can say yes.
They'll have somebody that would.
That's the problem. You don't know.
This thing just really turned into a blast, didn't it?
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
It really
unbelievable.
You could write a movie this game.
I don't think Monk could sort this out before the election.
We continue.
He's the best of all of them.
Emily,
second only to Barnaby Jones.
Emily in Pensacola. Emily, go ahead.
Or Cannon.
Yeah. First things, I highly recommend the Bombard's Body Language. It's a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
She did a body language on Roy Moore that's very impressive, and also the accuser yesterday. And it's
what did she
funny.
say? What did she say?
Who's lying?
She said that Roy Moore appeared like a preacher, and she showed the debate between him and Luther Strange, and she said that Luther Strange looked like a speech, like he had just taken speech class, where she said that Roy Moore appeared to her like a pastor, and by the time she was done with it, she said, if I was having to go to court, I wouldn't want Roy Moore to be my judge. Then when she saw the redhead, she said, and the Oscar goes to her. And I am a victim, and I don't believe anything that she said. And the one thing she did say was that for her to cry like this after 45 years of it, that most victims are cried out. They can tell their story without all that drama. It just seemed that was the all-red press conference was a little bit crazy.
Well,
My
they usually
opinion
are.
is-
The only thing short is
Yeah.
fireworks and a trapeze act.
Right.
Yeah.
But hey, don't you think he might? Hello.
Go ahead. Yeah, you're still there. Quickly.
Don't you think he might be just a country boy that was looking for a wife to court for a few years and then marry because he was asking their parents? His wife is 14 years younger than him.
Yeah, his wife is 14 years younger than him. And that's, I mean, yeah, could be. All right, and they're back. Things that have come out of that. Now we got somebody accusing John Travolta. I mean, every day there's a new one. Of course, this one
we've heard. Yeah,
this one's been told to us before. But anyway, somewhere someone said, "Well, but this one has surfaced a few times about Travolta and masseuses and
none of us wanted to believe it.
groping and rub downs and things." So anyway, there's someone accusing John Travolta now of something.
That's really all you can say about that.
Well, I don't know what else to say.
Now we've got, we do have. Have you ever heard of trans identity?
Oh, here we go.
I can't get into this.
Okay.
I heard y'all.
Is that
talk
like
about
trans fat?
Now this is the new thing now, Bubba. Not only am I refusing to
good.
Not only am I. You know what? I guess now we can be that. We can declare that we don't feel fat. You know, we don't see ourselves as fat. So
Everybody was wanting to get rid of trans fat for a while. Now trans everything else is a go.
Well, right. So now the new thing.
Good night, everybody.
The new thing now is I don't want to be called what race I am. I want to be able to declare any race that I identify with.
Identify as Filipino.
Does everybody realize that we're not playing dress up anymore? You're past. If you're past 5 years old,
it's hard to believe. Rachel Dolezal tried this and was attacked by the black community. Right? Remember?
Yeah.
Oh, she was just vilified.
Oh yeah. This
I'm
person.
gonna tell you, she made quite a transition from one picture to the next.
She did.
In this.
Of course, she tried to fake everybody off,
right?
And even apply for scholarships for African Americans and stuff like that. A little different, but still.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we saw that, and she was vilified for that because if we're going to accept transracial, then we have to go back to Rachel and say, well, this is what you were looking for.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is perfect for you. So is she wrong to do that or right to do that? I mean, I'm getting confused.
I put it down, like I said when that first came out. If you say that Bruce can be Caitlyn, then Rachel Dolezal can be black.
No question.
If you agree with that, in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's no far more of a stretch her claiming to be black than him claiming to be a woman.
It isn't.
And then you can just claim to be an animal if you want to.
That's coming.
I mean, you got trans species.
Well, that's coming. Don't think that's
no. There's one guy living as a dog as we speak.
That's true. Now, this particular Filipino guy, Rick, he's also a transsexual. He's a transracial transgender.
Careful. Boy, that's a mouthful.
That's a lot of transing.
Is he a sexual intellectual? But anyway, so let me.
Transgender, transsexual. What is it?
Trans-Siberian Orchestra. What? I mean, where are we headed with this?
No, but he is.
Let me make sure.
He's a double dipper.
Let me just Rick and Bubba. Coming to you from the bleeding edge of technology in the No Name Studio. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, on all kinds of platforms out to the world. And you can join us, 866 We Be Big. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler. And welcome back, Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
Each and every day. Bubba, I mean, is that unreasonable?
I don't think so.
I mean, you got that, don't you? Things you need to know coming up next week. Looking at this, I think that's next week. Yeah, it is. A couple of man churches be going on next Friday night, November the 4th. Rich Wingo speaking at my home church, Valleydale Church in Birmingham, Alabama, at our next man church. I don't know who came up with this idea. Only men's ministry would do it. 20 different men, 20 different chili recipes. We all eat chili and then go to a service.
Wow.
I have a feeling there's a lot
sponsored by Pepto-Bismol?
I think there's going to be a lot of men that that may have been raised Baptist that will be Pentecostal in there. There's going to be some speaking in tongues.
Yep.
But anyway, we will have an interpreter. Rich Wingo will be bringing the message, and you can plug in to one of our small groups as we are going through the one of the curriculum from themanchurch.com. November 5th, Mark Garnett. He'll be headed to Crestview, Florida. They are rolling through the strategy right now, and you can be at First Baptist Church. Their next man church is coming up. Mark Garnett will be speaking. Pastor Tim Ashley, part of the man church team, headed to Old Friendship Baptist Church in Fanger, Tennessee. I've said that's the way you're supposed to say it. November the 12th. And then Brian Gunn at Bay Springs Baptist Church, Dothan, Alabama, on November the 13th. Find all of those at themanchurch.com and find a man church near you if you're not already plugged in. All right, so, Bubba, I'm not even sure I should read this headline. I think you found it when we didn't do it a segment ago. Government lab in Maryland. Do you want to get into this now?
Well, Rick, we have one more breaking story before we get into that. Adidas has finally terminated its partnership with unacceptable, hateful, and dangerous Kanye West. So has Kanye finally out-crazied his own self? You know, he's got banks that won't take his money.
Yeah.
He's got outlets that are now cutting off his ability to sell his merchandise. Has he gone too far?
Well, we've been talking about this Matrix. We were talking about this Matrix long before we had the video of the guy actually doing the Matrix. And we have said, and we've talked about it with athletes, we've talked about it with women. We've talked about it, in celebrities, which we have here with Kanye or Ye, whatever his name is now. Mm-hmm. And you can get to a point where you are crazier than you are fine.
Yep.
And how that looks with women, that's your beauty. How that looks with athletes, it's your ability. How that works with celebrities, it is all of the different PR problems you keep causing us. And I'm not real sure where we now have we now declared that is it Ye? Is that what we call him now?
Ye, isn't it?
Ye.
Yay.
You say Ye because Kanye, right?
Yes,
yeah,
right.
Ye.
But it's Yeezy?
That's his closing.
Or Yeezy. I don't know, Bubba. And
That's just part of the craziness.
I have Kanye fatigue. You'll have to understand.
Well, I think a lot of other people are getting it.
Right. But
it's bizarre to watch what he's doing.
But they're saying he's anti-Semitic now?
Yeah,
right?
He's had some issues with some things he said the last few weeks, and seems to be getting worse. And there's some people supporting him. I don't know if you saw that, but they look like they're really off the edge. There was some banners put up over one of the major highways in L.A. that had anti-Semitic remarks on it, and they were referring to Kanye as being right.
What was Kanye? Dave, you want to know what Kanye said? Because I don't know about any of this, but I remember.
It was a series of things he said.
Okay, but you told me.
See, look, here's a picture of what was on the highway yesterday.
Okay.
And so the Anti-Defamation League is like gone to code yellow going, this is some of the worst we've had in a long time, and Kanye seems to be the gravity that it's all orbiting around.
Do you know Andrew?
He tweeted out some weird stuff. He said I'm about to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. I'm tired right now, but tomorrow I'm going to go DEFCON 3. And that really kicked off everything. He's been on a few podcasts, and it's that weird, the Jews control everything attitude that is very weird and very inaccurate and very anti-Semitic.
Well, he's put the left in the tough situation and these companies because you have to really work hard to get them to care about the mistreatment of the Jewish people. Because usually they're siding with their enemies, but anyway, so it's sometimes it's hard to get them fired up about that. But you had made the comment that he really incorrectly apparently said, "Well, Adidas can't get rid of me."
Yeah, I saw one clip where he said they can't get rid of me no matter what I say, and Adidas, the German sportswear maker, has come back and said, "Oh yeah, we can." And you know, he's a billionaire. Mm-hmm. Forbes is saying now he could possibly lose that standing. He's been dropped by Gap and several other big companies. CAA, you know, the talent representation firm, has dropped him. So he's losing all of his corporate footing around him, and they're saying that could easily pull him off of the billionaire list. Now, his annual deal with Adidas was worth $220 million a year. Total $1.5 billion.
Wow.
And it has been terminated.
Terminated?
Yeah. Forbes has him worth about $2 billion. Adidas, to Bubba just said, about $1.5 billion of that.
Of the $2 billion.
Yeah, and
that's a big hit.
In 2020, his royalties was about $191 million.
Yeah. So who will fade faster, Ye or Tom Brady? Who do you think we will?
Both of them are on a little downturn right at the moment.
They really are. By the way, I'm with, was it Greg or Speedy? I can't remember, first person that had me started looking at the supposedly healthy Tom Brady, and he looks gaunt now.
Yeah.
He doesn't, something doesn't look right.
I think that diet worked for him. He may have carried it a little far, Rick.
Yeah, or maybe he's got something wrong with him. I mean, he doesn't. I haven't been following it, but I can see the record and I can see the lack of offensive production. And it looks like that Tom Brady, now he may turn it around. He's the type of guy that could if they get it all together. So let me say on record, I know that he can do that. But Father Time, it catches up with everybody. And what you do is try to be in the best shape and the best quality of life you can have when Father Time comes calling. But we're talking about the highest level of football, and we're talking about his personal life is upside down now, which is sad. It's much sadder than, because he's accomplished more than anyone has ever accomplished.
He's the GOAT.
He can go home and probably needs to, but anyway. So I'm
he's just like the bands that keep touring, Rick. I mean, we all saw KC.
Well, that was a bad moment.
It's just hard to quit. When you love what you do, and that's been your whole life. His offensive line is not protecting him. He's been sacked more, hurried more, hit more, and I don't care who you are. That's tough.
Especially
you got to have a clean pocket.
Especially not even the age. He's never been able to do well without a good offensive line because he doesn't move well.
Right. And he's kind of going against the trend in the NFL now that you got to have a dual threat run throw quarterback. So, that option is not there. They don't have to shadow Tom Brady thinking he's going to, break loose to get the first down. So that gives everybody extra defensive player to put in their scheme anyway. So
yeah. So now back to Ye. So if Adidas drops you and they were giving you $1.5 billion?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow. Well, if they thought you were such an investment, they would go with that kind of money, and they say you've out crazied your fine.
Correct.
Why would anybody else say, well, he ain't that crazy to our fine? Mm-hmm. If Adidas will go.
Well, these are the people that have already dropped him. Gap and their parent company was giving him $970 million. That's almost $1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Skims, $25 million. His music income is about $90 million.
Yeah.
Here's the direct quote from Conway West.
Okay,
if you guys want.
All right.
Am I up?
He seems to be coughing.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Bubba.
What's wrong with his cough?
Sorry.
Say anti-Semitic things and Adidas can't drop me. Now what?
He cussed right before that, so I had a little cue.
Okay,
right
so
there.
yeah, that's the statement Bubba's talking about, where he said he can say whatever he wants to.
Now what? Well, now you've been
Well, they dropped you.
You got a bank that dropped him that won't take his money, and he's got a $2 billion. Well,
he's
a bank
got-
won't take your deposit.
He's got plenty, but I've watched people unravel before
Oh, yeah.
in the world of celebrity.
Good
Believe
night.
it or not, they can go through it.
Yes.
Yeah, between mortgages, advances, and all that, he owes about $100 million, they say.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I have this right. So this person says I'm transsexual, and oh, by the way, I'm also going to be transracial, meaning I'm going to declare myself not to be a man who says she's a woman.
Right.
I'm going to be a man who says she's a Filipino woman.
Absolutely.
Okay, I just want to be sure I have that right. So,
Rick, I was born a white male, and I identify as a Filipino female.
Wow.
Not just a female.
Wow.
Boy, that's something, isn't it?
Well, how about this? I'm going to say
No confusion there.
Well, then, look, if we're going to do this, and we've brought this up before, I'm going to do it again.
Do it, Rick. Go.
Yeah, I know.
Rick.
I know the government.
Tell
will,
it, Rick.
The government will look at my income and they'll put me in a tax bracket, and I'm gonna say, but that's not what I identify.
I don't feel like I'm in that bracket.
I actually identify as making about $15K.
Yeah,
that's it. Which means I don't pay any tax.
Matter of fact, I want some back.
Right.
I got a
But you know what they
child
would say to me?
income
But
credit.
Rick Burgess, the fact remains. I said, whoa, no, I thought we were away from facts.
Yeah. What's facts got to
It's
do
how
with
I
this?
feel. It's how I identify.
Yeah, I'm going to be in that tax bracket that pays a big zip.
Yep.
That's what I identify as.
Because I tell you, after I pay everything I owe, I do feel that way.
Guys, at what point do all people, not some, at what point do all people say we got to tap the brakes? And we got to slow this train down.
I don't know.
I mean,
Rick, I think the main thing is we just don't really have any problems.
We must not.
Because
I
we
thought
go
we
and
did,
we
though.
kind of make up problems. We sit around and go, yeah, well, that ain't perfect.
But I can identify some.
Can
pretty
you imagine
serious
these
problems.
people in a bunch of these countries Larry's been to when somebody says, well, I'm just not happy living as a male or a certain race? They I mean, we're talking about, people that are lucky to have a potato for supper. You know what I mean? They must look at us like an Irish setter. You know how they look at you when they don't understand something?
It was not politically correct. Look, how about this? It was not politically correct, but I laughed my head off when
Jay Leno.
Well, no.
That's
one.
That's what I was
about us playing with food. That's a great one.
Yeah.
But Chris Rock went even further with it and claimed that eating disorders is a strictly American thing.
Yeah, you don't hear about it.
Right. I mean, you do not hear that anywhere in the other country. So
no one in the Congo has an eating disorder.
The quote he had was, "You can't find people in third world countries that are afraid of food."
No, you can't.
So I mean, you just
tell the Jay Leno.
Oh, the
That's
Jay
one of my
Leno was a great
favorites.
one when he
That's
said, "No
funny.
wonder other countries hate." Of course, Larry just got back and said that's also something that's not true, but it was still funny.
Right.
And he says we got so much food we play with it. I mean, there's no other country that would have Mr. Potato Head. he's a Kimba would be Kimba eat Mr. Potato Head. No, Kimba, put a hat on it. That was the great line.
I'm sorry, that's funny.
Put
I
a
don't care who
hat
you
on
are.
it. We're playing with food.
I don't care who you are.
Mr. Potato Head.
We play with food.
Sure. Well, so
Rick, we dress them up. We put little faces on Mr. Potato Head, little
sure.
hats.
Yeah, I don't know how to
little cowboy hat, little vest.
I don't know how to break it to those of you that are behaving like we have no problems. We actually do. You're not paying.
Well, they're acting like we don't.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. I mean, you know what? Our whole country has turned into the rest of the world. According to Larry, Larry said what Bubba said. We just did the wrap up of Around the World in 8 days. He said 80 days. He said other countries cannot conceive that Americans think that they've got it bad. Yeah. He said they can't even wrap their mind around it.
Well, we had a family come to visit, and you met the young lady the other day. Her family's from Lithuania, and her mom and dad and her two younger sisters came, and she came here as an athlete and ended up getting schooling and getting married and staying here. But her sisters came, and she said they're like, I cannot believe all that we've seen. I mean, we just can't conceive of this much stuff and these many things you can get and buy and all these places you can go to eat.
Bubba, one of our biggest booming businesses right now is storage buildings.
We got so much stuff, our house won't hold
People are building them everywhere. This is just stuff we don't know what to do with.
No, it's just extra stuff.
Yeah.
We got one stored, too.
Now, keep in mind,
it's just too much
keep in
stuff.
mind, we don't have room in our 5,000 square foot house.
Right.
We actually have to have a storage building because we got more stuff we don't know what to do with.
Good night.
And
Thank you, Lord.
Well, and you know what we've turned into? we've turned into the kind of frail, skinny-looking white liberal man. Our whole country's turned to that. He feels so guilty about how good he has it that his whole life is riddled with guilt. So that he goes out and tries to create problems and starts trying to make stands that he doesn't really mean, just because he feels guilty about how blessed he really is.
Right.
And now our whole country's turned into that. Instead of celebrating it, we feel guilty about it. And so we're trying to, we are. It's like we're taking, you remember in the, well, I better not get into that. Yeah. I had a great example, but it's probably too hard.
Rethink that one.
Yeah, well, it's too. 22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. Thanks for being with us today. Got the gang all back today. And it's time for a President Biden look-see. Always encouraging. Always comforting.
Does anybody know Basement Joe?
Well, once again, we're seeing this a lot. It is sad, but the part that may be even more sad is that we have people just wanting us to pretend that everything's fine, which feels weird. But so here's our president getting lost on the White House grounds and asking the handlers, "Where are we going?" Does he not know where they're going, or where are we going?
I thought he was in like a new area, a new space. No, he's on his own lawn, guys.
Okay,
it's not
all right,
good.
Okay, all right, here we go.
And you can tell
Haney?
Jill is like, "Hey, buddy." Jill Biden's like, "Hey," and he's like, "Oh, we're going this way." But I thought, what if I want to go that way? It's not good, gang. It's not good.
Hey, go back. He said something about how much freedom do I have?
Mr. Haney?
You listen about 3/4 of the way through.
Did you see the guy come cut him off?
Listen right here.
I know how much freedom I have. Is that what he said?
I think what he's trying to say, guys, I heard that.
goodness.
I think what he's saying is, well, as you can see, that's how much freedom I have, meaning I can't go the way I want to go. And I think that's what he's trying to say, because the guy cuts him off, because they're trying to do this where you don't embarrass him, like you're actually heading away from the White House. So he cuts him off and gets him kind of corralled back the other way. Well, what if I want to go that way? Well, you can go wherever you want to, Mr. President. Well, you see how much freedom
Well,
I
there's a
have.
big fence around it. He couldn't wander off too far.
Guys, look, if Major League Baseball can adapt earpieces for calling pitches, if the NFL can have the green dot helmets and head coaches or offensive coordinators can call the play into the quarterback of the, whatever the defensive, mic is or whatever, can we not give the president an earpiece and a handler just be over go left? We're going left.
He would yell, "Why do they go left?"
People would think he's hearing voices.
Yeah, and he would too. He would shout out, "I'm hearing voices from somewhere."
Somebody said,
Well, he do it.
I got hairy legs. I mean, I'm voices.
We're exiting left, President. Exiting left to the left.
Well, the good news is Bubba makes a good point. The White House is set up as a really large memory care facility.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can't get off the property.
Right.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
See him fall asleep or something, Bubba.
Do what?
Did you see him fall asleep?
During an
Bill
interview
Bubba Bussy yesterday.
No, I didn't.
So the guy doing the interview, Bubba, says, "Mr. President," and has to wake him up.
Oh, no.
Oh,
I didn't see that.
Okay, that may be a sign.
It was ugly.
Let's see it.
See, like the earpiece person would say, "Wake up, Mr. President. Open your eyes.
Open up. They're looking at you."
Is this it?
No, this is not it.
Yeah, I didn't think it was.
So
I was just. You weren't here, so I wanted to see if you saw.
Hey, it was awful.
And if you didn't see that, then you didn't see the uncomfortable moment where he grabbed the interviewer and pulled him.
Yeah, I
in.
did see that. I did see that.
Same interview, just
I
later
saw that
on in a
part.
different
Sound
situation.
back to the
he fell
earpiece.
asleep.
Let go, Mr. President. Back up.
Yeah.
See?
I hearing voices. Yeah, I'm telling you, you don't want to do that. He's going to start saying that. He won't know what it's for.
Y'all, if this had happened,
He'd be answering it.
if
He'd
this
be
had
answering
happened,
it out loud.
one administration before that, they would be demanding a meeting of the cabinet.
Oh.
Was it 25th Amendment? Whatever.
Yeah.
What's
Yes.
the transfer of
They
power?
tried that on
Bubba, next, he actually gives an executive order about forgiving student loan debt. and then he, for some reason, tells us it passed barely through Congress, but that never happened.
It never has.
That never
no.
happened.
As a matter of fact, it's been held up by federal.
See, that
judge,
earpiece would say it never happened, Mr. President.
So here we go.
But what we've provided for is if you went to school, if you qualify for a Pell Grant, you qualify for you qualify for $20,000 in debt forgiveness. Secondly, if you don't have one of those loans, you just get $10,000 written off. It's passed. I got it passed by a vote or two.
No.
And it's in effect.
You didn't.
That was an executive order.
It was.
He's thinking about something else.
No, God love him. Can we not just give him the basic?
That's something else, Mr. President. That's
Yeah.
something else.
No, hey, how about this? No. I mean, it's
no.
just
wrong.
Yeah.
Y'all, it has to be. It has to be.
No.
It has to be so tiring to try to plan events and clean up.
Bubba, can you
after this.
imagine how exhausted they are?
Oh,
We're going left. We're going
it's
left.
like
We're going
having
left.
you pup
Greg,
in the house.
we know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's exhausting.
It's exhausting.
I mean, there's how about this? Nothing easy.
Nothing.
Everything
comes easy.
is difficult.
Well, maybe he can just wish Kamala Harris a happy birthday, and maybe nothing will go wrong there.
Okay.
Let's see.
Happy birthday to a great president. We know your mom.
He said great president.
No, she's not the president.
She's not president.
Well, that says a lot.
She's the
What
vice
else did he say about it?
Mr. President, it was about her mom, Kamala's mom, I believe.
Kamala's not the
Happy
president.
birthday to a great president. We know your mom's always with you.
By the way,
Now, what was the Indian comment?
I want you to hear him saying birthday.
That's
he can't
not
even
yet.
get. He doesn't even get birthday.
No.
Now listen to the birthday.
Oh, I just closed the
Oh,
window.
I'm sorry. My bad. Okay, I'm sorry.
But Bubba,
It's this
you're
mumbling
right.
thing he keeps doing. He's slurring.
Here he is talking about Kamala Harris. Maybe he can get this, and maybe this won't be awkward.
Okay.
Can the man get a
You
win?
elected the highest ranking black Indian with Indian background woman in American history to be vice president.
That way to bring it home.
That was
What would the earpiece say there, Rick?
No.
Just hush.
Kill his mic.
And you
checked
elected the
every box,
highest
didn't he?
ranking black Indian
No.
with Indian
No.
background woman
No.
in American history to be vice
Just no.
president.
Stop talking. Stop talking.
We covered this. You elected the first female minority vice president. Just say minority.
Historic.
You say person of color. What's this Indian thing you're on?
And then the next question should have been to him. Hey, how do you feel about her when she called you a racist?
Greg, you won't let that go.
No,
Greg
I don't let
Burgess
that
is
go at
dug
all.
in on the pre-election
I
stuff.
mean, we're all chummy and wonderful about our black Indian president and all this, and the woman called him a racist and said he was a sexual predator.
And Biden forgot that initially
He doesn't
Kamala
remember.
Harris was celebrated as the highest ranking Indian person.
Correct.
And then we had to change gears and we turned her into the highest ranking, the first black vice female president.
Just say minority. Just say minority.
And happy birthday to a great president. We know your mom's always with you.
No. Vice president.
No.
We said, you know she's the vice president.
Vice.
Well, it's her birthday.
Did
we not tell him she's the vice president? You're the president.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
Soundbite.
yeah, we'll come back and we'll take your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And
If you feel like calling, there's no pressure.
right, I don't want
we
you
don't
to,
want anybody to be pressured.
I don't want you to feel like that, with your $1,000 iPhone, that
Yeah.
someone's pressuring you to make a call. On it. You know what I mean? Because I know how difficult life can be for you.
So if you identify as someone that would like to call, go ahead.
There you go.
It's just, I really think, that's what people always talk about. I heard somebody bring it up sometime before, and I understand what they're saying, about short-term mission trips. And I tell them, short-term mission trips are some benefit to the people you're going to see, but they're of great benefit for the Americans that take them. Because you actually see how blessed you really, really are. Yeah, now, first of all, there's 3 women in here that said nothing happened other than they just went on a date. And Roy even seemed to say to Sean Hannity he recalled those families, and those things happened with the approval of the parents.
Correct.
Okay.
They were just confirming that he
Right.
asked young girls out.
Right. But to these other 2 instances, it seems like in the culture that I grew up in, which I was 13 when this all allegedly took place, because that was late 70s. I was 12, 13 years old. So it seems like in that era in Alabama, a young girl would go home. If she had a dad, he would find out about it, and he would go kill Roy Moore, or he would beat Roy Moore senseless, or or at least he would not rest another day.
They'd have
until
that doesn't sound like folks in Etowah or Calhoun County.
It really does.
They would kind of handle it.
And again, I don't know what happened. You don't know what happened. But in this particular case, somebody is lying. And of course, if you can find a pattern of Roy Moore lying, then you can draw some lines whether it's fair or not fair. But we're looking at this latest thing about the yearbook, and it seems quite obvious that under where he had signed somebody's yearbook, they added the location of the place
and the date.
And the date.
Yeah.
That
different handwriting.
That looks absolutely forged. And so if that's proven that additional information was forged to try to tie him to this latest accusation, you then have to question the other things
they're
saying.
manufacturing evidence at that point. So what? I mean, everything's up for scrutiny there.
It looks like it's very obvious that Roy Moore did sign the yearbook. Now, he may not have recalled that because somebody may ask you to sign the yearbook if you're, the district attorney in that area or whatever the case may be, or you're a well-known figure.
Right.
But it looks like to us that when they added the name of the restaurant and the date,
it's printed to begin with.
It looks
and
forged.
it looks like. It really looks like a female's printing as opposed to a male because they're always much neater.
Well, plus, I don't know why somebody's signing your yearbook that they would add the location and where they signed.
Yeah, nobody would do that. And
that didn't even make sense.
The date they put on there, if you look at the sevens, which I know is always in handwriting circles, something they study, the sevens, according to the sevens up above it, are totally different. And sevens you make the same way all the time.
So if this happened to you and you've got the signature, you're now adding things, it looks like, to try to make it look like you can catch him in a lie about the location or whatever.
You want to tie him closer to it.
Yeah, and if that's been added, then you have to question the whole thing.
I have signed thousands of things, Rick. Literally, I've never put the location I signed it under either.
I haven't either. No.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us on another Rick and Bubba Show. Come on, say. I'm going to tell you, if you have not tried HelloFresh.com/Bubba, can I encourage you to do that? Nothing could be simpler. They send the food. The grocery shopping is done for the week, by the way, and saving you money. Anybody concerned about what you're spending on groceries right now? Hey, right now you can go to the grocery store. You can look. You don't even have something that has wheels on it. That's how few things you were getting. You got that thing you pick up and carry, and you throw it up there, and all of a sudden you got about 4 items in there, and they look at you and say $62. You're like, what? And so HelloFresh.com/Bubba. They have some delicious new seasonal stuff because it's fall, and I love fall. I love it. Mouth-watering recipes delivered right to the door. And you can join and treat yourself to gourmet meals and pick up cooking skills along the way with their new limited-time Harvest Dinner series. Now, it's complete with easy-to-follow videos, too, that will kind of show you how to do it and how to make the recipes that you've ordered. They also make hosting your next tailgate or party easier than ever with fall flavors, including a rotating selection of fall-inspired brunch kits, dessert boards, and more, all available for a limited time this season. With more than 35 weekly recipes to choose from and the ingredients delivered right to your home. Don't miss that. This is not just recipes. They send you the ingredients as well, so you are getting the grocery shopping done. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. They'll spice up cooking there at the home, get the family back around the table, and listen to this. It is actually 25% cheaper than grocery shopping. Sign up today at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. We have a Speedy special, 65% off. You try to go to Speedy and you want to do 20% off, he don't want to hear that.
No.
He said, give us something I can get excited about. So HelloFresh.com/Bubba, 65% off, plus free shipping. So use that promo code Bubba, rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well.
Hey,
That's
Rick.
yeah.
I made this last night.
Oh, yeah, I saw you get yours. Now, what is this?
This is...
See, look how it works. Look at how easy that is to follow.
Easy. Yeah. Super easy. Now, theirs ended up looking a little bit better than mine, but it was really good. This was a Korean barbecue meatballs over ginger rice and green beans. It was absolutely delicious, super easy, and my wife is going to eat it for lunch, the leftovers, tomorrow.
Yeah, come on.
And the next day.
Let's go.
And that's one HelloFresh meal. It was absolutely
Look how simple
great.
that is to do.
Super good.
Hello, Fresh.
You're saving money too, Hoss. All right.
That's it.
So, Bubba, I know every time I've tried to bring this story up, you've tried to push it away. And I understand. I know you don't want to get upset. You're back.
Which one?
It might get you into a coughing fit. I got it.
Now, which one is that?
Government lab.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry. All right, first of all, we all know there was absolutely an attempt to terrify us right before the midterm elections with monkeypox.
All right.
Okay, and it just didn't work. Americans were kind of like, now, how do you get monkeypox? Okay. Well,
yeah.
I'm sorry about that. And plus, remember, we've got terror.
I can avoid that.
We've got terror fatigue too.
Yeah.
I mean, we're kind of wore down with being terrified.
Rick, watch the ABC News every afternoon.
I don't watch it.
One 5-bell end of time alarm disaster after another. Betty and I have got to watching it now almost as a comedy.
I do the same thing, but I watched it yesterday.
How bad can they make everything? Is
weather.
I mean, not Rick. Not that this is bad or this is some news you need. Your life is in jeopardy. You're probably going to die. You're already dead.
You're dead as a wedge.
And they combined COVID, flu, and one other thing to make
RSV
a triple threat.
Yeah, they called it a triple pandemic.
That's what it was.
Good.
You were watching the same one.
Yep.
And David Mears in that voice.
Yeah,
and don't
we
forget
have
the weather. 29 million people in the path.
yeah.
Well, that's called a front going across the U.S.
Yeah, we have them. Yeah, we have them about every 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
But now, Bubba, you got mad about this the other day.
Yeah.
Government lab in Maryland plans to create, I guess, to study. But again, this is the kind of stuff. This is Frankenstein, all that. A hybrid monkeypox strand.
Hybrid.
That is more, capital letters, of course, because it has to terrify us, deadly than the one that's currently in the U.S. that no one is getting terrified of.
Maryland is right near the capital, the East Coast. Look, I know that we have to do some dangerous research. I got that.
Mm-hmm.
But wouldn't you like to see these things be out in the desert, out in Las Vegas
somewhere.
or, out in Nevada, deep somewhere out there, instead of these highly populated East Coast?
Skinwalker Ranch.
Yeah, eventually somebody's going to track something out of one of these labs. And here we go again. So, we had a group called DAC. That was
here he goes again.
When they were playing with COVID.
Here he goes again.
And that was Don't Ass Around with COVID.
Right.
Now, I guess we're going to have a group called DAM now.
What? Bubba.
Don't Ass Around with Monkeypox.
Bubba, you can't say that.
I mean, it's just how many of these groups we're going to have.
I know.
Right.
Huh?
I know.
DAAM.
Is anybody here really good at math?
Really good at math?
I got a calculator.
No. Anybody good at math?
What you trying to do?
What is
All
it?
right, so
what are you trying to do?
Where I know it goes back and forth. What do we agree is our population in this country right now?
About 350 million is a good estimate.
Yeah,
I was going to say 320, but
somewhere in there. Yeah. So right. Okay. So let's
I'm
land,
rounding.
Let's land on 330.
Okay.
Okay. 330 million. Now
I'm counting all the immigrants that came over illegally.
Yeah, jump
you know what, Bubba, and good for you.
Rick, there's some 2020s for you right there.
But Bubba's counting all the
There we
legal
go.
immigration.
We're right where we thought we'd be. Somewhere,
So that's about
if,
3 million.
If you think about Bubba's number, it probably goes from 330 to 350.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Yeah, but anyway. So, but remember, I've got to terrify you. You know that's my job.
I must
terrify you.
There's a disaster
we must be
waiting.
afraid all the time.
Disaster you don't even know about.
So anyway, so they put a map up and they go, well, monkeypox is everywhere. Because the map shows you if there's anybody that's whatever in any state. Look at this map. It's full of monkeypox. 27,000 cases.
Okay.
Out of 330 million people. And most of those are contracted in ways that probably
that is controlled by the individual.
You can
right.
avoid.
And so I will commend the American people a little bit that this attempt to scare us is not really working. But I tell you, it's almost like they're saying, well, let's get in the lab and see if we can mess with it.
Yeah. See if we can soup this thing up.
Let's
scared? Look at this.
Let's see if we can soup this thing up. You get it from kissing now. Try that.
Yeah.
You know, but
well, you know, they were already doing the thing. Well, yeah, this is usually just like, hey, man, but it'll spread from them to other people. So you better be ready.
Right.
Dirty sheets.
Yeah.
Dirty sheets.
All right.
Did y'all say already the total number of people who have died from monkeypox?
No, I don't know. I just gave the cases. I did not give a death.
6.
Okay.
Total in the United States.
6
confirmed
out of 330 million people that we count.
That should be ahead of that on list of concerns.
That's why. But I mean, if you see this map, Bubba, to your point, we all it's over.
Yeah, we've had it.
It's
no
over.
chance. Shut it down. Shut the election down. Mail the ballots out.
What is it like to work at one of these news sources every day? I mean,
Rick,
how do you even go to work?
Rick, the suicide rate must be off the chart.
Right.
How can you just keep showing up to it's just negative. And Rick, it's been negative for a long time. It's end of time now. Every story.
Oh, Bubba, I tell you what it is, and I know you use this analogy a lot, but it's a good one because think about it, at the time it was supposed to be in a comedy. It's Bill Murray and Scrooged. I mean, now our news really is that way. I mean, that's not even a funny joke anymore.
Right.
If you were to watch that movie now, you would go, well, that's not even funny. I mean, that is the way things are.
Yep. Turn it up.
And he
Turn
was,
it up.
Yeah, he was like, he wanted the terrifying, stuff on the show. That's what on TV. That's what gets people watching.
Yep.
Give me more. Give me more terror.
Yeah,
give me
a woman
more
had a heart attack. Double the promos.
Yeah.
And I'm reading of the 6 people that died from monkeypox, 2 in New York City, 2 in Chicago, 1 in Nevada, and 1 in Maryland, 0 in California, which is surprising. And the 2 Chicagoans who died after testing positive for monkeypox had multiple other health conditions, including weakened immune systems, which, attributing a death to something else because it makes a good news story, that's crazy. I never think that would ever happen ever.
Wow.
Whoa.
Right.
This is bonkers.
How about that?
You almost said something else.
And this is from CNN.com is where I got that information. That's not from Alex Jones or whatever.
And the news,
that's funny.
they're following the Alex Jones format. It just keeps getting more and more outrageous.
While making fun of him.
So you can't. I mean, you just can't make any. You can't scare anybody anymore. I mean, they're just desensitized to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like now you come on and go, well, an asteroid's headed right to Earth, probably gonna wipe it out. They're like, yeah, whatever. Who's the Bears play this weekend?
Right, absolutely. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Plenty of lines available. Let's chat with the people and look at anything, any headlines or whatever we may have missed. 866 We Be Big is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up with your phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There's Roy Moore. Once again, our home state of Alabama seems to be every headline involving our country right now. Guys, we're sorry. We don't mean to bring our business to all y'all, but y'all keep pulling our people up there. We don't mean to bring all this to you.
We try to keep it in-house
I try
best
to
we can.
cage it in. That's one of the scariest things about our syndication situation. See, but when this show first started being syndicated, and syndicated means going to other markets around the country, and now with all the different technology, it literally can be on anywhere. talked to a woman, as a matter of fact, last night. See if you remember this. Had an event last night. I'll tell you a little more about this, but see if you remember this. I look forward to watching your face. Does anybody remember Skype hype? All right, nothing there. Let me look over. Let me look over.
Is that when we first started doing the Skype?
And we would just announce, just right now, anybody come in on Skype.
Right,
Do you remember that?
Right.
And we called it Skype hype.
And it was one day that our phones were not working that we started that, I think.
Well, a missionary from Uruguay got in on Skype hype from her kitchen.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah,
I remember the missionary. We went, wow.
Well, I met her last night.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
And she was
Cool.
talking about that. But anyway, so you can, and she said, she said, for me, obviously, it was 4 hours later than for a lot of the people listening live. She goes, but live for me was a midday show in Uruguay. And she goes, and I'd be in there in my kitchen. Literally, she said, I'd be making
Rick,
lunch.
#1 in Uruguay.
She said, I'd be making lunch listening to the show with my kids and my family.
Funny.
So anyway, to that point, we can be anywhere. But keep in mind, and just about now, tell me first if there's any exception to this. Maybe now there is, but most things with our state, with its size and the market size and all that, most syndication stuff came into Alabama from somewhere else.
Yes.
And then we went and had the audacity to syndicate Alabama out to everybody else. So I just want to apologize for that. I mean, we've always had to we're responsible for a lot of this, and I understand it. We had the audacity not to say that Alabama should receive programming. We took Alabama programming and sent it out to all of you.
Well, Rick,
so I'm sorry about that.
It had been so much fun for us here for so long. We thought we would share it.
Right.
No, everybody is proud of where, I would say for the most part, proud of where they're from or where they live. They got, good and bad. And, the radio goobs would always say, well, don't talk about where you're from. And, and it really doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
As Rush once put it, doesn't matter where here is, as long as you're there.
Right, yeah.
So to speak. And I'm paraphrasing
His quote was, as long as I'm here.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter where here is.
Right.
If
But
you
I
can
like
hear me where you are, who cares where I'm coming from?
I like the version of, as long as I'm here, it doesn't matter as long as you're there.
Same
different places, but we're all on talking about topics that, are either interesting or affects everybody. So, but it is kind of funny because, you were going through the headlines yesterday, and it was just one thing after another. And it was Jeff Sessions getting grilled, and of course Roy Moore. We can't, you can't run, you can't hide from that.
Have you seen the latest Sean Hannity commentary?
And then you go over to sports. And you've got Alabama #1 again in the college football playoff.
Rama Jamma, Yellowhammer, look up top. And there's Bama, Road Tide.
And you even get down to the lower parts, and Tommy Tuberville is in the news again, and they quote when he was on our show, but they've added something to it.
Really,
they've added something to it, and maybe I missed this before, but I wanted to look at that. I've got Google alerts on my phone. Anytime any of our names come up, or Rick and Bubba, I get an alert that you're in the news. And many people use that. It's no big deal. But yesterday afternoon, I saw the Google alert. I went, oh, no. And you always, now I go, oh, no, what now?
Right.
But the Tommy Tuberville story had made it back into the news because as a commentator now, he's going to do a game in Ole Miss this weekend. And, of course, the Ole Miss folks are giving him some pine box comments back.
Yeah.
And
I thought you were saying he's going to Lubbock. And I was thinking, oh, boy.
They went back and said, well, this is not the first time that Tommy Tuberville has been, on the hot seat for something he said, like when he dogged Lubbock, Texas on the Rick and Bubba show.
So what did they add?
That's how we got
So how did they add it? What did they add?
Well, they went in. Well, we'll just read the story. You have to read it to see. And it was kind of funny. The part, because I had not seen this part of the story before, and I was there.
Right.
I was sitting next to.
Well, that's the sad part.
Yeah.
You should have seen my mind last night trying to remember Skype Hop.
That's funny. That's funny.
She said that's what we called it, Skype Hop. You could just Skype in, and she goes, I thought I was going to go through a call screener, and all of a sudden I just looked, and there I was in the studio at Rick and Bubba.
That was the reason we were doing it, because we did not have phones.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All righty, here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. There's the phone troll music. Lines are open. Helmsy's ready. Go. Brantley, Alabama. Mickey is standing by. MICKEYMOUSE. Mickey Mouse.
Mickey Mouse.
Let's go to Mickey. Mickey, welcome to the program. You got 30 seconds on the program. Go ahead.
Heard that song all my life.
I bet you did.
I just had a question about the election. Is there a Republican candidate that we should not vote for?
No.
I don't know of any personally because I haven't studied every race.
Well, because you'd have to vote for the Democrat.
That's the only catch.
What
So
you really doing.
you're saying someone that would line up with their national policies and
I know
the
one I
national
think's an
people that are elected. So I'm not saying all Democrats are bad, but I'm just I have to think, what in the world are you thinking?
No, I'm not saying all Democrats, human beings, are bad. The Democratic platform is all
Awful.
bad right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, I don't want them in charge.
Yeah, as far as them as human beings, there's some very kind, nice people that are just politically have a view that I don't think is best for the country.
I don't want them running the country. Let me put it that way.
So every vote, I will. It's a simple process for me. Neither platform is perfect. The Republican platform aligns with me more than the Democratic, not even close. So it
has since about 1980.
So it's an easy thing. Now, are there things in the Republican Party that are flawed? Yes.
Yes.
Is the politics of our country, my God? No. Is that my main concern? No. Am I allowed to participate and try to create a country that works better than the other political view? Yes. Do I participate? Yes. Does it rule me? No. Do I care about it as much as I once did? No. So let's go to
Am
Oliver.
I concerned about the future of the country? Yes.
Yes. Do I know, reading Scripture, who's going to win in the end? Yes. Oliver in Athens, Alabama. Do I know that some of these things must come to pass? Yes. Oliver, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson for president, 2024. Look up his background. Intimidation factor alone.
I think he's a pretty big liberal, though.
Yeah, I think he's a leftist. I think he's left when it comes to his politics.
Well, I think whatever he wants to get done is going to get done, whether it's good, bad, or ugly. I could just see him in a meeting with Putin or the Chinese guy. That would just be...
Well, yeah, but listen to what you said. Whatever he wants to do, he'll get done. Well, some of the things he wants to do, I don't want him to get done.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to review that platform a little bit closer.
Yeah. Let's go to Sissy out of Troy, Tennessee. Hey, Sissy.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, how are you?
We're good.
Great.
We're good.
Where's Bud?
I wanted to just call and say we listen to the Rick and Bubba show every morning on YouTube.
Thank you.
We love it. Also, we listen to your Bible study.
Thank you.
Great job, Rick.
Thank you.
And I'd like to say, Bubba, glad to see you back.
Glad to be here.
And also, I have something to say to Helmsy.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Man.
Oh, Bubba.
Man, I wonder what that would have been like. Huh?
I was expecting Hams to give him a timeout. I forgot he wasn't here.
Let's go to Jamie in Sylvester, Georgia. Jamie, go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing? Great to hear your voices, Bubba. Proud for you, and I was praying for you down here in South Georgia. But
Thank you, sir.
Here it is, though, guys. This is for Speedy. Speedy, we got to break the new studio in, buddy. I'm a tuber. You know what that means?
Oh, the tuber dance.
I don't even know where it is.
I need it, baby.
You have not done that in the new studio.
When we packed, we've lost a lot. I can't find my horn or capes either, Rick.
Your horn or your capes?
No, I can't.
What?
Well, they got to be
I
something.
thought they were in the storage building.
Well, I'm going through those boxes. I got to find them. That's where I thought they were.
You've got to be more responsible.
Did you find it, Speedy?
There it is.
There he goes.
I forgot how much I love that. I forgot how much I love
I like it when he marches into Greg better.
Oh, I do too. Oh, that's right. He just plows
Hey,
into
he'd rough you up.
If Greg wasn't positive for the flu, he'd have done that.
I know it. I know. He's
my
going to wait
goodness.
about there, too.
Yeah, Greg, he's going to do it. Give him 24 more hours.
Yeah, I feel good about it.
Yeah, I feel good.
I feel like we're going to end up doing the show and everybody's in their own office,
Yeah, that'd be
locked
good.
in.
Oh,
you know?
yeah, sure.
Speedy, that was excellent.
To Garrett out of Destin, Florida. Garrett, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen.
How you doing, Garrett?
Yeah, I was tucking my daughter in last night, and she said she was afraid. And I said, "Are you afraid of the boogeyman?" She said, "No, I'm afraid of the Dothan football coach coming out of that closet."
That's funny.
All right.
That's funny.
Nobody's safe.
That is really good. Play it. Andrew, Fayetteville, Tennessee. Andrew,
Yes,
go ahead, buddy.
How y'all doing, big boys?
Fired up, Andrew. Drawed back like a flip.
Fired up. Hey, there you go, baby. Hey, listen, is Tennessee going to beat Georgia? I'm a Tennessee fan. I'm nervous. What do y'all think?
I say no.
I don't know.
Solid.
Gosh, Rick.
Well, I'm just telling you. Asked me.
Bubba, what do you think?
That's a big hill to climb. Alabama and Georgia in 1 year.
That's just that's my. Let me tell you this: Georgia is not as good as they were last year. They're more beatable this year than they were last year. Your team is so much better.
Yeah. Where is the game?
It's in Georgia.
In Athens.
At Georgia.
At Georgia. That's our only downfall. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem
And
is.
lastly, though, real quick, do y'all think Hendon is Heisman capable or no?
I think he's leading it right now.
Yeah,
I think he's had the season so far that he should be in the in the finalist right now.
Yeah, you got to go back to the Alabama game, and Tennessee so much improved, and you can play with anybody. But I mean, Alabama makes a field goal, you still lose that game. And of course they missed it, and that's good, and you guys made it happen. So to try to beat Alabama and Georgia, like Bubba said, it's just y'all's road. It's hard, and I'm gonna tell you where you better be careful, and you better hear me. You better hear me loud and clear. You better watch that Kentucky game.
Yep,
I'm telling you
this Saturday.
I'm telling you.
I know they're always an upset team.
And why?
And South Carolina too.
And why I'm saying that is because you're calling me, asking me about Georgia. See, you should not be doing that. You need to be talking about Kentucky right now. And if that team is looking toward Georgia, I'm telling you, you better watch it.
So there
it is. Be careful, Andrew.
Because I was thinking,
I
was thinking they don't play Georgia this weekend, do they? Don't they play?
See, looking
they
ahead.
play Florida.
They play Kentucky.
Kentucky.
That's
They're
why he
looking
said
ahead.
that.
No, I mean Georgia plays Florida.
Oh,
And
I'm
it's-
talking about. Yeah, I was talking about Tennessee.
And that's that one.
Bubba, but you got a Tennessee fan
know.
overlooking Kentucky, trying to get over to Georgia already.
Classic. We forgot.
Yeah, come on,
we just
Andrew.
got good and we forgot it. You know what I mean?
Does he not know the basic things about Mojo?
So let me ask you this: they have a new coach. He's obviously doing a great job. But who built this team? Who's really responsible for those players?
So Heupel's been there 2 seasons. This is his second season?
Second.
Yeah.
So large majority of them would be his, right?
Well, with the transfer portal, you don't know you can do it so quick.
Right.
I mean, you know, it's a different deal.
To me, that's when people do that. Well, that's so and so's players. Yeah, but he couldn't win with them.
Amen.
You know, or he'd still be there.
Amen.
So,
Yeah.
big deal.
Yeah, amen. Yeah. Hey,
No matter how they got there,
I've
it's
noticed
what you did with them
they're
after
winning
they
with
got
so and so's players. So why didn't he win with them?
Yeah, he'd still have the job because obviously he got fired.
Right.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's true.
But you know what? Tennessee's got a great football team, and I'm glad they're back.
Future's looking good.
And they may do it. And if they do it, they deserve every accolade they can get.
Absolutely.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.